Hi, I'm USA Today Bestselling Author Jennifer Youngblood. Thanks for joining me as I present One Kick Wonder from my Romeo family romance series. This unique combination of the audiobook and original video footage has been made especially for YouTube and is only available to enjoy here on my channel. I'm excited for you to listen to Mason's story. As the youngest Romeo, Mason has a sharp wit and a keen sense of humor. For as long as he can remember, Mason has wanted to pursue his dream of being a musician, but his daddy has been holding him back, claiming that Mason still has some growing up to do first. As far as Mason is concerned, he's plenty grown and just as talented and driven as his older brother Cash. Mason knows that he has what it takes to soar. He only needs his shot. Just when his life takes the turn he always wanted, Mason crosses paths with Selma and everything changes. One Kick Wonder starts out in Hawaii, one of my absolute favorite places. Enjoy! And be sure and take a second to like the video and subscribe to my channel.
Opening Credits. One Kick Wonder, Romeo Family Romance Book 10, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini. Chapter 1. A light balmy breeze carried the sweet fragrance of coconut suntan oil. The steady rhythm of waves rolling into the shore made a pleasant backdrop against the chatter of the sunbathers and laughter of children playing nearby. Selma lifted her face to the clear azure sky. Even the warm sun on her skin wasn't enough to dispel the worry lurking beneath the surface. She'd been reading a book on her Kindle, trying to keep her brain occupied, but she couldn't stay focused. A prayer went through her mind. Please help Mama be okay. Her stomach coiled into a tight knot as she swallowed. She shouldn't have let Mama talk her into going to Hawaii. She should have stayed in Las Vegas so she could accompany Mama to the doctor. Other than the obvious of Mama wanting to keep Nicholas happy, Selma suspected that Mama had urged her to take a vacation so that Selma would be occupied in case the news was bad. A single mother struggling to make ends meet, Mama had always gone to great lengths to shelter Selma from any unpleasantness. In fact, Selma hadn't even realized that her Mama had uterine cancer until her chemo treatments were well underway. With a heavy sigh, Selma sat up in her chair and retrieved her cell phone from her beach bag. No calls from Mama, only a text from Nicholas. Sorry I had to leave so suddenly this morning. Soak up some sun for me. I'll see you back home in a few days. N. Conflicting emotions churned inside Selma. What to do about Nicholas? She was relieved that Nicholas had gotten called away on business. The prospect of spending a few days alone in Hawaii was glorious. She couldn't put Nicholas off forever, but she needed more time to come to terms with the inevitable. Nicholas was pressing her to get engaged, but she'd used Mama's health and impending checkup as an excuse to buy more time. Also, Selma claimed that she was feeling the strain of work and needed to recharge before making any large changes in her life. There was lots of truth to that statement. Selma's job as the lead singer and performer of one of the most notable shows in Vegas required her to put in long hours. The competition was stiff. Selma had to constantly work to stay at the top of her game. Instinctively, Selma's gaze scanned the beach, looking for Moose, Nicholas's head security guy. Technically, she wasn't alone here in Hawaii, but Selma didn't mind Moose tagging along. Mac Bradley, a.k.a. Moose, because of his beefy build, was like a father to Selma. Moose was good at keeping a low profile. Selma was sure that he was somewhere nearby, keeping watch over her as he'd been directed by Nicholas. But Selma couldn't see Moose, so at least she had the illusion of privacy. Placing the phone in her lap, Selma lay back down on the chair and closed her eyes. Her skin tingled and stretched in the sun. She'd just drifted off to sleep when her phone rang. She startled as she looked at the screen. It was Mama. "Hello?" she answered breathlessly, her heart hammering like a washing machine in her ears. "Hey," came Mama's response. What did the doctor say? She sucked in a breath, waiting. The PET scan came back clean. No cancer, Mama announced joyously. Tears sprang to Selma's eyes. That's fantastic. She sucked in a long, relieved breath. It's a miracle, Mama cried. Yes, Selma agreed, her heart exulting. Her body felt shaky from the release of the tension. So does this mean that you're in the clear? I'll have to go back for regular checkups every few months, but I'd say it's a very good sign. Mama's exuberant laughter gurgled through the phone. I guess you'll have to put up with me for many more years to come. I guess so. Ever since Mama had gotten cancer, Selma had been on pins and needles. She could hardly believe the words that Mama was saying. Was it possible that she was cured? She blinked to clear her vision from the tears. God was good. Her repeated prayers had been answered. It looks like I'll live to see my grandbabies, Mama added with a trace of tenderness. A wry grin touched Selma's lips. Slow down, Speed Racer. I'm not even engaged yet. Mama chuckled. Oh, I know. I'm just excited. Her voice hitched. We owe Nicholas so much. It's because of the non-traditional treatments that I have a second chance. Yes, Selma said quietly. Several months ago, when all of the traditional cancer treatments failed to work, Selma had spiraled into a pit of despair. She couldn't fathom the thought of losing her mama, her only constant in the world. That's why she'd gone to Nicholas. Nicholas Diaz, owner of the Crown Monarch Casino and Hotel, had always been kind to Selma and her mama. He gave Mama a job as a bookkeeper, and he gave Selma her start in her career. From the time she was a teenager, Nicholas had been on the periphery of her life. She considered him a family friend, which is why Selma had felt comfortable asking him for help with Mama's treatments. Nicholas's expression was thoughtful and concerned as he listened to Selma's tearful plea. Stroking his chin, he told Selma that he would cover all costs for Mama's treatment. He then explained that everything came at a price, and that he would require something from Selma. Thankfully, Mama didn't realize the high price that Selma would have to pay. As tough as it would be to go along with the arrangement, Selma would do it 100 times over if it meant saving Mama's life. In a perfect world, Nicholas would have paid for Mama's treatments out of the goodness of his heart. But that's not how the world worked. Selma had witnessed firsthand how hard her mama scratched and clawed to carve out a respectable life for them both. While Mama had tried to shield Selma from the unpleasantness, Selma had felt Mama's desperation in those early years when she danced as a showgirl to put food on the table. On many occasions, Selma heard Mama crying quietly in her bed at night because she was alone, with no one but herself to depend on to provide for her and her young daughter. "How's your vacation?" Mama asked. Selma's voice lifted. "Great! Much better now," she added mentally. A weight had been lifted from her heart. She could now relax and enjoy the next few days. Mama was going to be okay. She had to keep running the words through her head for them to sink in. "Is Nicholas there with you?" Mama asked eagerly. "I'd like for him to hear the news." "No, some unexpected business called him to Argentina." A native of Argentina, Nicholas still had lots of family there and several companies. "That's too bad," Mama lamented. "Nicholas was looking forward to going to the party. He wanted to show you off to the players and coaches," she giggled, "to the world." Mama always got the same dreamy quality in her voice when talking about Nicholas. In her eyes, Selma had hit the jackpot. Sure, Nicholas was handsome and successful. While Selma was fond of Nicholas, she wasn't in love with him. Hopefully that would change with time. Selma didn't relish the thought of a loveless marriage, and yet there were worse things, she supposed. Yeah, it's too bad, Selma said dutifully. A few months ago, Nicholas had purchased the Mavericks, a pro football team that was based out of Las Vegas. Nicholas had a home on Kailua Bay on Oahu. He was hosting a pre-season party for all of the players and coaches on the team. Selma had questioned why Nicholas didn't just hold the party in Vegas. The casino certainly had enough lavish conference rooms. However, Nicholas insisted that he needed a vacation, and the party would give him a good excuse to go to Hawaii. Selma suspected that the real reason Nicholas wanted to hold the party at his mansion in Kailua was because he wanted the players and coaches to get the full scope of his wealth and influence. Nicholas had an insatiable desire to be viewed as a success. He was even toying with the idea of running for public office. "Should I call Nicholas and tell him my good news?" Mama asked. Selma began blinking fast. "No, don't do that," she inserted. "He's supposed to call me this evening. I'll tell him." Now that Mama was better, Nicholas would be ready to move the engagement forward. She was so not ready for that. She didn't know if it was marriage to Nicholas that had her squeamish, or maybe it was the idea of being coerced into marriage that irked her. At any rate, she was not getting warm fuzzies about the situation. "Okay," Mama's voice went bubbly. "All those years ago when I started dancing at the Crown Monarch, I never dreamed that my daughter would one day be married to the owner. It warms my heart to know that you'll never want for anything again." Her heart clenched. "Yeah." "Are you okay?" Mama asked. "I'm great," Selma squeaked. "Is there something you're not telling me?" Mama had always been able to pick up on Selma's emotions. "Is everything okay with you and Nicholas?" She winced at the concern in Mama's tone. Selma wished she could tell Mama the truth. The two of them had never kept secrets from one another. Selma had never known her dad. It had always been just her and Mama. If Mama knew the truth behind Nicholas's generosity, she'd flip her gourd. The situation couldn't be helped. It wasn't Mama's fault that she got cancer. Selma had done what she had to in order to preserve her Mama's life, and that was that. Selma forced a light tone into her voice. "Yeah, we're good. I'm just feeling a bit worn out from the show." "I totally understand," Mama soothed. "It takes a lot to go on stage nearly every night of the week and perform the way you do." Her voice quivered with throaty emotion. "I'm so proud of you, honey. I hope you realize how much I love you." "I do. I love you too." They chatted for a few more minutes before Selma ended the call. She took in a deep breath, filling her lungs with the balmy salt air. A prayer of gratitude flitted through her mind. Mama was cancer-free. Her mind raced forward. Now that Mama was good, the engagement would roll forward. She pressed her lips together, pushing away the despondency crowding around her. She was on vacation. As of now, she was still a free woman. She wanted to enjoy the next few days. When she got back home, she'd own up to the deal she made with Nicholas. Until then, she was determined to live fully in the present, holding nothing back. She took in the colorful array of umbrellas and people. This was Selma's first visit to Hawaii. She looked out at the ocean, noting how the sun sparkled like diamonds against the water. Several minutes later, she heard male laughter off to the side. She shielded her eyes with her hand as she looked over to her left, where a group of guys were playing beach volleyball. Their bodies were tanned and muscular. An unconscious smile curved her lips as she imagined what Minky, her costume designer, and the other showgirls would say if they were here. They'd be salivating for sure. A couple months ago, Selma had gone into the employee lounge of the casino and found Minky and several women huddled around Minky's cell phone, watching the famous clip from the movie Top Gun when the hunks were playing beach volleyball. "Eat your heart out, Minky." Selma's breath caught as her gaze settled on a particular guy. He was shirtless and wearing tangerine swim trunks, which contrasted nicely with his bronze skin. She guessed him to be around 6 feet tall. He moved with an easy athletic grace, his chestnut-colored hair flopping with his every movement. Her throat went dry as she traced his broad shoulders, defined pecs, and chiseled abs. He wore a cocky grin and moved with jaunty steps. The guy emanated excitement and adventure, all of those spontaneous things that would now be out of Selma's reach. Her stomach twisted. She'd always been super independent. She wanted to live life on her terms. She loved performing, but didn't want to stay in Vegas forever. She wanted the freedom to go where she pleased, marry whom she pleased. The guy spiked the volleyball, landing his team a point. He hooted loudly as he postured around like a proud peacock. His buddies shoved his arm as they laughed. Then it happened. Almost as if the guy could feel her watching him, he looked her direction and flashed a dazzling smile that could give Tom Cruise a run for his money. Selma was taken off guard by the attraction that sizzled through her. She returned his smile with a slight one of her own before looking down at her Kindle, pretending to take interest in her book. A few seconds later, she lifted her eyes, daring another glance in his direction. He was too immersed in the volleyball game to give her a second thought. A curious disappointment swelled inside her. Then she chided herself. It would be reckless and dumb to get involved with anyone, given her situation. Irritation simmered in her gut. She was frustrated at Nicholas and frustrated at the circumstances that had brought her to this point. Shackles fastened around her heart. She'd never know what it meant to live an unencumbered life. Her life was laid out for her. She'd be rich beyond her wildest dreams, with the admiration of a handsome, powerful man who adored her. Wasn't that more than most people could hope for? Why was she feeling such turmoil? Selma needed to count her blessings. She'd prayed so hard for a miracle, and it had come. Her precious mama was cancer-free. Nicholas was a good man in many ways. He would be good to her. She knew that Nicholas loved her. She'd known it for a while now. She needed to keep her silly attractions in check before they became her undoing. As if having a mind of their own, her eyes moved to the guy. She jerked in surprise when their gazes met again. His smile was as brilliant as it was bold, doing strange things to her heart. The guy knew he was all that. His confidence made him even more attractive. A goofy grin wobbled over her lips, splashing her cheeks with heat. She tore her eyes away from the guy to break the connection and looked back down at her book. The words blended together in unintelligible lines. She vowed that she wouldn't give in to the temptation to look at the guy again. A blitz of pain streaked through her as she gasped. At the same moment, it registered in her brain that she'd been hit in the arm with a ball. Blinking rapidly, she sat up, rubbing her arm as she glanced down at the volleyball resting in the sand by her feet. The dark-haired guy trotted up to her. "Hey," he began pleasantly. "Sorry about that." His voice was melodic and modulated with a hint of a southern accent. She looked up at him, struck by how incredibly blue his eyes were. Up close, he was even more impressive than he'd been far away. Was he real, or some figment that her self-consciousness had dredged up to torment her? She scrambled to find her voice. "You hit me!" He grinned, revealing a dimple in his left cheek. "I had to do something to get your attention." Laughter tickled her throat. "Well, at least you're honest." It pleased her to note that he'd thrown the ball as an excuse to talk to her. He bent down and scooped up the ball in a swift motion. "Yep, that's me," he boasted. "Honest Abe." She arched an eyebrow in amusement. "You're humble, too." A large smile broke over his features. "Now, that is something that I'm not often accused of being." I can imagine, she chuckled. He struck her as reckless and bold. He reminded her a lot of Tom Cruise. No wonder she'd thought of Top Gun when she saw the guys playing volleyball. His eyes caught the sparkle of the ocean behind them. The name's Mason. Selma. He cocked an eyebrow. Like Selma, Alabama? She chuckled. Yep, my mama's from Selma. That's how I got my name. Not many people made that connection, especially in Vegas. He tilted his head. You don't sound like you're from the South. Nope, I'm not, but my mama grew up there. Even though she was shielding her eyes, the bright sun directly behind Mason caused them to water. She thought of her sunglasses in her beach bag, wishing she'd put them on. Come on, Mason, one of the guys called out to him. Bring the ball back. Be right there, he yelled over his shoulder. Well, duty calls. He gave her a long, hopeful look. See you around. After the game? She shrugged. Maybe. She felt so intensely alive. How tempting it would be to just throw caution to the wind and allow herself to spend time with Mason. Dude, let's go. Mason rolled his eyes in faint irritation. I said I was coming. He threw Selma a cavalier wink. See you around, Selma. Something about the way he spoke her name was intimate. She liked it. See ya, she said as he turned and jogged away with light, nimble steps. She couldn't stop the mile-wide smile from spilling over her lips. It was pointless to get worked up over Mason. She didn't even know his last name, would never see him again, and yet their exchange had left her exhilarated. Everything in her wanted to stick around until after he was finished with his game, but she knew it would be futile. The smart thing to do would be to get up right now and leave. That way she would remove herself from the temptation of getting to know Mason. She had to do it now, before she lost her resolve. She dropped her phone and Kindle into her bag. She slipped her feet into her slippers as she stood and reached for her towel, draping it over her shoulder. She allowed herself one final glance in Mason's direction, but he was too focused on the game to realize that she'd left. It's just as well, she sighed as she forced her feet to keep moving. Chapter 2. All right, you turkeys, that's it for me. I'm tapping out. Mason glanced at Selma's retreating figure. His blood pumped with the knowledge that he needed to go after her before she got away and was lost to him forever. You can't tap out until the game's over, Dwayne countered, his brow furrowing. Jerry sniggered. Don't mind him, he's too busy chasing after Jessica Alba in the aqua bikini to focus on the game. Mason laughed easily. Selma does resemble Jessica Alba. He'd always been a sucker for brunettes with large chocolate eyes. Come on, man, Dwayne argued. Look around. He motioned, his hands encompassing the beach. There are plenty of beautiful fish in the sea. Not like her. He grabbed his things. I'll catch you all back at the hotel later on. Go on, get out of here. We don't need you anyhow, Dwayne sulked. The real reason you're bowing out is because you don't want to get beat. Yep, that's it, Mason grinned. Dwayne and Jerry were two of his closest friends from college. The three had played football together. When Mason realized he needed to go to Hawaii for work, he'd invited Dwayne and Jerry along, making a vacation out of it. The other guys playing volleyball were ones who'd seen a game going on and joined. See ya! He threw his towel over his shoulder as he trotted off to catch up with Selma. The beach was crowded. It was with a sinking heart that he lost sight of her. Had she gone into one of the resorts? Probably. He left the beach and cut a sharp angle through the grass, going into the nearest resort. He walked along the trail that meandered through the grounds to the pools. All the while he scanned the area. No sight of her. He even went into the hotel lobby and walked around. Not having any other choice, he gave up his quest. He left the resort, going back out to the beach. He walked down it a ways, feeling dejected that he'd let Selma get away. Mason's siblings accused him of being a shameless flirt, and while that was true, there was something unique about Selma. The two of them had shared an instant connection. Mason smelled the aroma of cooking food before he spotted the food stand. His stomach rumbled. He'd been gorging himself on fish tacos ever since he'd arrived in Hawaii 2 days ago. If he couldn't find Selma, he might as well satisfy the demands of his stomach. He went over to the stand and placed his order. He'd just gotten his food and was looking for an empty picnic table when he heard the ruckus. "That's my bag," a woman snapped in a raspy voice. "No, it's not. It belongs to me." Mason stopped in his tracks, doing a double-take. There stood Selma, wearing that fabulous aqua bikini, her feet planted in a battle stance, her beautiful face set in rigid determination. Selma had one strap of the beach bag, and a grungy woman who looked to be homeless had the other strap. "This belongs to me," the homeless woman asserted. Her voice had a simpleton, childlike quality. The woman had to outweigh Selma by at least 100 pounds, but Selma didn't seem one bit intimidated by the woman's appearance or size. Selma let out an incredulous laugh. "I tried to help you, and this is what I get?" Her voice swung up. "Let go!" Mason rushed up to the scene. "What's going on?" Selma looked at him in surprise, relinquishing her grip enough for the homeless woman to snatch the beach bag from her hands. The woman took off running. "Stop her!" Selma cried in dismay. "She has my things!" Mason thrust his plate of food into Selma's hands as he took off. Before he could reach the woman, however, another man grabbed her. The middle-aged guy was thick and muscled, built like a refrigerator. "It's my bag," the woman wailed. Her silver-streaked hair was matted, her splotchy skin hanging loose over the bones in her face. She was wearing a long shirt and skirt. Mason winced, revulsion rising inside him when he saw the woman's leg. It was grossly swollen. The skin was a mixture of red and purple around what appeared to be bite marks. Selma stepped up beside Mason. She was still holding his food. The woman's lower lip went loose, causing the skin on her jowls to shake. She gave Selma a pleading look. "It's my bag, for my baby." It was obvious that the woman was nuts. Mason glanced at Selma. The look of compassion on her face was commendable. "You can have the bag," Selma said kindly. "I just need to get my things out of it first." "Okay," the woman whimpered. Selma handed Mason back his plate of food as she stepped up to the woman. "May I?" A few beats passed before the woman reluctantly handed over the bag. She watched Selma with suspicious eyes, her hands twitching like she couldn't wait to get a hold of the bag. The avarice and desperation on her face reminded Mason of Gollum in Lord of the Rings and his obsession with the ring. Unlike Gollum, however, the woman was rotund. "It's okay," Selma said to the thickly set man whose arms were still wrapped around the woman. "You can let her go." The instant he released the woman, she whirled around and spat in his face. Shock streaked through the man's eyes, followed by outrage, as an undertone of deep red seeped into his skin. Selma let out a shaky laugh as she looked at the man in apology. "I've got this," she said calmly. The man looked at Selma like he was sizing her up, trying to decide if she indeed had the situation under control. Finally he nodded, stepping back. He glared at the homeless woman as he used his palm to wipe away her spit from his cheek. Selma opened the bag and retrieved her phone, wallet, and electronic reader, wrapping them in her beach towel. She handed the woman back the now empty bag. The woman held it to her chest like it was a prized possession. Selma pointed to the woman's leg. "You need help." The woman muttered something unintelligible, her head lobbing back and forth. "Did you get bitten by a dog?" Selma asked. It looked like a dog bite to Mason. From the looks of the wound, it was infected. The skin around the bite marks was tight and streaked. Mason glanced at the muscled man. He was watching the homeless woman carefully through squinty, puffy eyes. Why was the man still there? His presence was becoming intrusive. He'd done his duty and apprehended the woman. It was time for him to move along. The man's hair looked like it might be thinning on top, so he kept it shaved. He was wearing an aloha shirt, khaki pants, and loafers with no socks. On his wrist he wore what looked to be an expensive gold watch. Did the man work nearby? He didn't seem like the tourist type. There were sweat rings beneath the arms of his shirt and a sheen of perspiration over his nose and scalp. He reminded Mason of a boxer or security guard. "We can get you help," Selma offered. At that, the woman darted off at a surprisingly fast pace, considering the state of her leg. Mason turned to Selma. "Well, that was interesting," he murmured. A surly grin slipped over his lips. "I leave your side for 1 minute and find you in a brawl with a homeless woman." He tisked his lips. "I'll have to keep a better eye on you." Selma's jaw grew slack. She threw the burly man an apprehensive glance before focusing on Mason. "I'm not sure what you mean," she said stiffly. Confusion swirled inside Mason. "It was a joke." He looked between Selma and the man. "Do y'all know each other?" "Nope," Selma answered quickly with a fleeting smile. "We don't. Thanks for your help," she said to the man. She turned and walked at a brisk pace back toward the food stand. Mason stood for a second, unsure what to do. "Yeah, thanks," he said to the guy before trotting after Selma. "Hey," he said, catching up to her. "Are you okay?" She smiled, but it seemed forced. "Yeah, I'm good." He touched her arm, prompting her to stop. "How did you get tangled up with that homeless woman?" She sighed. "I was walking by and saw her pulling napkins out of the garbage can. She was placing them on her leg." She shuddered. "The poor woman is in bad shape. I went up to her and offered to help. That's when she tried to take my bag." "Wow, that was nice of you to help." Selma was altruistic, impressive. "I guess no good deed goes unpunished," she said dryly. He chuckled. "Evidently not. The woman wasn't all there." He looked down at his plate. "You hungry?" He grabbed a French fry and munched on it. "It's cold, but still good." Her features softened into a smile. "Thanks, but I'm good." Her deep brown eyes were ringed in gold. Her thick lashes fluttered seductively against her soft cheeks every time she blinked. Her thick mane of mahogany hair was kissed with highlights that shimmered in the sun. She was petite and slim, but not too skinny. She had just the right amount of curves. It was all Mason could do not to stare at her toned figure. She certainly knew how to show off a bikini. "Aw, come on," he urged. "The least I can do is buy the humanitarian a fish taco." She gave him a quizzical look. "Humanitarian?" "Yeah, you took time out to help someone in need. That's impressive." She gave him a begrudging smile. "For all my effort, the woman at least got a beach bag out of the deal." Startled laughter rose in his throat. "That she did." Selma was witty. He liked that. "Let me buy you something to eat." She glanced past him in the direction from where they'd just come. The edges of her eyes tightened ever so slightly. He turned to see what she was looking at, but didn't see anything. The thick-set man was no longer there. "I should probably go." His heart dropped. He couldn't let her leave, not without getting her last name and number. Mason couldn't remember the last time he'd been this enthralled with a woman he'd just met. "Don't break my heart," he drawled. She chuckled, releasing some of her tension. He liked how her hair spilled over her slender shoulders. He followed the sleek lines of her toned arms. Her exotic cheekbones were brushed with a pink glow. He traced the outline of her full, tantalizing lips. She was incredible. "1 taco, that's all I'm asking." Normally he was in complete control of himself around the opposite sex, but Selma had him off kilter. She arched an eyebrow. "Somehow I think you're asking for a lot more than that." His gaze locked with hers. So what if I am? He felt the blood pulsing through his veins, his skin tingling with awareness. He caught a blip of longing in her eyes. A burst of triumph raced through him, giving him the sure knowledge that the balance was swaying in his direction. She was interested in him. He knew it with certainty, the way he knew that when the chips were down, he could kick the ball sure and straight through the goal, between the uprights and over the crossbar for the win. Come on, Selma. What have you got to lose? She blinked, her features tightening, the corners of her lips turned down. Sorry, I can't. Crash and burn. He'd misread that one. They'd started off so well. He couldn't pinpoint when or where they'd taken a wrong turn. He swallowed the thickness in his throat. Can I at least get your number? He felt so depressingly desperate. Good gravy. If his brothers were here, they'd laugh their butts off at him right now. She pressed her lips together in tight lines. I don't think that's a good idea. His words tumbled out. How about your last name? At least give me that much. She plastered a bright smile of dismissal over her lips. Mason, it was a pleasure meeting you. She nodded. I have to go. His face fell. What? She gave him a wistful smile. Goodbye. He couldn't fully comprehend the feeling of loss that descended over him as he watched her go. Her hair bounced with her every step, her hips swaying softly. What a woman! Well, you blew it this time, Romeo, Mason muttered to himself as he shoved another fry in his mouth and chewed. His food was now tasteless and cold. A sleek black limousine was waiting for Selma as she stepped from the curb. She opened the door and slid in. Moose looked back at her from the rearview mirror. Who's your friend? The accusation in his eyes tied a tight band around her heart. Moose was fond of Selma, but he worked for Nicholas. Would Moose tell Nicholas about the incident? Then again, what was there to tell? She'd done nothing wrong. Someone I met on the beach, she said casually. Moose kept assessing her with those sharp, perceptive eyes. What? She barked. You like him. It was crazy how condemning those 3 little words sounded in her ears. She forced a laugh. I don't even know him. Her hand went to her neck. We just happened to meet on the beach when he threw a volleyball at me. Moose's eyes widened in amusement. He threw a volleyball at you? He grunted. I guess that's one way to get your attention. She hugged her arms. Yeah. She looked out the window at the palm trees lining the road, letting her thoughts get lost in the spindly, hand-shaped leaves. She didn't want to discuss Mason with Moose. She wanted to tuck the memories away, to savor. Moose blew out a long breath. What about the homeless woman? I was trying to help her. Her words came faster as her hands went into the air. Did you see that awful wound on her leg? If she doesn't get help, she could die of an infection. The old hag spit in my face, he muttered. A giggle rose in Selma's throat as she placed a hand over her mouth. I'm sorry about that. He shook his head, a good-natured grin tipping his thick lips. You and your noble causes have gotten me into more than one scrape over the years, like the time you made me pick up that injured dog on the side of the road and take it to the vet. She bit her lower lip. Yeah, even the vet was disgruntled about that one. There was nothing they could do to save it. He pulled the limo onto the road. Or the time you made me stop and give that panhandler my last $20 bill. She rolled her eyes. I like helping people, okay? I know you do. There was a hint of admiration in his voice. You have a good heart, like your mom. The softness in Moose's voice caused Selma to smile. Selma could tell that Moose was sweet on her mama. She suspected that Mama felt the same, but neither Moose nor Mama had brought their affection out in the open. Selma sat up taller in her seat, her mood lightening. Hey, I got a call from Mama. Her cancer is gone. Selma heard the jubilation in her own voice. It was a day for celebrating, not for dwelling on everything that she couldn't have. I know, Moose answered in a matter-of-fact tone. Her jaw went slack. You do? A large grin split his features. Yep. Jules called to tell me the news. Oh. Selma caught his eyes in the rearview mirror, giving him a knowing smile. Her tone was coy and insinuating. I didn't realize that you and Mama kept in such close touch. It was fun to watch Moose's face go tomato red. He cleared his throat. Jules and I are friends, he said gruffly. Uh-huh, she drawled. They rode in comfortable silence for a few minutes, until Moose glanced back at her. For the record, you did the right thing. She tipped her head. Huh? With the guy. He liked you. You liked him. But you were smart to cut it off at the knees. He paused. Nicholas Diaz is not the sort of man you'll want to trifle with. An unbidden chill slithered down her spine. Do you know something about Nicholas that I don't? She jutted out her chin, staring at the rearview mirror so she could catch eyes with Moose, but he wouldn't look at her. Moose? He pressed his lips together. I know that Nicholas loves you more than he's ever loved anything. He'll give you the world if you let him. She swallowed the hard ball of emotion that formed in her throat. I know, she croaked, sucking in a quick breath. Don't worry, I'm fully aware of the commitment I made, and I'll hold to it. You don't have to be concerned about Nicholas, she snapped. It's not Nicholas I'm concerned about, he said quietly. The tenderness in his tone caused a tear to slip from the corner of her eye. Thanks, she uttered. It wasn't Moose's fault that she was in this jam. Moose had always been good to her. Let's get you back to the mansion so you can rest before the party tonight. She made a face. I don't want to go to that stupid party. Nicholas won't be there. Why do I have to go? Moose's voice was as firm as it was patient. As the future Mrs. Diaz, it's your responsibility to make an appearance and put on a good face for the coaches and players. That's what Nicholas will expect. Her expression turned sour. Then by all means I'll go, she said sassily. I'd hate to think I wasn't measuring up to Nicholas's expectations. Moose laughed easily. That's my girl. You go to that party and show 'em what it means to shine. Do it for me and your mom. Jules made me promise to snap a picture of you in your dress and send it to her. She's real proud of you. His voice thickened. You marrying Nicholas is a dream come true for Jules. I know. Tears misted Selma's eyes. She wondered how much Moose knew about her situation. He knew she'd committed herself to Nicholas, but did he realize that she was being coerced into marriage? From the way he talked, Selma got the feeling that he knew, but she'd never had the courage to bring it out in the open. Voicing the words aloud would make it all too real. Furthermore, talking about it wouldn't help. There was nothing that Moose could do to change the situation. He needed his job, the same as Mama and Selma. Moose's mother was in a long-term care center. Moose was the one who footed the bill. Selma sighed in resolve. She had to keep reminding herself why she was doing what she was. An image of Mason flashed through her mind. Those penetrating blue eyes and his cocky grin. A feeling of longing rose within her. She clutched her hands tightly in her lap. The good news was that the memories of Mason would fade as quickly as they'd come. She had to focus on Nicholas and Mama. She'd have a good life with Nicholas. He loved her, would do anything for her. She would never want for anything again. She could keep performing if she wanted, but she could do it for her own pleasure rather than as a way to make a living. She peered through the window at the sun shining brightly overhead. She had to stay focused on the positive, remember all the good in her life. A new thought occurred to her, giving her a blip of hope. She could ask Nicholas to start a charity that she could run. That would take the sting out of a forced marriage. She could put her heart and soul into that. Yes, that's just what she'd do. A few minutes later, she sat back in her seat and began humming softly to herself. Moose caught her gaze in the rear-view mirror and smiled in relief, like he was grateful that her demeanor had shifted. She pursed her lips. You know what? I'm not quite ready to go back to the mansion. Let's go to Ala Moana Mall. If I have to go to the party tonight, then I might as well look the part. Nicholas can foot the bill. We'll call it an early engagement present." "That's my girl," he purred in admiration. "Always the fighter." Nicholas had given her a credit card with a $20,000 limit. She'd not used it, not wanting to take advantage of the situation. Today, however, she was going to spend some of Nicholas's money. She was going to buy the most expensive get-up she could find. If Nicholas wanted a pampered girlfriend, future fiancé, then that's exactly what he was going to get. As Nicholas so aptly pointed out to her when she asked him to help pay for Mama's treatments, everything comes at a price, and she wasn't about to let him get off cheap. Chapter 3. As Mason got out of the taxi and paid his fare, he buttoned his sports coat and inhaled deeply to calm the jitters. Automatically, his hand went up to push through his hair. He grinned, realizing what he was doing. His brothers teased him mercilessly about his hair. Ramsay was the worst. Ironic, considering that Ramsay was the sharp dresser in the family. If Mr. Retired Navy SEAL could take great pains with his appearance, then by golly, so could Mason. Mason couldn't deny that having his hair just right helped him feel more in control of himself and his surroundings. Control was what he was lacking right now. Everything was happening so fast that it felt surreal. He'd graduated from college in December. In April, he went into the draft and was signed by the Mavericks in the 5th round. Now, 2 weeks later, here he was, getting ready to meet his fellow teammates. His gaze moved up the curved driveway to the palatial mansion sitting prominently on the hill in what was, no doubt, the most coveted spot in the bay. The mansion afforded a pristine view of the dazzling ocean. It was obvious that Nicholas Diaz, the owner of the Mavericks, had a boatload of money, and he wanted everyone to know it. A trace of awe overtook Mason as he soaked in the pink and orange ribbons stretching across the evening sky in what was turning out to be one of the most spectacular sunsets Mason had ever beheld. The sun was just starting to dip her toes behind the horizon and was making a big to-do about it, washing the evening in a mellow gold that spoke of elegance and refinement. Even the salty air was impressive, lightly perfumed with some sweet exotic flower that Mason didn't recognize. His chest swelled. This is the life. He'd been down in the mouth all afternoon, bemoaning that he'd let Selma slip out of his grasp. Finally, Jerry warned him to put a sock in it. "We're on vacation, man, and I don't want to hear you griping about some woman you only met for a few minutes. Move on." Mason knew Jerry was right. He couldn't figure out why he felt such a loss over some woman he'd crossed paths with only briefly. Realizing that his foul mood was getting on Jerry and Dwayne's nerves, Mason went down to the pool of the hotel and lounged around, trying to take the sting out of his rejection by flirting with other women. He'd met Chrissy and Megan from Texas. They were pretty enough and seemed super into him. Chrissy had practically stood on her head trying to get his number, but he'd dodged her attempts. Every time he looked at the women, an image of Selma would flash through his mind. Her large, expressive eyes, slender nose, and generous mouth were burned into his memory. He liked her wistful expressions and how she exuded an almost ethereal quality with her graceful steps. The bottom line was, Selma had a sizzle or zest about her that was hard to ignore. She had that indefinable quality that set her apart from other women. His older sister Zoe was always saying that she couldn't wait until Mason got bit by the love bug. Was that what had happened? Mason dated a lot, but he'd never found anyone he wanted to be with more than a few weeks, much less a lifetime. He laughed inwardly, realizing the direction his thoughts were taking. Here he was on the cusp of what could be the start of a dream career, and he was boo-hooing over a woman who'd rejected him. His siblings would tell him to grow up, and they'd be right. He straightened his shoulders, vowing to make the most of the evening. Mason normally enjoyed hobnobbing, but he felt edgy tonight. He needed to get his head in the game. For so long he'd had his heart set on joining Cash in the country music scene. But then the football opportunity came along, and he couldn't pass it up. Mason still wanted to give the music a go, but first he'd run this opportunity to the end of the road, or more aptly, kick it to the end of the road. He grinned at the pun. Mason enjoyed football. He was Southern, after all. Aside from that, considering the obscene amount of money he was being paid to kick a ball, the choice had been obvious. He had to see this thing through. The hum of a car caught his attention as he turned. A taxi pulled up. 2 guys got out. Mason recognized the tall, black, muscular guy, built like a brick wall. Brody Reinhold, a defensive end who won the NFL Defensive Player of the Year award 2 years prior. He was a legend. The other guy was white with a medium build and height and scraggly, dirty blonde hair. When the white guy saw Mason, a sly grin stretched over his lips. "Well, well, if it ain't the one-kick wonder." He taunted in a distinct Southern accent that had a brash country twang. Mason grimaced at his nickname. It had followed him around like the stench of smelly socks since college. It was on the tip of his tongue to fire back a snarky comment when Brody offered him a friendly grin. "Mason Romeo," he boomed like they were old friends. "Welcome to the club. It's a pleasure to have you." Brody's hand swallowed Mason's in a hearty shake. "Hank James, center," the other guy said by way of introduction, reaching to shake Mason's hand. "Glad to have you, man," he said in an offhand, genuine tone that soothed Mason's ruffled feathers. His siblings were always teasing Mason about rising so easily to the bait. Maybe that came from being the caboose in a large family. Mason's first reaction was always to come out fighting, but that wouldn't go over well in the current situation. Diplomacy was the key. In other words, Mason needed to chill. Brody let out a low whistle as his heavy-lidded eyes took in the mansion. "Our boy Nicky has money." "Yeah, and he wants everyone to know it," Hank added with a trace of resentment. Mason nodded curtly, feeling vindicated that he'd ascertained the situation correctly. "My thoughts exactly." He and Hank shared a look. Mason learned a lot about Hank James in that moment. Hank was a Southern boy, and he'd probably grown up poor, judging by his unrefined manner and speech. While Mason's family was wealthy, Mason had learned to work hard. Daddy's rigid determination not to have entitled kids had kept Mason's feet planted firmly on the ground. The last time he was at the ranch, Daddy had made him muck out the stalls because one of the ranch hands called in sick. Mason certainly hadn't been handed everything on a silver platter, and he wasn't crazy about people flaunting their money. Brody's dark eyes shimmered with mischief as he buttoned his coat, the fabric stretching in protest. It couldn't be easy to find a coat to cover Brody's broad shoulders, massive arms, and barrel chest. "Let's go see what sort of trouble we can get into, boys." He ducked his chin in his chest like he was getting down to business. "Trouble's my middle name," Hank bragged. He jutted his thumb at Mason, grinning. "I don't know about bringing one kick along with us." He slapped Mason's shoulder. "The ladies will take one look at his pretty face and forget all about us." "Speak for yourself," Brody said with a confident smile as he began strutting up the steep driveway. Mason and Hank glanced at one another for a split second of indecision before hurrying to catch up. "I sure hope there are women here," Hank said, throwing Brody a surly grin. "I can't stand the thought of looking at your ugly mug all night." "Trust me," Brody assured him in a voice of absolute authority, "there'll be women here. Nicky didn't go to all the trouble of putting this little shindig together to overlook the obvious." A large grin stretched over his features as he looked at Mason. "Welcome to the wonderful world of NFL women, my friend." "You just wait one kick," Hank piped in with a glib, nasally tone. "You only think you've had women fawning over you. Now that you're a pro player, well, you ain't seen nothing yet." Before today, Mason would have been elated at the prospect of women fawning over him. Now he felt curiously detached about it. The hard truth was that the only woman Mason was interested in getting to know had shut him down hard. And the chances of her being here tonight were slim to none. Gloominess cloaked him in a tight hold. "Suck it up, Mason," he commanded himself as he shook off the despondency. "Time to stop ruminating over the one who got away. Let's do this thing," he said, mostly to himself, as he strode up the walkway, keeping in step with his new friends. Selma raked the brush through her long hair a few times before placing it on the counter. With a heavy sigh, she stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror. Even she had to admit that the new dress was exquisite, with the soft, shimmery white fabric that showed off her golden-tanned skin and curves. Well, the dress should be exquisite, considering how much it had cost. Selma had purchased it as a way to twist the knife a little, make Nicholas second-guess his decision to buy a wife. However, her tactic had backfired. Nicholas had called earlier, elated that she was finally using the credit card. "Querida, do you need me to up the limit?" he'd asked affectionately. "Whatever you need, just ask." She'd nearly laughed out loud to keep from crying as a hot guilt suffused over her. "No, that won't be necessary," she quickly told him. Nicholas had always been good to her, even when she was a teenager. Selma was always hanging around the casino where her mama worked. One afternoon she was goofing around, singing on stage to an empty room, when Nicholas heard her. He insisted that Selma take voice lessons and offered to pay for them. Because Nicholas was 13 years older, Selma had thought of him as more of an older brother or quasi-father figure. Then, when she was in her late teens, she'd felt Nicholas watching her and sensed that his interest was more romantic than fraternal. Selma was no dummy. She knew that Nicholas was a complicated man. There were rumors of him having ties to drugs and crime, but Selma wasn't sure if any of them were valid. Nicholas was the owner of one of the most lucrative casinos in Vegas. He had come from wealth, using his family's influence as a springboard to build his empire. Nicholas was a handsome man, with his dark eyes and patrician features. He reminded Selma of the actor Antonio Banderas. Nicholas was a powerful, commanding man who went after what he wanted. He had numerous women chasing him, including a well-known socialite. That's why Selma was so stunned when Nicholas only agreed to pay for Mama's cancer treatments on the condition that Selma agree to marry him. Selma's singing career was taking off, and she was receiving acclaim. However, that was partly thanks to Nicholas and his vast connections. In comparison to Nicholas, Selma was a nobody. The only explanation for Nicholas wanting to marry Selma was that he loved her. She just wished she could return the sentiment. She wished she didn't feel so trapped and resentful right now. All afternoon long, she'd rerun the encounter with Mason through her head, fantasizing about what might have been. A knock sounded at the bedroom door. She left the bathroom and went to answer it. "Hey!" Moose's eyes flicked over her. "You look beautiful," he proclaimed. "Thanks." "The guests are arriving." She pinched her lips together, wishing for the evening to be over. Tomorrow she planned to explore. She'd heard that the North Shore was the most beautiful part of the island. Moose shuffled his feet, something he frequently did when nervous. Her stomach tightened. "What is it?" He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you." She arched an eyebrow. "Forgot?" Moose rarely forgot anything. His brain was like a steel trap. "The boss wants you to perform tonight." Her jaw dropped, anger sparking through her like lightning. "What?" He nodded grimly. "I spoke to Nicholas an hour ago. He didn't mention anything about it." If Nicholas wanted her to perform, he should have been man enough to say so. He rubbed his forehead. "Yeah, he probably didn't want to mention it because he knew you'd be ticked." "I am ticked," she fired back. "What does he think I am? His little pet?" Even as the words left her mouth, the scope of her situation manacled her chest, cutting off her breath. Tears rose to her eyes. "This is what I've been reduced to." A wave of dizziness rolled over her. "I can't do it." Her life stretched out before her, bleak and empty. "I can't marry him," she croaked. Her knees buckled as she slumped against the doorway. Moose caught hold of her arm and propelled her over to a chair. He knelt down in front of her, reaching for her hands. His touch was warm and comforting. "Take it easy," he urged. He searched her face. "Why don't you tell me what's really bothering you?" Tears rose in her eyes. "Do you know why I'm agreeing to marry Nicholas?" Wariness overtook his expression. "Because he offered you a deal you couldn't refuse?" She barked out a sharp laugh. "You could say that." Her voice went hoarse with emotion as her words came out in short bursts. "When the traditional treatments failed, I went to Nicholas and asked him to help with Mama's cancer treatments." Worry carved tight folds around the edges of Moose's eyes. She forged on. "Nicholas agreed to help Mama, but told me that everything has a price." Moose's eyes turned to a marble-hard black. "What are you saying?" he growled. She sucked in a breath, trying to rein in her emotion. "Nicholas told me he'd pay for Mama's treatments if I agreed to marry him." Moose's face turned purple as he swore. He balled his hands into fists, letting loose a string of curse words. "I've seen Nicholas do some low things, but this takes the cake." "I thought you already knew." A pained smile touched his lips. "I figured that Nicholas was buying your affection, but I didn't realize that he'd used Jules as a bargaining chip." Fury flashed in his eyes. "Does Jules know?" "No," Selma exploded. "She can't know." He nodded. "I agree. It would kill her. Jules thinks Nicholas is a good man." "Isn't he?" Selma squeaked. He let out a humorless laugh, shaking his head. "I suppose he's about as good as a man can be in his situation. I know that Nicholas loves you. He always has." "Lucky me," Selma said dryly. Moose continued in a thoughtful manner, like he was oblivious to Selma's sarcastic remark. "I suspect that Nicholas has a few skeletons in his closet. He's trying to whitewash himself to become a good, upstanding man." His gaze met hers. "I'm sure he considers you a great asset that will help him along the way." She made a face. "But how? I'm just a Vegas singer. Everything I am is owed to Nicholas." His eyes flashed. "No, your talent is all yours." "Nicholas did pay for my voice lessons." "Selma, a person would have to be deaf not to know that you are the real deal. You've had star quality written all over you from the time you could walk." "Thanks," she said in surprise. A second later, his words processed. "You haven't known me since I could walk." A grin tugged at his lips. "You get the point." He heaved himself up from his knees and slumped down in the chair across from her. He steepled his hands, bringing the point of his fingers to his chin. "A marriage to Nicholas might not be a bad thing." "What?" she protested, even though she knew the marriage was inevitable. It had felt good having Moose on her side. She wasn't ready for him to swing the other direction. He held out a hand, holding her gaze. "Hear me out." She clamped her lips shut as she nodded. "Nicholas adores you. He'll do anything for you. You have a lot of influence over him. You could persuade him to do good, to become a truly good man, not just for appearances." "I don't want to marry someone to save him," she snapped. Her voice caught. "I want to marry for love." She thought of Mason and his cocky smile, those liquid blue eyes that had the power to pierce her soul. As soon as the image came, she squelched it. She knew what was happening. Mason was becoming the embodiment of everything that she'd never be able to have. He would live long and large in her fantasy, his memory overtaking the actual man. Moose's eyes softened. I want that for you, too. His jaw tightened as he balled his fist. And as much as I'd like to put Nicholas in his place, I don't see that happening. There was a deep sadness in his expression. Selma could tell that Moose was apologizing for his weakness. In many ways, he was also at Nicholas's mercy because of his mom. Moose had not even graduated from high school. He couldn't just go out and get another job making what Nicholas paid him. She took in a quick breath. I know, she muttered. I'll honor my commitment and marry Nicholas. Her words sounded flat and lifeless in her own ears. She lifted her chin. I am going to insist that Nicholas set me up a charity. Moose's eyes regained some of their inner light. Really? He smiled. That's a great idea. Her heart lifted. Some good would come out of this. Moose reached for her hand and squeezed it. I wish things were different. His eyes grew moist. I'm sorry, I didn't know about Jules. His voice hitched. No wonder you've been so cagey. This big burly man was the closest thing Selma had to a father. A wave of tender emotion went through her. She swallowed, her voice turning practical. Okay, about the performance. What type of setup am I looking at? Moose eyed her with admiration. Selma Louise Lash, I couldn't be prouder of you if you were my own flesh and blood daughter. Thanks. A smile tipped her lips. I'm glad you're in my corner. Always, he said fiercely. A few beats passed. On a lighter note, a begrudging smile of amusement pulled at her lips. Lighter note? She put emphasis on the word note. His eyes twinkled at his own joke. Performing is what you do best. He pinned her with a look. At least Nicholas requested that you do something you love. She thought of something else. I can't perform tonight. She shot Moose a smile that said, checkmate. I don't have my wig. What? She asked warily, seeing his sheepish expression. I packed it. Her jaw dropped like a box of bricks. What? He rubbed his neck, his voice sounding defeated. Nicholas asked me to grab it, so I went to Minky and asked her to give me one of your wigs. Minky was Selma's costume designer. The nerve of Nicholas going behind her back. He knew the entire time that he was going to get her to perform. Why couldn't he have just talked to her about it? Her head felt like it would burst into fiery flames. It's not the actual performance that I mind. It's the expectation that I'm supposed to just jump every time Nicholas makes a demand. Her brows bunched. Like I'm his little pet. She caught the shadow of resentment on Moose's face as the silent truth passed between them. She was about to become a prisoner of sorts in a marriage that she didn't want, and from where she was sitting, there seemed to be no way out of it. You have one of the best piano players on the island to accompany you tonight. Moose's tone had a false lightheartedness to it. She nodded glumly. At least that's one perk, she said, not trying to hide her sarcasm. A rueful smile ruffled his lips as he brought his hands together. Now go out there and show those overgrown powder puffs what you can do. She sniggered. I'd hardly consider NFL players powder puffs. I'll take 'em on any day of the week. I'm sure you would, she soothed, shaking her head. Moose was 300 pounds or more of raw power. Selma guessed that there were few people he couldn't take in a fight. Not that fighting had anything to do with football. Still, there was no doubt they had some tough guys on the team, but not as tough as Moose. He was Selma's hero. Okay, I guess we're doing this. Onward and forward. Onward and forward, Moose repeated as they stood. Selma's heart felt lighter, knowing that she had a confidant. She wouldn't have to travel down the long, lonely road alone. She had Moose by her side. Chapter 4. Mason drifted amongst the players and coaches, getting to know them. As Brody predicted, the spacious mansion was filled with scores of gorgeous women. A redhead caught his attention and graced him with a hopeful smile. Mason returned it before taking a few swigs of his seltzer water spritzed with a lime wedge. Booze was flowing freely, and Mason had already turned down several drinks offered by the solicitous waitstaff. Mason didn't want to come across as a choir boy, but there would be no alcohol for him. He preferred to keep a clear head. Also, he had no desire whatsoever to develop a taste for alcohol. It didn't take long for the redhead to weave her way through the crowd and reach his side. "Hello," she began in a sultry tone. "My name's Andrea." "Mason." He took another drink of seltzer water, appreciating how it burned down his throat. "Where are you from, cowboy?" Andrea asked. "Cowboy?" Mason asked dubiously. "You have a southern accent." "Oh, yeah, I guess I do. I can't place your accent. Where are you from?" "Michigan." "Do you live on the island?" Mason wasn't sure if the girls were from here or if they'd been flown in. "No, just here on vacation," Andrea said breezily. "What type of work do you do?" "I'm a model." So the women were hired through a modeling agency. At least they weren't call girls. Mason had to hand it to Nicholas Diaz. It was an upscale party for sure. Out of curiosity, Mason had asked one of the coaches to point Nicholas out to him, but he was informed that Nicholas wasn't here. He'd been called to Argentina on family business. Interesting that the billionaire wasn't even at his own party. "How do you like Hawaii?" "It's great," Mason said casually. "What did you do today?" "Hung out on the beach at Waikiki." "Have you hiked Diamond Head yet?" Her bright emerald eyes held a hint of longing. "We could go there tomorrow." "Sorry, I have other plans." He didn't, but the woman's forwardness was off-putting. Maybe it was the Southern coming out in him, but Mason wanted to be the one to pursue, not the other way around. "That's too bad," she purred, touching his hand. "What position do you play?" "I'm the kicker." "Oh." Her expression registered disappointment as her eyes began scoping the room for someone else to talk to. Mason suppressed a grin. There was no shame in being a kicker. In fact, he was quite pleased with his accomplishments. However, kickers were often considered the low man on the totem pole. Even so, Mason was still getting paid well. He'd read a stat recently saying that the average NFL kicker got paid a little over $19 grand every time the ball was kicked. Not a bad deal. "If you'll excuse me," Andrea said as she departed. Mason watched her saunter away in her tight crimson dress, feeling as though he'd dodged a bullet. She stopped at Boston Hammond, the quarterback. It would seem that Andrea had found her mark, a man with a position worthy of her attention. A classy woman who looked to be in her mid-30s stepped up to a microphone stand positioned next to a grand piano in the far corner of the room near the windows. Mason's gaze drifted beyond the wall of windows, out to the sweeping view of the ocean. The colors of the sunset were becoming more brilliant. Now the entire sky was washed in vivid oranges, purples, and pinks. The sun had taken her last stand, only the tip of her head remaining to burn a fiery ball of burnished red before disappearing below the horizon for her nightly slumber. The waves were rolling into the shore, tipping their white-capped feathers before dissolving. Twin stately rock formations in the distance divided the line of the turquoise water from the expanse of sky. It was truly a breathtaking sight. "Hello," the woman said in a brisk professional tone as she tucked a platinum lock behind her ear. Her hair was short and straight, rounding a little below her ears. She was wearing flowing linen pants and a pink cotton blouse. Her cheeks were rosy from a sunburn. "Thank you for being here tonight." With a practiced, measured smile, her gaze bounced around the room as everyone ceased their conversations and turned their attention to her. The Steinway grand piano was impressive, with its black glossy finish and ornately carved legs. Mason was better on the guitar, but he could hold his own on a piano. He guessed the piano would be used tonight. Its traditional style stood out like a sore thumb amidst the modern neutral palette of the spacious den. For those of you who are new, I'm Goldie Stevens, the player relations and media liaison for the Mavericks. We know you, Goldie, Brody hooted, which brought a few jeers from the crowd. Goldie threw Brody a good-natured grin before continuing. Nicholas is so sorry he wasn't able to be here tonight. The corners of her lips drooped. He got called away on business. Her expression brightened. However, I have a special treat for you. Her voice gathered volume as she raised her arm. All the way from Las Vegas, give it up for jazz singer and soloist Aurora Downey. Polite applause clipped around the room. She'll be accompanied by Haku Wong. A thin, wiry Hawaiian man wearing a tuxedo emerged from the door behind the piano. He held a large, congenial smile as he waved and bowed before taking his place behind the piano. Goldie glanced at the door. Her expression tightened as she turned back to the microphone, flashing an apologetic smile. I'm not sure where Aurora is. She's coming, Haku assured Goldie in a sing-song lilt. As if on cue, Aurora glided out, wearing a shimmery white dress. It blitzed through Mason's brain that there was something familiar about her fluid steps and the carriage of her slim, erect shoulders. Her dark hair fell just above her shoulders and was classically styled, reminding him of photos he'd seen of Jackie Onassis Kennedy. She stepped up to the microphone with a graceful smile. Thank you, she began. The instant Mason heard her voice, the synapses of his brain connected in recognition. Selma! He studied her features. Yep, it was for sure her with those wide chocolate eyes that held a dreamy quality. He drank in her defined cheekbones, slim nose, those full, perfect lips. His breath froze as he followed the curves of her terrific figure. Selma was obviously wearing a wig, and her makeup was a touch heavy for his taste. Her eyes were lined dramatically with smoky dark eyeliner, giving her a Cleopatra-like appearance. A burst of exhilaration shot through Mason, nearly making him giddy. He'd found her. The pianist played the introduction with skilled fingers as Selma joined in. Her voice was strong and husky. She sang with the precision of a seasoned pro. The energy she exuded was off the charts. Mason could sense the awe of everyone in the room. Selma moved in sync with the music, her hips swaying gently, fully immersed in the song. The energy that flowed from her was as tangible as a live wire, electrifying every inch of Mason. Ramsay had often talked about his strong attraction to Hartley and how it was like a battery cable jump-starting his heart every time she came near. Mason had thought that was the dumbest thing he'd ever heard. Now, however, he was having to reconsider that stance. Mason forgot for a moment that he was here because of football. All he could think about was Selma and how incredibly sexy she was. Sexy and classy. Rolled in with his intoxication over Selma was his deep, long-abiding love for music. He wanted to dash up to the microphone and join her. Not that he was a jazz singer by any stretch of the imagination. Still, he'd do his best to earn the right to be by her side. When the last notes of the song died away, thunderous applause broke out. Selma bowed graciously with the ease of one who'd performed many times before. She was as mesmerizing as she was talented. She launched into the next song and was about midway through it when she glanced in Mason's direction. He caught the recognition in her eyes as her voice lurched an instant before she corrected herself and continued in a smooth, professional tone. A grin tugged at Mason's lips. He was glad she'd noticed him. Selma sang 2 more songs. All the while Mason was chomping at the bit to talk to her. "Thank you," she finished as she stepped away from the microphone and quickly fled through the same door from which she'd entered. Disappointment pummeled Mason's insides, followed by a swift panic. Mason couldn't let her get away again, but he couldn't very well chase after her, given his current set of circumstances. He was, after all, trying to make a good impression on his new teammates and coaches. Goldie took the microphone and did a quick wrap-up, inviting everyone to partake freely of the food and to make full use of the open bar. As soon as he could leave the room without drawing attention to himself, Mason did so. Trying to appear casual about it, he slipped from the main area into the adjoining living room, which was considerably smaller and more intimate than the large den where the party was being held. Chatter drifted from what Mason assumed to be the kitchen, where members of the waitstaff were congregating. "Good evening," a waiter said with a brisk nod as he passed Mason. The young guy had a plate of appetizers perched on his upturned palm. Mason's eyes darted around the room. The coast was clear. He strolled down the hall, trying his best to appear casual. If anyone asked, he'd claim that he was looking for the restroom. The doors leading from the hall were all closed. The only hope Mason had of finding Selma was to check every room. He paused beside the first door, his hand poised on the knob. Did he dare open all the doors? This could end badly if someone were to tell Nicholas Diaz that one of his rookie players was caught snooping around his home. Forcing himself to act, Mason cautiously opened the door and peered in to find the bedroom empty. He felt a mixture of disappointment and relief as he closed the door. Mason had no idea what he was going to say to Selma if he were lucky enough to find her in this large mansion with its maze of rooms. He continued down the hall, systematically looking in every room. They were all empty. He sighed in disappointment. Had Selma left right after her performance? She obviously wasn't interested in him. She'd made that crystal clear earlier. Mason's head argued that he should just cut bait and move on. As Dwayne pointed out earlier, there were plenty of other fish in the sea, many who would be flattered by Mason's attention. Why was he so fixated on some girl he'd only just met? There was something about Selma that intrigued him. He couldn't pinpoint what it was. Aside from the fact that she was drop-dead gorgeous, there was something innocent and wistful about her. Something in the way she'd looked at Mason had called to him. He had to talk to her one more time. If she shot him down again, then he'd move on. The mansion was enormous. Selma could be anywhere, if she were even still here. He went back down the hall and through the living room where he spotted a staircase. He'd gone up a few steps when a deep, commanding voice stopped him in his tracks. Mason spun around, startled to find himself standing face to face with the stout, tough guy who'd apprehended the homeless woman at Waikiki. The man's eyes flashed with recognition before they narrowed dangerously. He balled his meaty fist. "What are you doing here?" Selma couldn't believe Mason was here. Her mind whirled, trying to fit the pieces together. Had he somehow found her? Or was he a football player? She paced back and forth across the floor, wringing her hands. Why was she getting all in a jumble over some random guy? Was it because Mason represented everything that was being ripped away from her? A future of her choosing? She wanted to decide whom she would love. She wanted spontaneity, adventure. Her eyes misted as she blinked, squelching the renegade thoughts. There was no sense wallowing in self-pity and ruminating over what would never be. She forced her thoughts in another direction, trying not to dwell on the fact that Mason was in this very house. Her performance had been sound. She'd felt that familiar connection with the audience, which flowed energy through her veins. Tomorrow she would go explore the island. She could choose any beach she wanted to soak up the sun. Her heart quickened its pace as her thoughts went right back to the very topic she was trying to avoid, like water seeking the lowest point. Mason looked great in his sports coat, with his tousled hair that was longer on top, giving him a reckless, boyish vibe. Her favorite thing about his looks were those striking blue eyes, kissed with the spice of adventure. Warmth splashed over her. His eyes were so liquid and pure that she felt like they were piercing her to the core. How could she not notice a man like Mason? She chuckled at her gushing, realizing that she didn't even know Mason's last name. If he were a member of the Mavericks, then she should certainly stay away from him. Nicholas owned the football team. Entertaining any sort of relationship with Mason would not only put her in the line of fire, but it could jeopardize Mason's career. She thought about Moose's warning about Nicholas not being a man she wanted to cross. A shiver slithered down her spine as she hugged her arms. She didn't want to marry a man that she feared, one she didn't love. A silent prayer rippled through her mind. Please help me to know what to do. Yes, I gave my word to Nicholas, but what else could I do? I couldn't let Mama die. The thought of walking on eggshells for the rest of her life wrapped an invisible noose around her neck. Next came the acrid anger, coursing fast and hot through her veins. It was so unfair of Nicholas to put such a ridiculous stipulation on his assistance. Nicholas had unlimited funds. He should have helped Mama because it was the right thing to do. She sucked in a quick breath, trying to rein in her fury. In a perfect world, Nicholas would have done the right thing, but this world was far from perfect. Her logical mind realized that Nicholas Diaz was a businessman. He didn't owe Mama or her anything, and yet Mama had worked for him for years. Nicholas was always saying that Mama was indispensable, one of his best bookkeepers. Surely that counted for something. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She paused in her tracks, realizing that she was wearing a trail across the tiled floor. "Come in." Moose stuck his head in the door. He took one look at her and frowned. "What's going on?" Her hands went into the air. "Nothing. I'm just here." Desperation clawed at the base of her skull. He stepped into the room and made a point of closing the door before assessing her with sharp, suspicious eyes. "I thought you were done with the pretty boy." The comment hit her like a punch in the gut, nearly stealing her breath. "I am," she seethed. "You didn't invite him here tonight?" "No," she exploded. Moose's eyes rounded to large circles. "Then he was telling the truth." "What? Moose, what have you done?" Trembles of anxiety fluttered in her breast. He mopped his forehead with his hand. "When I saw him on the staircase, I just assumed—" He gave her an apologetic look. "Assumed what?" He shook his head remorsefully. "I threw him out." Selma could hardly believe the words she was hearing. A hard cackle rose in her throat. "You what?" Moose winced. "He told me that he was here with the team, but I figured that was a load of crap. I saw how he looked at you earlier in Waikiki." "The feeling's mutual," her mind shouted. "I can't believe this." She tromped over to the nearest chair and slumped down, trying to think. "What if Mason is telling the truth? You have to go and bring him back." Her eyes met Moose's. "I don't want to cause him any harm." Moose lumbered over and sank down on the love seat across from her. "I don't think I can do that." She jerked, her words flying out. "Why not?" "Because there's something between you and him." An incredulous laugh rose in her throat. "That's absurd." She clasped her hands in her lap, wishing she could make herself small enough to disappear. He raised an eyebrow. "You forget that I know you, probably better than you know yourself." "I doubt that," she muttered. He didn't so much as blink, but kept staring at her with perceptive eyes. Finally, she couldn't handle any more of his silent interrogation. She flung her hands in the air. "Okay, I like him." Tears burned her eyes. "So what?" she spat. "It doesn't matter." The sympathy on Moose's expression twisted the knife deeper into her heart. "I'm sorry, See," he said tenderly. Only two people in the world called Selma See, her mama and Moose. When Selma was first learning to talk, she couldn't say Selma, so she referred to herself as See. Moose didn't know her then, but Mama had told him the story, and Moose had adopted the nickname. She tried to blink back the hot tears, but it was no use. They slipped from the corners of her eyes, trickling down her cheeks. Hastily, she wiped them away with her palms. "What's wrong with me?" A self-deprecating laugh rattled her throat. "I don't even know Mason, and yet I'm freaking out over him. I'm a hot mess." Moose leaned forward and reached for her hands, enfolding them in his. "Life gives us some bad shakes." A shadow of sorrow crossed his features, and Selma got the feeling he was referring to his mother in the care center. Also, Selma knew through Mama that Moose had been married once. His wife had committed suicide. It happened before Mama and Selma knew Moose, but the echo of the sadness still lingered with Moose. He gave her a smile, part pained and part paternal. "I know that marrying Nicholas isn't the future you'd hoped, but you will be a woman of means. You can make a difference in the world." He gave her hands a soft pat before releasing them. She nodded, knowing that he was right. Her head knew what she needed to do. Why couldn't she get her heart to comply? "A guy like Mason could destroy everything." His eyes flashed. "I know his type. Good-looking, showy. He doesn't play by the rules. He'll use you up and then traipse to the next girl. Meanwhile, your future will crumble to ashes." Selma could tell that there was more to this than Moose was telling. She suspected it had to do with his late wife. Had Moose's wife had an affair with another man? "One thing I know is that Nicholas loves you, see. If I didn't know that, I'd move heaven and earth to keep you from marrying him." Selma heard the truth in his words. Moose would do exactly as he said. He'd stand by Selma, even if he had to die in the process. That's the type of man Moose was, a man of absolute honor who valued friendship and fidelity above all else. He paused, his gaze locking with hers. "But if you betray Nicholas's trust, I'm not sure what'll happen." The gravity of Moose's words molded like concrete around her heart. "I know," she uttered hoarsely. "I know," she repeated, mostly to herself. "I just hate that my association with Mason got him thrown out of the party. He seems scrappy enough. I'm sure he'll adapt." He paused, looking her in the eye. "He was going up the stairs, searching for you." Eager hope kindled in her breast. "You think so?" Moose gave her an exasperated look. "Have you not heard a word I've said?" "Yes, I have." His eyes were wary. "I have," she grumbled, steeling her jaw, daring him to disagree. He laughed lightly. "Okay." He took in a deep breath before motioning with his head toward the door. "You coming back down?" "I don't think so. I've had enough hobnobbing for one night." He nodded in understanding. "I can have some food brought up from the kitchen." "That would be great." "Do they have the Smokies wrapped in biscuit dough?" Her stomach rumbled at the thought. Hearing it, Moose chuckled. "I don't know, but I'll find out." Selma's head was starting to itch from the wig. She reached up and pulled it from her hair, welcoming the cooling of her scalp now that the wig was gone. She placed it on the side table and raked her fingers through her hair, fluffing it up. "That thing is so much hotter here in this humidity." She'd started wearing the wig when she first began performing, to make herself look older, figuring people wouldn't be as interested in her singing if they knew she was a teenager. Now, however, she was 23 and ready to ditch the wig, but it was an integral part of her brand. Too bad her brand was starting to feel like a dated dress that had gone out of style several seasons ago. "I'll go and scrounge you up something to eat." Moose used the armrest of the chair to push himself to his feet. "You want to watch a movie?" "Nah, I think I'll turn in for the evening. I want to get an early start tomorrow so I can explore the island." "I can be your chauffeur," Moose offered. "Thanks, but I think I'll take the bus, see how the other half lives." Horror streaked over his face. "You can't be serious." She laughed. "I am. If I take the bus, I'll at least have the illusion that you aren't tailing me every step of the way." "Hey," he countered, adopting a wounded expression. "I thought you didn't mind me tagging along." "I don't, most of the time." Sometimes, however, a girl needs her privacy. I need to stretch my wings, savor every minute of this trip. She gave him a meaningful look. Enjoy my freedom while I can. He nodded in understanding. Okay, he sighed. I'll have something sent up. A pained grin stretched over his lips. I guess I should go down and at least pretend to mingle with the folks downstairs, earn my keep. You earn every penny of your money, she countered sagely. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Keeping you from getting mugged by irate homeless women is a full-time job. A giggle gurgled in her throat. I certainly didn't see that one coming. Me neither. His head swung back and forth. My little philanthropist trying to save the world. He uttered with a note of affection. Keep that chin up. It'll work out, you'll see. Emotion clogged her throat as she swallowed. I sure hope you're right. Chapter 5. Of all the indignant insults, Mason had tried to tell Selma's meathead bodyguard that he was part of the football team, but the thug wouldn't believe him. Mason glared back at the mansion. The cheerful lights emanating from the wide, graceful windows mocked him. He couldn't believe he'd gotten thrown out of the party. What would the coaches and players think? That he'd just left? Not the great first impression Mason had hoped to make. The bodyguard had accused him of coming to the party to find Selma, a surefire way to let Mason know that she was still on the premises. He blew out a long breath, trying to ease the frustration simmering in him like a fissure waiting to spew. Mason had thought there was something out of place about the burly man at Waikiki. His mind ran back through the events, settling on how Selma had glanced worriedly over her shoulder. What type of hold did the muscled man have over Selma? No doubt Selma had to protect her privacy. Mason knew firsthand from his older brother Cash's experience that some reporters could be relentless. Also, there were crazed fans and stalkers. Still, the bodyguard's reaction seemed extreme. Mason looked out over the darkening ocean. The beach here was spectacular. Waikiki couldn't even begin to compare to the splendor arrayed before his eyes. The methodical roar of the ocean lulled his mind to a measure of relief from the tension. He allowed his thoughts to get caught up in the commotion of the crashing waves. With the approaching darkness, the waves were getting bigger. The sand was a soft blanket nestling around the shoreline and beckoning to be walked on. A reckless thought tumbled through his brain. If he couldn't attend the party, then he'd take advantage of the beach. Before he could talk himself out of it, he left the driveway and stepped into the soft, cushy grass. He removed his shoes and socks, not wanting to have to carry them. He stacked them side by side and tucked his bundled socks inside each shoe. Hopefully no one would bother them. If they did, oh well, it wouldn't be the end of the world. He followed the sandy trail down to the beach and gingerly picked his way over the rocks, wincing and hopping when they poked his feet. Maybe he should have left his shoes on a little longer. When he reached the soft, fluffy sand, he rolled up his pant legs and removed his sports coat, draping it over his shoulder. The sun was now completely gone, leaving a few spindly streaks of orange and pink in its wake. The air was moist against his skin. He sighed, welcoming the feeling of relaxation that swept over him. He began walking up the beach, his thoughts pinging all over the place. Interesting that he was feeling such an acute sense of loss over not being able to talk to Selma or Aurora. She was certainly talented, the whole package. It was probably for the best that his attempt to reconnect with her was thwarted. Now was not the best time to get involved with anyone. Mason needed to put his focus on football. Also, he wanted to hone up on his music skills. After the football ran its course and Mason saved a nice chunk of money, he planned to join Cash in the music industry, whether his brother liked it or not. Mason had been patient, biding his time until Daddy and Cash felt like he was ready. He planned to play football for 2 or 3 years, and then he'd be ready. His thoughts shifted back to Selma. He'd latched onto the idea of her so quickly that he wondered if some inner part of himself was craving finding his significant other. After all, he was the only Romeo left who hadn't found someone. No, that couldn't be it. As he'd just told himself, now was not a good time for a serious relationship. Heck, if he wanted company, all he had to do was let Zoe fix him up with Sadie Walker. Mason and Sadie had dated in high school. Sadie was back in Franklin, Tennessee, Mason's hometown. According to Mason's older sister, Zoe, Sadie had come into Zoe's art gallery several times, casually asking about Mason. Maybe Mason would give Sadie a call. He could get together with her and go on a few dates when he was back home, see if anything came of it. He walked up the beach as far as he could, but was forced to turn around when the shoreline ended, giving way to a cluster of large boulders. He wondered if he dared go back into the party and run the risk of getting pummeled by Selma's protector. Mason scowled. The guy was a buffoon. What could it have hurt to let Mason speak to Selma for a few minutes? If she turned Mason down again, then he'd go his separate way and never bother her again. That was the odd part about this situation. Selma had been into Mason, he could tell. Why was she sending him mixed signals? Was she toying with him? Or maybe she was involved with someone else. A cold shudder went through his body. Maybe that was it. Was Selma married? His heart beat dully in his chest. He laughed at himself. He did need to call Sadie Walker. The sooner the better. He was starting to crack up. As Mason neared the mansion, he could tell from the bright lights and movement within that the party was in full swing. Maybe he should go back inside. He steeled his jaw. That oaf had no right to throw him out of the mansion. Mason had been invited by Nicholas Diaz and had just as much right to be there as anyone else. He didn't want the players and coaching staff to think that he ditched the party. But then something caught his attention. His gaze moved up to the second story. A woman was standing on the terrace, her elbows resting on the handrails. Wind whipped around her, blowing her clothes and hair. His pulse bumped up a notch. It was Selma. She was staring out at the ocean, oblivious to his presence. Was it his imagination, or did she seem sad? A curious longing rose inside him. "Hello!" He called up to her, a goofy grin toppling over his lips. The sound of his voice got snatched by the wind, carrying it back out to the sea. He could tell from the way Selma's expression never changed that she'd not heard him. She was motionless, as if transfixed in time. Mason's breath caught. From this distance, he could imagine that she was a statue, her pristine features expertly carved from granite by a master artist. He slowed his steps before pausing altogether. He waved his hand like a pendulum, hoping to catch her attention. His heart sank when she turned and went back inside. Had she seen him? Is that why she went back inside? The sting of her rejection spread through him, causing his throat to constrict. No, that couldn't be it. Selma hadn't realized he was even here. The scene reminded him of Honeymoon in Vegas, where Nicolas Cage, Jack, came to Hawaii to find Sarah Jessica Parker, Betsy. He called her name, but it got carried away by the wind. Before he reached her, he was tackled by Tommy Corman, played by James Caan, and forcibly removed from the property. Mason straightened his spine. Maybe his intuition was trying to tell him something by unearthing the memory of that movie. Jack was able to win Betsy back in the end, only after he jumped out of a plane for her, wearing an Elvis costume. A wry grin tipped Mason's lips. Since planes and Elvis suits were in short supply, the giant leafy tree beside the terrace would have to suffice. A headache was spreading across the bridge of Selma's nose. throbbing dull pains through her with every beat of her pulse. Sad that she could be in such an incredibly beautiful place and yet still feel such a sense of loss. Normally she considered herself an optimist, but she couldn't seem to shake the melancholy clutching her in a tight fist. She was a fluffy white mouse caught in an eagle's talons. It hadn't worked out so well for the mouse. What made her think things would be different for her? Heat burned through her, followed by a blast of numbing cold. "Stop it," she commanded herself. She had to break out of the gloom. She turned on the TV and plopped down on the bed, her back resting against the headboard. She tucked her leg underneath her. Aimlessly, she began surfing through the channels. Selma heard a thud. She turned toward the window, her eyes bulging when she saw a shadowy figure and realized someone was on the terrace. She let out a yelp and sprang off the bed. She was about to flee from the room when she recognized the face pressed against the glass. "Mason?" She blinked, then looked again. It was, for sure, him. Hard to miss those striking blue eyes. He slid open the glass door. "Hey," he said, sporting a cavalier grin. She choked out an incredulous laugh, her hand going over her chest. "What are you doing here?" "Rescuing you," he said grandly. She jerked, not sure what to think. Did Mason somehow know of her situation? It was impossible, but yet his words cut into the deepest yearnings of her heart. She managed to find her voice. "Rescue me from what?" His smile widened, showcasing his dimple. "From a long evening of boredom." She chuckled in amusement, settling down a fraction. She was partly relieved and partly disappointed that his statement had been coincidental. He wiggled his eyebrows. "Are you glad I'm here?" She detected an undertone of seriousness beneath his playful banter. The corners of her lips quivered as she suppressed a grin. "I guess that depends." "On what?" He cocked his head, studying her. His eyes were so blue that she could hardly believe they were real. She traced the outline of his broad shoulders and tapered waist. He was so lithe and toned, moving with the easy grace of one in pristine physical condition. She didn't know why she was so attracted to Mason. She'd seen plenty of handsome men in her lifetime, including Nicholas. "On what your intentions are." As soon as the words left her mouth, she cringed inwardly. Had she really just said that? Heat blasted through her as surely as if she were standing 10 feet away from the sun. Amusement sparkled in his eyes like shimmering diamonds touched by warm fingers of the sun. "Well, I guess that depends on you," he drawled in a soft southern tone that was full out sexy. No other way to describe it. A long look passed between them, and Selma got the feeling that he could see right through her, that he could tell how hard it was for her to hold back when what she really wanted to do was forget the sordid situation with Nicholas and get to know Mason, see where their relationship could go. With Mason in the room, her senses had escalated to a hyper-awareness. Even her skin tingled with delicious anticipation. Mason pointed to the sitting area. "May I?" Her tongue darted over her lips as she glanced at the door, feeling a clutch of apprehension. If Moose came in and found Mason here, it wouldn't end well. "Sure," she heard herself say. She probably looked like a goober standing and gawking at him. With sure and confident steps, he strode over and plopped down in one of the overstuffed chairs. She chose the love seat across from him. She glanced down at her sweatpants and t-shirt, wishing she'd put on something a bit nicer. Then again, she'd thought she was turning in for the evening. She laced her fingers, holding her hands tightly in her lap. How? A frog lodged in her throat, and she coughed to clear it. She tried again. "How did you get onto the terrace?" He crossed his legs, wrapping his hands around his knees. His casual demeanor suggested that he was perfectly comfortable with himself and his surroundings. She marveled that he could be so calm after sneaking into her room. He tipped his head as if collecting his thoughts. "Well, after your heavy tossed me out of the party, I went for a walk on the beach to cool my temper. I glanced up at the terrace, and there you were." He shrugged. "I figured I had nothing to lose by coming up here and saying hello. So I climbed." "Up the side of the house?"
"Up the tree beside the house."
The sleeves of his white dress shirt were rolled up. He had scratches on both forearms. "You're hurt," she said in dismay.
"Nah, just a flesh wound," he said offhandedly.
He paused, studying her.
"So, Aurora, you've got a nice set of pipes."
"Thanks." She blinked. "Did you come here just to see me?"
A bemused smile tugged at his lips. "Would I score some brownie points if I told you yes?"
Laughter bubbled frothy and light in her throat, like soap suds floating up to the ceiling.
"Maybe, if it were the truth." "I'm on the football team," he admitted.
"Ah, so you didn't come here to see me." She loved how easily the communication flowed between them. With Nicholas, the conversation was stilted or one-sided. Nicholas tended to talk at her rather than to her. For all his claims of affection, Nicholas didn't seem to be interested in getting to know her. Selma often wondered if Nicholas was enamored with the idea of her rather than the actual her. Or maybe it was Aurora, the illustrious singer, that held his heart. While Aurora was a part of her, Selma was so much more. Mason's words pierced her thoughts, claiming her full attention.
"Seeing you was a bonus. After today, with you shooting me down so hard and fast, I wasn't sure that I'd ever see you again."
His voice held a pointed note of reproof as his inquiring eyes probed hers. She bit her lower lip. "About that, you probably shouldn't be here now." She balled her fist, her fingernails digging into her palm. She glanced toward the door and then back at Mason. The edges of his eyes tightened.
"Because you don't want me here?"
"It's not that." She hesitated, trying to figure out how much to tell him of her situation. "It's complicated." He watched her patiently, waiting for her to continue. "I can't get involved with anyone right now," she croaked. The disappointment creasing his features tugged at her heartstrings. She had the strange desire to retract her words, if only to soothe the deep furrow between his brows. It was better to be up front with Mason. There was no sense in prolonging the inevitable. Like it or not, she would marry Nicholas. Her hollow and empty heart beat dully against her ribcage. She swallowed, forcing a smile. "I guess that's that." He sat back in his seat and propped his ankle over his thigh. He fixed such a penetrating gaze on her that she began squirming in her seat. Her tongue darted over her lower lip. "What?"
"Are you married?"
His question caught her off guard as she flinched. "No."
"Engaged?"
"No." "Not yet," she added mentally. Mason relaxed, a cocky smile spreading over his lips.
"All righty then. That's all I needed to know."
A humorless laugh rattled her throat. "It's not that easy." Her hand encircled her neck. "There are things about me, things I wish I could change." Her throat thickened like she'd chugged down a bottle of glue. He held up a hand, a wry smile tugging at his lips.
"Lucky for you, I'm not a priest. No need to confess your deepest and darkest sins."
She laughed in surprise. "I wasn't going to." She jutted out her chin. "I was simply trying to explain why you and I will never work." Amusement sparked in his eyes, turning them as aqua and lively as the water at Waikiki had been.
"It's a little early to be throwing in the towel. We haven't even had our official first date."
"There won't ever be a first date," she said flatly. The corners of his lips turned down.
"Okay, I can live with that."
She blinked. You can? A curious disappointment stirred inside her. She didn't know how she'd expected him to react, but she was surprised that he was giving up so easily. He pursed his lips. Yeah, first dates are overrated. His voice was playful. We can just skip all that nonsense and get straight to the good stuff. She gurgled out a startled snigger. What? He gave her a speculative look. How long will you be in Hawaii? 4 days. Why? That's long enough. For what? She was fast learning that Mason had a way of navigating around her objections. For me to make you fall desperately in love with me? Laughter spurted from her lips. Are you insane? Maybe, he answered straight-faced. According to my brothers, I can get a little anal. A boyish grin flashed over his face, especially when I see something I want. His gaze moved over her in a slow, leisurely way that sizzled her blood. Selma had to fight the urge to fan her face. Are you always this bold? Yeah, he said unapologetically, like it was a known fact. Spend the next 4 days with me. I'm here for the same amount of time. It's fate. She clenched her hands. I can't. Sure you can. His voice was melodic, coaxing. We can get out of here this minute. Reckless thoughts circled her brain, tumbling over and over themselves. Could she leave with Mason? The temptation was so strong that she could almost taste it. She knew the notion was ridiculous, but the thought was a tantalizing fantasy that dangled a juicy carrot in front of her. Knuckles rapping at the door nearly caused Selma to jump out of her skin. Her heart began to pound. Oh no, you can't be here. Selma, Moose called. Can I come in? Just a minute, she blurted. I'm changing. Panic raced through her veins as she sprang to her feet. You've got to leave. Mason stood. I can hide in the bathroom. He glanced around. Where is it? There, she pointed. He hurried in that direction. Swallowing, Selma smoothed a hand over her t-shirt, trying to calm her frazzled nerves. She strode to the door, purposefully slow. She paused a second before opening it. Hey, she said casually, forcing a smile to wrap her lips. Moose looked past her. Everything okay? Yeah, why? He frowned, his bushy brows darting into a sharp V. I thought I heard you talking to someone. Nope, just me. It must have been the TV. He looked unconvinced. What's up? How's the party? Moose scowled. A drag. I'm sick of those powder puff players trying to prove to everyone just how wonderful and talented they are. I hardly think pro players are powder puffs. Moose grinned. They are in my book. I'm sorry the party's a drag. Selma forced a yawn. I'm exhausted. I was just about to turn in for the night. Thanks for having the food sent up. Moose nodded. You're welcome. He searched her face. You sure you're all right? You seem a bit off. She ran a hand through her hair as she chuckled. I'm fine. I guess I'm just tired. A good night's sleep will do wonders for me. His shoulders relaxed. I hope you're able to get some rest tonight. Me too. Selma had hardly slept a wink the night before, tossing and turning, worried sick about Mama and her prognosis. Now that we know that Jules is okay, it should put you at ease, Moose said as if reading her thoughts. You too. Selma threw him a knowing look. An undertone of red crept into his cheeks as he cleared his throat and looked down. Selma bit back a smile. Moose had it bad for her Mama, that was for sure. I'll see you in the morning. He paused. See, I wish you'd let me drive you around the island. I don't know why you insist on taking public transportation, he grumbled. I told you, she said, trying to keep the edge out of her voice. I want to at least feel like I'm alone. I plan to enjoy every last second of my freedom for as long as I possibly can. She gave him a meaningful look. He blew out a heavy breath. I understand. He touched her arm. See you tomorrow. See you then. For good measure, she forced another yawn. As soon as Moose closed the door, Selma locked it behind him. A second later, Mason stuck his head out of the bathroom.
All clear?
All clear.
Grimy grasshoppers, that was close.
A cheeky grin pushed over his lips.
Your bodyguard takes his job seriously.
Yeah, she said darkly. He's like an overprotective father.
I can't blame him for trying to protect you. Fame certainly has its pitfalls.
He spoke the words like he knew something about it from personal experience. She tilted her head. What do you know about fame? His eyes twinkled.
You must not have much confidence in my football abilities.
She rocked back, chuckling. Oops, are you a star player?
You mean one of those self-important powder puffs?
Her hand went over her mouth to stifle a giggle. You heard that? He nodded.
Yep.
Teasing lit his eyes.
Don't worry, I won't bore you with all of my stats. You can just think of me as the one-kick wonder.
The who? She asked dubiously. He feigned a hurt expression.
You mean you've never heard of me?
Sorry, no. But if it makes you feel any better, I don't follow football. He clucked his lips.
I'm disappointed in you, Selma.
He pinned her with a look.
Or is it Aurora?
Selma. Aurora is my stage name. He traipsed back over to the chair and sat down. Selma glanced at the closed door before going back to resume her spot on the love seat. Tell me about One Kick Wonder, she began, curiosity stirring inside her.
Aw, shucks, darling. You don't want to know about me, he drawled.
She leaned forward. Sure I do. He sat back in his seat and propped his ankle back up on his thigh.
Okay, I'll tell you about me, and then I want to hear more about you.
He lifted an eyebrow.
Deal?
Deal. There was plenty Selma could tell Mason about herself without going into the sordid details about Nicholas.
When I was in college, a buddy of mine talked me into walking on to the football team. I'd been a kicker in high school, but I didn't have any aspirations of playing college ball, and especially not of going pro.
She made a face. Really? I would think to reach the pros you would have lived and breathed football.
Not hardly. I was the backup kicker, but then the starting kicker came down with the flu. I filled in and kicked a 48-yard field goal for the win.
Mason spoke the words casually, like he didn't want to boast, but Selma could tell he was proud of his accomplishment. It was cute how cocky and sure of himself Mason was, yet his confidence wasn't off-putting, but endearing. How did you get the nickname One Kick Wonder?
Oh, that.
His expression turned sour.
At first, people assumed the kick was a fluke. Everyone kept going on about the One Kick Wonder. The nickname stuck.
A smile quivered on her lips. One Kick Wonder, she mused. It does have a certain ring to it. She pieced in the gaps. I suppose it didn't take long for people to realize that you weren't merely a one-kick wonder?
He grinned. I became the starting kicker. After college, I went into the draft and got signed by the Mavericks in the 5th round.
He spread his hands.
Now you know the rest of the story.
She went back to what he'd said about the fame. So you must be famous.
Not in the least, he said easily.
But earlier, when you were talking about fame, I got the feeling that you know what it's like to be hounded by the public or the press.
I do, he said with conviction.
How?
I've seen it firsthand. My older brother's a musician.
Oh, wow. What type of music does he sing?
Country.
Would I know him if you told me his name? He quirked a grin.
You might.
She waited for him to continue. When he didn't, she paddled her hand. What's his name?
Cash Romeo.
Selma nearly choked on her own saliva. Cash Romeo is your brother?
Yep.
Wow, she uttered. I'm sure it is interesting to have a brother who's so well known.
Yeah.
She could tell from the mild irritation overtaking his expression that there was more to the story. Does it bother you that Cash is famous?" He pushed a hand through his hair. "No, I'm proud of Cash." "Then what is it?" "I just don't like being penalized for my brother's success." "What do you mean?" He let out a long breath. "From the time I was a kid, I wanted to perform." Selma blinked. "You're a musician?" He nodded. This just kept getting better and better. Did she dare let her mind drift to what it would be like to date a musician, to be close to someone who shared her same interests? A shadow crossed his rugged features, turning his eyes a shade darker. "My daddy strong-armed Cash into keeping me out of the music industry." She wrinkled her forehead. "Why?" "He didn't want me to get tainted by the business." Mason shrugged. "According to Daddy, I needed to grow up a bit first, get my education before launching into my music career." He sighed. "My daddy was a musician. He could have gone big time like Cash, but he didn't want to be on the road all the time away from my mama and the family." "That's impressive." "Yeah, it is." Mason rushed on. "On some level, I can understand my daddy's reservations about me jumping into the industry too young. But I have to tell you, it gets my goat that my own daddy is so worried that I won't be able to handle the fame." "Get his goat." She grinned. She'd heard her mama say that same thing. "It's not easy," she said practically. "Many a good person has been destroyed by fame." A humorless smile stretched over Mason's lips. "You sound like Daddy." "He sounds like a smart man." She wrinkled her nose. "Kinda cool how you call him Daddy instead of Dad." "That's how it has always been. All of us call him Daddy." "I'm right there with you. People often tease me for saying Mama." "You know what they say. You can take the girl out of Alabama, but you can't take the Alabama out of the girl." The admiration in his tone made her feel proud to have Southern heritage. "I guess so." It occurred to Selma that they might be speaking too loudly. She leaned forward and lowered her voice. "We should probably keep the noise down, otherwise Moose will come barging back in here." Mason hooted. "His name's Moose?" "Mac Bradley, actually, but he goes by Moose." "I can see why, although he looks more like Thanos." Mason grimaced. "I'd prefer not to get escorted from the premises a second time tonight." "Thanos?" Selma asked dubiously. Mason's jaw dropped. "You know, Thanos from Avengers, Infinity War." "Oh, that Thanos." Selma wasn't a huge Marvel fan, but she'd watched the movie and knew who Mason was referring to. She went back to something Mason had said. "How many siblings do you have?" 5. She felt her eyes bug. What? 5? He nodded. "Yep, 4 brothers and 1 sister." He grinned. "Zoe's tougher than all the brothers put together." "I can imagine. She probably has to be to keep up with the guys. That's a huge family. Where do you fall in the line?" "I'm the youngest." "Ah, no wonder you're so cocky and sharp-witted." "I'm not cocky." "Yeah, you are. But I don't mind," she added quickly. "It suits you." They shared a long look that caused heat to simmer through her body. "What about you? How many siblings do you have?" "None. I'm an only child." His jaw went slack. "I'm sorry." She giggled. "I'm not. I don't know any different. It's always been just me and my mama." "What about your daddy?" "I never met him." "I'm sorry," he uttered softly. "Thanks," Selma replied. She wished she knew her father. She used to dream about one day meeting him, wondering what he would be like. The sad truth was that Selma suspected that not even her mama knew for sure who her father was. When Jules shook off the dust of her Alabama hometown and moved to Vegas, she'd been wild as a buck, involved with several men at the same time. It wasn't until Selma came along that Jules straightened up her act and learned the trade of bookkeeping so she could provide a decent life for her only daughter. Selma realized that Mason was watching her with perceptive eyes. She wondered if he could sense the feeling of loss that always came over her when pondering about her father. She switched the subject. "So, are you any good?" He jerked in surprise.
Good at what?
"Music?" A corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk.
Does a cat have a climbing gear?
Laughter gurgled in her throat. "That's an interesting saying. Does a cat have any climbing gear?" she repeated, trying to discern the meaning.
Does the cat have a climbing gear? He corrected. In other words, does a cat have a gear that will help him climb?
"Oh, that kind of gear. Now I get it," she chuckled. "You have some interesting sayings." She searched her brain. "What was it that you said earlier? Grimy grasshoppers? I've never heard that before." A lopsided grin tugged at his lips.
Any kid of Knox Romeo, my daddy, is bound to have some interesting sayings. He glanced at the terrace. Speaking of climbing, how are you at it?
Her jaw dropped. "Huh?" His eyes simmered with a challenge.
Let's get out of here and go for a walk on the beach.
"Are you serious?"
Yeah.
She hugged her arms. "I'm afraid I'd break my neck if I tried to climb down that tree."
Nah, you can do it. It's not that tough.
"Obviously." She pointed at his scratched forearms. He smiled.
I've got it down pat now. I'll go first and then help you down. That way if you slip, I'll break your fall.
Her voice shot up an octave. "No way can I climb down that tree. I'm afraid of heights."
Come on, he urged. I'll be with you every step of the way. He pumped his eyebrows. What's the worst that could happen?
"I could break an arm or a leg, or I could fall to my death." She shuddered.
We'll jump and we'll see. That's life.
She pointed in excitement like she'd just scored the winning answer on a game show. "Meg Ryan in Joe versus the volcano."
He looked impressed. You know your movies.
"It's one of Moose's favorites. We've watched it a gazillion times." Mason wrinkled his nose.
Really? Moose looks more like a mafia guy to me. I could see him having an affinity for The Godfather.
"Moose is a great man," she countered.
I'll take your word for it, he said pleasantly as he stood.
He crossed the distance between them and reached for her hands. Quivering awareness shot through her as she allowed him to pull her to her feet. He linked his fingers through hers and leaned in close, his gaze locking with hers.
Let's go.
Desire shot a geyser through her. She couldn't believe she was here in her room with a man she hardly knew, and yet she felt so comfortable around him. She marveled at how easily the two of them clicked. Still, she couldn't be irresponsible just because a devastatingly handsome man was making moon eyes at her. "I can't." She planted her feet on the floor. "What if Moose realizes that I'm not here?" Her pulse sped up.
Didn't you tell him that you're turning in for the night?
"Yeah," she said hesitantly.
That means we'll have all night to get acquainted.
She laughed, her heart feeling surprisingly light. Selma couldn't remember the last time she'd felt so exhilarated. A walk on the beach sounded like heaven. Did she dare go with Mason? "Okay," she heard herself say. She looked down at her clothes. "But I need to change first."
Sounds great. You change and I'll wait.
She grabbed her clothes and went to the bathroom. Hurriedly, she peeled off her clothes and replaced them with a fresh t-shirt and shorts. She'd grab a light jacket in case it got cold and put on her flip-flops. No, scratch that thought. She would need to wear tennis shoes to get down the tree. Legions of butterflies were spinning a tornado in her stomach. She looked at her reflection. Her cheeks were flushed with excitement, her brown eyes sparkling. "I guess you're really doing this," she said to herself. She took in a calming breath. "You're either crazy or a glutton for punishment," she muttered. An unbidden image of Nicholas flashed through her mind. She squelched it as she steeled her jaw. Determination streaked through her. Once Selma left this island and stepped foot back on Vegas soil, she'd be under Nicholas's control. But right here, right now, with Nicholas in Argentina on business, she was still her own person. Freedom had never felt so personal or so precious. I refuse to let Nicholas hijack the next few days, she vowed. They are mine to do with as I please, and I choose to spend them with Mason. Speaking the words aloud imbued her with a sense of power. A few minutes later, she left the bathroom, filled with a new resolve. "Let's do it," she said with a brave smile. "I'm ready to take on that tree."
"I knew you were a girl after my own heart," Mason quipped.
Chapter 6.
"Careful, easy does it."
"I'm stuck." Selma's arms ached in protest as she held on to the branch for dear life. One foot was braced on a branch, the other perched precariously on the side of the tree. She laughed to keep from crying. "I should have never let you talk me into this." Her arms were starting to shake. She looked up at the terrace before glancing down at the ground. Would it be better to try and climb back up?
"Just let go and I'll catch you,"
Mason called from the ground. "That's not gonna happen," she muttered. Letting go and falling went against every instinct Selma had in her body.
"You're only 3 or 4 feet above me."
She glanced down. Her head realized that Mason's estimate was probably correct. However, the ground had never looked farther away. She was starting to sweat. She couldn't stay here forever. She had to make a decision. "I think I'll go back up." Her gaze ran up the length of the tree as she gritted her jaw in determination.
"That's a bad idea. It'll be easier for you to just drop."
She grunted. "Sorry, that doesn't compute." She should have asked Mason more questions about the tree, namely, how close to the ground the lowest branch was. Had she known she was going to have to drop the remaining distance, no way would she have done it.
"I'll catch you, I promise."
She looked down at Mason's glib expression. He was holding out his arms, waiting to receive her. It went through Selma's mind that she'd only just met him. She was trusting her life to a virtual stranger. A string of sweat beads popped across her nose. She offered a quick, silent prayer, pleading for help. It was a dang good thing that Moose wasn't out here. He'd think she'd lost her mind. Maybe she was going crazy. She was so desperate to be her own person that she was taking unnecessary risks. Hooking her left arm around the branch, she balanced her body. It's now or never. She let go with her right hand and stretched with all her might to grasp the branch just to the right of her head. Using her foot as leverage, she pushed her body up. She felt a whisper of relief when she clutched the branch. A second later, she swung her left arm to the new branch, hugging it with both arms. A crack sounded, and Selma felt the branch give way. With a jolt of horror, she felt herself falling. She must have screamed, but she really couldn't remember for sure if she had. She felt Mason's arms around her as they both went toppling into the grass. When they came to a stop, it took Selma's brain a moment to process that she was okay. Her vision focused, and she looked up, straight into Mason's face. He was lying on top of her. A large grin stole over his lips.
"Told you I'd catch you,"
he bragged. A high-pitched giggle rose in her throat. She felt the giddy thrill of having escaped death. "That was insane," he laughed.
"A little, maybe."
"A lot," she retorted. She stared into his eyes as her blood pumped faster. He was so close, his breath tickling her skin. Her gaze went to his mouth. A warm desire smoldered through her as she parted her lips. He leaned closer. She should have been stronger and exerted more self-control, but the temptation to know the feel of Mason's mouth was too great. Her heart beat out a wild, fast beat as his lips touched hers with a feather-light persuasion. Mason drew back the next instant when they heard a woman's laughter mingled with the deep baritone of a man's voice. Selma went rigid as she looked wide-eyed at Mason. It would be disastrous for her to be caught with Mason. She turned her head to the side and spotted a man and woman tangled in one another's arms, making their way toward the beach. The guy was big and muscular, making the woman look tiny in comparison. He was one of the football players. Mason raised his finger to his lips, urging her to remain silent. Selma held her breath, feeling as though time had stopped. Finally, the couple passed, never even realizing that Selma and Mason were there. With a sigh of relief, she wiggled, trying to ease the pressure of Mason's weight. He rolled off her, and they both sat up. Selma looked up at the tree, her gaze settling on the splintered wood in the area where the branch had broken. "That has to be one of the stupidest things I've ever done," she grumbled, shooting Mason a dark look. He laughed. "If that's your worst deed, then you're in good shape. Stick with me and I'll show you a thing or two." He winked. She just shook her head. "I don't know how I'm going to get back into the mansion, but you can rest assured that it won't be from climbing that tree." Mason got to his feet and extended his hand to help her up. "The good news is that we have a few hours to figure out our game plan." Her spirit of adventure resurged. She'd survived the tree, and now they had the next several hours spread before them like a glorious banquet. After dusting themselves off, Mason took her hand and laced his fingers through hers, sending trembles of attraction through her. She liked the feel of Mason's skin against hers, his warmth flowing into her. "Let's go," he said brusquely, glancing toward the mansion like he was afraid someone might catch them before they could get away. "We'll go in the opposite direction of that couple so we won't risk the chance of running into them." In quiet agreement, Selma nodded, and they hurried toward the beach. Mason turned his face toward the gentle breeze, appreciating its coolness. In retrospect, climbing down the tree wasn't the smartest idea. He'd experienced a shot of panic when the branch broke and Selma fell. Luckily, he'd caught her, and they were both okay. He'd been so determined to get her away from the mansion that he hadn't thought the situation through. In the future, he vowed to use a little more caution and common sense. He didn't want any harm to come to Selma. Shadows of the evening were stretching across the sky. It wouldn't be long before the moon assumed her prominent position for the duration of the night. The steady roar of the waves was soothing as they walked. They'd taken off their shoes when they stepped onto the sand and had left them on the grass. The sand felt soft and cushy with every step. When they got far enough away from the mansion for Mason to feel comfortable, he stopped and turned to Selma. "How you doing?" "Pretty good, considering my close brush with death," she grinned, letting him know she was teasing. "Thanks for coming out with me." Her dark hair was blowing gently in the breeze. He traced the lines of her delicate features, marveling at her beauty. His eyes settled on her full lips. Thinking of how close he'd come to kissing her, his heart skipped a beat. Did he dare try it again? He sensed her reticence and got the glum feeling that she might turn him down. Maybe he'd get another opportunity later, after he and Selma talked more. Mason was itching to learn everything about her. He could tell that she was fighting some sort of internal battle. Selma was attracted to him, but something was holding her back. He was relieved that she wasn't married or engaged. He'd intentionally left off asking her if she was involved with anyone. He had a sneaking suspicion that she was. Mason didn't want to bring that out in the open and risk her refusing to spend time with him. The best he could hope for was that he could spend the next 4 days with Selma and persuade her to fall for him. Was he ready for a serious relationship? Before meeting Selma, he would have claimed he wasn't. Now, however, his feelings were quickly shifting. An ironic thought circled in his brain. Maybe he was a lot more like his brother Ramsay than he realized. Mason had been edgy all afternoon, his thoughts consumed with Selma. Now that he was with her, everything felt right again. They watched the moon rise, bathing the dark water in streamers of silver. "The moon is beautiful," Selma murmured, her voice husky with reverence. A smile tugged at his lips. "You want the moon?" He went into his Jimmy Stewart swaggering cadence as he pointed to it.
Just say the word, and I'll throw a lasso around it and pull it down."
A sly smile tipped her lips, letting him know that she knew exactly where he was going with this as she repeated Donna Reed's line. "And then what?" He leaned closer, quoting,
"Then you can swallow it, and it'd all dissolve, see? And the moonbeams would shoot out of your fingers and toes."
Her silky laughter cut him off. "That's pretty good. It's a Wonderful Life is one of my favorite movies." It was impressive that she'd been so quick to pick up on the reference. She gave him an appraising look. "You must be a movie buff. That's the second movie you've quoted."
"Cash is the history expert, Noah's the photographer, Zoe's the artist, Jackson's the cowboy, Ramsey's the ex-Navy SEAL. I had to have some claim to fame, so I chose movies."
"You're talking about your siblings?" she surmised.
"Yep."
"You must be close to them." He nodded.
"Tell me about you."
He held her hand as they continued walking. It wouldn't be long before they reached the spot where the shoreline would end. Mason supposed they could find a comfortable spot on the sand to sit and talk. "What do you want to know?"
"Everything," he said grandly.
Selma didn't skip a beat. "Well, that should take all of 5 minutes." He laughed, appreciating her dry sense of humor.
"You live in Vegas, correct?"
"Yes."
"Did you grow up there?"
"I did."
"What was that like?"
"Hot, dry." He smiled.
"I can imagine. Do you get back to Selma often?"
"Nope, I've never been there." Mason was surprised.
"Really?"
He glanced at her profile. Her high cheekbones were brushed with moonlight, making her look almost ethereal.
"Do you have any relatives there?"
"My mama's parents, but I hardly know them." He detected a wistful catch in her voice as Selma continued. "My mama has never gotten along with her parents. She left Selma when she was 18 and went to Vegas to become a showgirl." Shock must have broadcast over Mason's face because Selma chuckled dryly. "Don't judge," she admonished.
"Zero judgment."
"After I came along, Mama cleaned up her act and became a bookkeeper. She works for the same casino that I do."
"Which casino?"
When Selma didn't answer right away, Mason threw her a surly grin.
"You might as well tell me. It won't be hard to track you down, Aurora."
He expected her to laugh, but she didn't. Even in the thin light of the moon, he could see the tightness of her features. She was harboring some secret. He wanted to press her for more answers, but he had to do so unobtrusively, so she wouldn't clam up. "The Crown Monarch," she said.
"It's on the Strip, next to the Bellagio?"
She nodded.
"What got you into performing?"
"My mama was always working at the casino. She couldn't afford a babysitter. I practically lived there. One night I was goofing around on an empty stage, and the owner of the casino saw me. He took an interest and paid for me to take voice lessons. I got a small part in one of the shows and worked my way up."
"You're very talented."
"Thanks, but you don't have to say that." He stopped, turning to face her.
"No, I don't. I say it because it's the truth."
She smiled in appreciation. "Thanks," she murmured.
"Did you come to Hawaii to perform at tonight's party?"
They continued walking. "Yes, and to get away for a few days," she sighed. "I needed to clear my head. Things have been so stressful at work, and then with Mama." He felt a tug of worry for her.
"Is everything okay with your mama?"
"Yes, it's great. Just today on the beach in Waikiki, right before I met you, I learned that Mama is cancer-free." He heard the undiluted joy in her voice. Compassion stirred inside him as he turned to her.
"I'm so glad."
He marveled at how his feelings could be so intertwined with Selma's. A large smile filled her face. "Me too. It's a miracle. Mama went through all of the traditional treatments, chemotherapy, radiation. None of it worked. So she opted to do non-traditional treatments." Her voice quivered. "They worked." Her eyes shimmered as she blinked. "It's a miracle." He touched her cheek, stroking his thumb over her smooth, supple skin. The softness and depth of feeling in her chocolate eyes called to him as he stepped closer. "Miracle 1 and Miracle 2. An amused smile slid over her lips. "Why do I get the feeling that's another movie reference?" He chuckled. "Guilty as charged. Have you seen The Saint, starring Val Kilmer?" "I have." "In the words of Simon Templar, you have to be very good and usually a very dead person to become a saint. And more importantly, you need to work 3 miracles." His voice went soft as he held her gaze in a caress. "Miracle 1, your mama's recovery. Miracle 2, meeting you." She arched an eyebrow, a faint trace of mirth wrapping her voice. "Miracle 3? This." He cupped his hands around her cheeks, his lips taking hers. Her mouth was soft and pliable, surging energy through him. His need for her took over as he deepened the kiss. He wrapped her in his arms and ran his hands across her back. She clung to him, her mouth moving in sync with his. Quivers of ecstasy palpitated through Mason. This was better than singing a dozen concerts or kicking 1,000 field goals. "You're incredible," Mason murmured with pleasure when the kiss was over. He kept his arms fixed firmly around her waist, not wanting to let her go. Selma blinked a few times like she was coming out of a daze. "This was a mistake." Anguish coated her voice as she moved to extricate herself from his grasp. Alarm iced through Mason's veins. "What's wrong?" Reluctantly, he released her. She dug her fingers into her hair. "This is a mistake. I shouldn't be out here with you." She whirled to walk away, but he caught hold of her arm. "Selma!" He heard the desperation in his own voice. "What's wrong?" Tears rose in her eyes. "I can't do this." "Why not? I thought you liked me." She rubbed a hand across her forehead. "I do like you. That's the problem." His eyes narrowed. "I don't understand." "It's not worth explaining." She pushed out the words in hard thrusts. Mason felt like he was trying to keep a jumper from going off a bridge. He held out his hands. "Okay, don't explain." She jerked her chin, nostrils flaring. "What?" she demanded. "Don't explain," he repeated carefully. "You don't owe me anything." Her expression was wary, but he could tell that she was intrigued by what he was saying. He rushed on. "You don't have to tell me anything until you're ready. We'll simply spend the next 4 days together and see where we end up." Her eyes widened in disbelief. "You really think it'll be that easy? We just spend the next 4 days together and then turn off our feelings?" "Whatever you're dealing with. I'd like to help." Seeing the panic in her eyes, he quickly amended. "Until you're ready, I won't ask any questions." He raised his eyebrows. "Do you want to spend the next 4 days with me or not?" She pushed out a hard laugh. "It's not that easy." "Of course it is," he said smoothly, relieved that she was relenting. He reached for her hand, cupping it with both of his. "We don't have to solve the world's problems all in one night. Let's go find a comfortable spot to sit down. We'll talk about whatever until we're ready to walk some more." "My life is complicated." The deep sadness in her voice cut at him. He wished he had the power to ease her pain, which was interesting considering that he didn't even know what that pain was. How could he be so invested in a woman he hardly knew? His feelings had come out of nowhere, like a freak snowstorm. He couldn't fully comprehend what was happening here. He only knew that he had to keep following the trail to see where it led. She sucked in a quick breath. "There are things about me. I made a commitment that I can't—" Not wanting to hear that she was involved with someone else, he cut her off. "Are you married?" "No." A slight smile touched her lips. "Engaged?" "No." Her smile widened. "Are you free to spend the next 4 days with me?" Several emotions battled across her face as her jaw worked. "Moose won't like it."
so he can get over it. Mason was starting to detest that meathead who was always looming over Selma. She chuckled. Yeah, I suppose he can. Okay. Her shoulders relaxed. He smiled broadly, feeling like he'd scored a huge victory. Okay. She tensed right back up, giving him a sharp look. Regardless of what I feel or whatever happens in the next 4 days, you have to know up front that there can never be anything between us. Mason's insides recoiled at her words. No, he couldn't live with that. That kiss had lit him on fire. More than mere attraction. He'd felt something substantial that touched him to the core. Tell me you understand, she demanded. I understand. He motioned with his head, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. Can we go and sit down now? She nodded, her chin rigid and determined. Even so, she let him lead her over to a spot on the sand where they sat. Mason scooted close and draped an arm around her. Her shoulders were tight, but at least she didn't pull away. Mason rewound Selma's words. She'd made some sort of commitment to someone, but she wasn't engaged or married. His head argued that he could be fighting a losing battle here. Maybe he should walk away while he still could. Even as the thought circled through his head, he knew that he wouldn't do that. Selma had gotten under his skin. He couldn't stand the thought of knowing that she was on this island, but not being with her. Selma lived in Vegas, the very town where Mason would be. Surely that counted for something. He considered himself a persuasive person. Whatever obstacles Selma was facing, he could navigate her through them. Mason looked up at the moon, which had turned to a luminescent ball of rich yellow cheese. He glanced at Selma's stony profile. She was staring straight ahead, stubbornly refusing to meet his gaze. A few minutes later, Mason began to sing. Lonely moon, forever in my room, always there, always plays fair. My lonely moon, I won't leave you so soon. He felt Selma's surprise as she turned to him. You have a good voice. Don't look so shocked, he chuckled. Do you know this song? Of course I know it, she snipped. Don't leave me hanging. He started singing again and was immensely pleased when she joined in. Their voices blended together well, almost as though they were meant to sing together. When the last lyrics faded into the throbbing rhythm of the crashing waves, Selma leaned her head on Mason's shoulder. He rubbed his hand up and down her arm. A calm surety overtook Mason, bringing home the knowledge that he wouldn't give up on Selma without one heck of a fight. Whatever she was facing, he'd stand by her. His brothers were always teasing Mason about constantly looking for a fight. Well, now he'd found one, and he wasn't backing down for anyone or anything. Chapter 7. The first veins of pink and orange pastel colors of sunrise were pushing across the sky when Selma scampered in through the service door of the mansion. As she made her way through the kitchen, she got a few strange looks from the workers who were preparing food. A handful of VIP players on the team, along with the coaches, were spending a few days at the mansion. Selma assumed the preparations were for breakfast that would be delivered to the rooms. She stepped into the main hall, relieved that no one was up yet. The house was still ensconced in the tomb-like solitude of slumber. Holding her tennis shoes to her chest, she tiptoed over the cool tiles, making her way to the staircase. As she went down the hall, she could feel her pulse pumping a fast beat against her temples. She passed Moose's door. Thankfully, it was closed. When she neared her door, she quickened her pace, eager to get inside the safety of her room before being discovered. She grasped the handle, dismayed to find it locked. A moan rose in her throat, but she gulped it back down before it could issue any noise. She swallowed the thickness in her throat, trying to figure out what to do. So stupid of her,
She'd locked the door last night before heading out the terrace. Think, Selma. She could go back downstairs and ask for a key. Surely someone had a way to get inside the rooms.
"Good morning,"
a thunderous voice said. Selma's heart dropped through her rib cage as she whirled around to face Moose. A shaky laugh left her throat. "Hey," she gurgled, "you scared me." Moose was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. His eyes and cheeks were puffy from having just woken up. She forced a light laugh. "Would you believe I left my room to get some breakfast and accidentally locked myself out?" He raised an eyebrow.
"I see you brought your walking shoes for the occasion."
"You never know when they might come in handy," she joked, but her words fell flat. Disappointment creased deep lines into his features, causing rows of wrinkles to bunch around the edges of his eyes, reminding her of a basset hound.
"How long have you been out?"
His dark eyes had the quick and sure blade of a seasoned interrogator, daring her to tell him a lie. "All night," she squeaked. Moose had a way of making her feel like she was 10 years old. She swallowed, reminding herself that she was an adult who was perfectly capable of making her own decisions. He nodded.
"I figured as much when I knocked on your door a little past 10 and you didn't answer."
She frowned. "Why did you knock? I told you I was turning in for the evening." She pushed out a short breath, irritation reaching a fast boil in her gut. "This is precisely the reason why I felt like I needed to escape," she blustered. "You won't let me have a minute's peace." Amusement sparked in his eyes like harsh sunlight pinging off marbles.
"If you're determined to act like a child, then that's exactly how you'll be treated. I knocked on the door because Nicholas had tried to call you several times. He got worried and called me."
Selma felt the blood drain from her face. Her phone was on silent. It hadn't even occurred to her to check it. "Does Nicholas know that I was out?" she asked hoarsely. Her heart began to pound so profusely that she wondered if it would punch a hole in her chest.
"No, you can thank me for that. I told him that I checked on you and assured him that you were snug in your bed, sound asleep."
Relief spurted all directions through her, making her feel dizzy. "Thank you," she breathed, guilt stabbed at her. "I'm sorry for the accusation." He shook his head, his shoulders sagging.
"It's okay."
She tipped her head. "Wait a minute. My door was locked. How did you get in?" Moose rolled his eyes.
"I used the key."
"You have a key to my room?" she exploded.
"Of course, it's my job to look after you."
Her mind ran through the rest. "So you went into my room, realized I was gone, and then locked it back up?"
He gave her a smug look. "Yep, I figured you'd come slinking back in sooner or later, trying to get into your room."
She made a face, her words coming out snarky. "Well, congratulations, your plan worked. I was about to go downstairs and ask the workers to give me a key." He puffed out his chest.
"I'm the only one who has a key. You would have had to go through me."
"Figures," she muttered. She paused, running her mind through everything Moose had said. "Were you not worried last night when you came into my room and discovered that I wasn't there?" She would at least like to think that for all of his hovering, Moose would be a little concerned about her safety. He glanced around like he feared someone might overhear them.
"Let's continue this conversation in my room,"
he said in a quiet, meaningful tone. She nodded numbly, following him in that direction. Once inside his room, he made a point of closing the door. Selma went over to the sitting area and collapsed in a chair. Missing a night's sleep was catching up with her, causing a deep weariness to steamroll over her. She placed her tennis shoes on the floor beside the chair. Moose sat down on the love seat. He leaned forward, eyeing her. "What?" she muttered. He clasped and unclasped his big hands. Selma had never realized it before, but with his square face and thick, muscled build, Moose did look a little bit like Thanos. His eyes blazed into hers,
letting her know that he meant business. Was Mason in the room with you last night when I came to the door?
Yes, she admitted. There was no sense in denying it. Moose already knew the truth. Furthermore, she didn't like lying. It made her feel slimy. He nodded solemnly.
I figured as much when you weren't in your room last night. I tried calling you several times, but it went straight to voicemail.
A tense silence descended between them. Several emotions pinged Selma at once. She felt guilty for having lied to Moose the night before. Also, she was resentful that her freedoms were being stripped away. And she was ridiculously relieved that Nicholas hadn't learned that she'd been out all night. She was frustrated at herself over feeling such acute relief because she didn't like to think that Nicholas Diaz had so much control over her. The sad truth was that she was at his mercy in so many ways. It was a scary position to be in. Hot needles pelted her as she balled her hands. The walls were closing in around her. She couldn't breathe. She felt her pulse thrashing against her ears and had the eerie sensation that her frantic beating heart was being buried alive and pounding to get out of the coffin. Don't panic. She considered herself a decently smart person. She had to work within the bounds that were set for her. Only then would she be able to have a prayer of exerting any influence over Nicholas, and hence gaining as much freedom as she could. She locked eyes with Moose. What do you want me to say? Her voice caught. You want my full confession? Well, here it is. I climbed out the terrace and down a tree. Then I walked on the beach with Mason. The look of horror on Moose's face caused a tickle of laughter to rise in her throat. You climbed out the terrace and down a tree? Yep. She felt a twinge of rebellious pride over her actions. He wiped a hand over his forehead as he swore under his breath. What am I going to do with you? She lifted her chin. There's nothing you can do. I'm a grown woman and can make my own decisions. Exasperation coated his voice. You're being reckless and irresponsible. His voice rose. How am I supposed to protect you when you pull a stunt like this? If Nicholas got wind of this... He won't, she inserted. You told him I was sleeping. Disaster averted. Did anyone see you climbing down the tree? No. The concern in Moose's voice slithered shivers down Selma's spine, driving home the gravity of her precarious situation. He gave her a pleading look. You have to promise me that you won't do anything like that again. I promise, she retorted. I'll never climb down that wretched tree again. Her voice held a snide, sassy edge. It felt good to vent some of her frustration. I'm not talking about climbing down the tree. You have to promise me that you won't see Mason again. Selma felt invisible, tight cords attempting to wrap around her, but before they could bind her, she pushed them away. Squaring her jaw, she looked Moose in the eye. I can't promise that, she uttered quietly. Moose pounded his fist on the coffee table, causing Selma to flinch. Are you trying to force Nicholas's hand? No, she hugged her arms. I agreed to marry him, and I will. The words cut like 1,000 razors coming out of her lips. But what I do with the next 4 days is my business. Her voice trembled. You have to at least give me that. A wild look overtook Moose's features. It doesn't work that way. He slumped back against the back of the love seat, shaking his head. Tears burned Selma's eyes. I'm in an impossible position here. Soon I'll be forced to marry a man I don't love. Her words got choked as she sucked in a ragged breath. All I'm asking for here is a little leeway. I want to live the next 4 days on my terms, spending them with whom I please. Is that too much to ask? She cringed at the look of pity on Moose's face. Do you think it'll be that easy? What? She flung back reflexively. To just turn off your feelings when you get back to Vegas? She startled, realizing she'd said something similar to Mason. She bit her lower lip, trying to gather her thoughts, which were scattering like a fistful of papers caught in a windstorm. I don't know. she admitted. Tears rimmed in her eyes before dribbling down her cheeks. She sniffed, wiping at them with her palms. See, Moose's voice held a note of tenderness. I'm not trying to be the bad guy here. I just don't want to see you get hurt. I'm already hurting, she said hoarsely. He nodded, pressing his thick lips together. I know. His voice hardened. Don't you think it kills me to see you in this position? He seethed. The fiery anger on his expression tore at her. Moose wasn't the enemy here. He was a victim, same as her. She took in a deep breath. I'm sorry I'm putting you in a bad position, she said stiffly. A somber smile moved over his lips. I'm not. Her head snapped up. Huh? He gave her a tender look. I'm glad I'm here to watch over you. Me too. As hard as this is, it's more bearable with you in my corner. He shifted in his seat as if trying to find a comfortable spot. Finally, he crossed his legs, looking thoughtful. Did I ever tell you about the crazy cardinal at my mom's house? What? No. She had no idea where he was going with this, but she sensed that a lesson was coming on. Before Mom got put in the care center, she lived way out in the country. It was a beautiful setting, surrounded by nature. There was this thicket of trees surrounding the house, lots of green grass and fresh air. Where was your mom from again? It certainly wasn't Vegas, she said dryly. If the house was surrounded by trees. He smiled. Mississippi. She bunched her brows. Is that where you grew up? She was relieved to be talking about something other than her indiscretions. When Moose learned that Selma was meeting Mason after lunch at his hotel, he'd go more berserk than a hippo hopped up on a truckload of caffeine. Even so, it was better to just tell him the truth rather than sneak around. Yep, he said proudly. I didn't realize that you were a Southern boy. The corners of her lips turned down. You don't have a Southern accent. No, I lost it years ago. Back to the Cardinal. Every morning, the darn thing would charge into the window over and over again. This would continue for an hour or more. The next day, it was the same process again. She made a face. Really? That's odd. He nodded. It was odd. Why did the Cardinal keep charging the window? My mom attributed it to the lure of the reflection. The what? She thought the bird was seeing his own reflection and attacking it. He shrugged. I thought so too at first, but then the Cardinal would charge at the window when there was no sun. I suppose he must have been attracted to what was inside the window. He gave her a shrewd look. That crazy Cardinal had free rein over the land. He could soar as high as he wanted, feel the sun and wind on his face, land on any branch. Moose grunted. And yet he was so fixated on that window that he just kept charging at it day after day, futilely banging his head. I see where you're going with this. She folded her arms over her chest, pinning Moose with a steely look. Maybe the Cardinal's life wasn't as charmed as you thought. After all, you were watching the whole thing from the comfort of the house. Maybe the poor Cardinal was getting baked by the sun and chafed by the wind. An image of Mason flashed before her eyes, and she felt a streak of warmth, remembering how glorious his lips had felt on hers. Maybe the Cardinal had to keep his gaze fixed on the window and the possibility of what might have been to keep from losing his sanity. Her voice hitched. Maybe he felt like if he could just break through the glass, then he could finally have his heart's desire. She blinked to stay the moisture rising in her eyes. What do you want me to do here? Moose's voice was weary. Give me today and the next 3 days after to savor my freedom. Moose lifted an eyebrow. Let me guess. Savoring your freedom means spending more time with Mason. Yes, she shot back. That's exactly what it means. He mopped a hand over his forehead. No good can come of this. Mark my words, it'll come back to bite you. Victory was in her grasp. She held her breath, waiting. Okay. She wanted to jump up and squeal, but she held her composure. Thank you, she said neutrally. He gave her a warning look.
After we leave Hawaii, you've got to put this foolishness aside. No more meeting up with Mason."
"I promise." Even as she spoke the words, her entire being rebelled against them. As exhausted as she was, she couldn't wait to see Mason again.
"You need to be careful, even here on the island. I'm not the only one who reports to Nicholas."
"It'll be easier with Nicholas in Argentina on business."
Something in Moose's expression gave her pause.
"What is it?"
"Nicholas didn't go to Argentina for just business."
She frowned. "He didn't?"
Moose shook his head. Interest percolated in her chest.
"Why did he go?"
"To see his doctor."
"Is Nicholas sick?"
"He has a congenital heart condition."
She tried to gauge her feelings, knowing that she should feel some sort of sympathy, but she felt so detached from Nicholas. The man would soon be her husband. She needed to start caring about his well-being. She needed to remember how he'd given her a start in her career, how he'd given her mama a job as a bookkeeper. She'd actually been quite fond of Nicholas before he made his kindness contingent upon her marrying him. "I had no idea."
"Few people do. Nicholas keeps it under tight wraps. He doesn't want people to know because he worries that they'll view his condition as a sign of weakness."
"That's ridiculous," she scoffed. "Nicholas can't help it if he was born with a heart condition. Maybe he should be more forthcoming about his health. Then people could relate more to him."
"Yeah, maybe. At any rate, Nicholas is so paranoid about people learning about his condition that he won't employ a doctor from the U.S., but rather goes to Argentina to get treated."
"Is he okay?"
He shrugged. "Yeah, I suppose. He's lived with it his entire life."
Selma realized that she knew so little about Nicholas. She had no idea what type of businesses he had in Argentina, or anything about his family. "What type of businesses does Nicholas's family own?"
"As far as I can tell, they have a conglomerate of businesses. The ones I've heard Nicholas mention are restaurants, dry cleaners, a money-lending service, and car rentals."
She sighed. "I guess I'm bound to find out all the particulars in the near future."
Moose gave her a sharp look. "If you don't blow your entire future on Mr. One-Kick Wonder."
A giggle rose in her throat. "Ah, I see you've been checking up on Mason."
"Any man with the last name Romeo is sure to be trouble," he grumbled. "He's bound to be a player."
"That's not fair, to judge a man by his last name."
"Few things in life are fair," he said shrewdly.
"I heard that." The words left a bitter taste in her mouth. She yawned. "I'm exhausted. I'm going to get a few hours of sleep before—" She swallowed her words.
"Before meeting Wonder Boy?"
"Yeah."
"Now that the cat's out of the bag, I might as well drive you to meet him, save you from riding the bus."
"I couldn't ask you to do that." His eyes narrowed.
"Why not?"
"If I get caught, I don't want you to get into trouble."
"I'm already involved," he said gruffly.
"I promise I'll be careful. I'm meeting Mason outside his hotel in Waikiki. You can drop me off. If there's ever any question, you can simply say, 'I asked you to drop me off at the hotel so I could enjoy the beach.'"
"It would be fair to say that one of the best stretches of beaches on this island is right outside this mansion."
"Yeah, good point." She nibbled on her lower lip. "But I like the fast pace of Waikiki. That's why I got you to drop me off there initially. I was tired of being alone on the beach with my thoughts."
"What time?" he fired back like he was tired of hearing her rambling.
1:00. I'll spend the day with Mason and get him to drop me back off in front of his hotel. You can pick me up there this evening around 9 or 10 p.m.
He blew out a long breath. "Fine," he said flatly. "Under one condition." She lifted an eyebrow. "When Nicholas calls, you'd better answer."
"Don't worry, I'll answer," she said darkly. Chapter 8.
"Excuse me, sir. Would you like me to call you a cab or Uber?" "No, thanks," Mason said, flashing a brief smile at the 20-something-year-old guy working the valet desk. "I'm waiting for someone." The guy nodded as Mason moved a few paces away from him. The attendant was probably tired of him pacing back and forth near the hotel entrance. He pulled his phone from the pocket of his shorts and looked at the time. 1:15. Would Selma come, or would she stand him up? He'd tried to get her number the night before, but she sidestepped his request. It had occurred to him several minutes ago that he didn't even know her last name. When he got back to the hotel in the wee hours of the morning, he'd fallen into bed and slept soundly until 11 a.m. He'd been so out of it that he'd not heard Duane and Jerry leave. He found their note saying that they were visiting Pearl Harbor. Mason had showered, grabbed a quick bite to eat at one of the food stands near the hotel, and then he'd come out here to wait for Selma. He went to the internet using his phone and punched in Aurora Downey. A second later, her image appeared. She was standing behind a microphone stand, wearing the same brown wig she'd had on the night before. Her gold dress hugged her curves to perfection as she sang, completely captured in her music. He skimmed through the credits. Aurora was one of the top-rated jazz singers in the country, her show winning scores of awards. He went to Wikipedia, but her real name was never mentioned. Should he go to the mansion and get her? He didn't want to have to climb that wretched tree again, but he would if necessary. A black limousine pulled up to the curb. Mason hardly gave it a second thought until Selma stepped out. His breath caught. She looked incredible, with her long dark hair and large wide eyes. She had what looked to be a brand-new beach bag slung over her shoulder and sunglasses perched on her head. She caught his gaze and smiled, sending a javelin of heat straight through his heart. A goofy grin toppled over his lips as he held his phone with one hand and waved with the other. The front dark-tinted passenger window rolled down. Mason was shocked to see Moose behind the wheel. He locked eyes with Mason, giving him such a cold look of disapproval that it frosted Mason's bones. Mason smiled in the face of the man's belligerence as he touched his fingers to his forehead in a mocking salute. Fury streaked over Moose's features, turning his face redder than an overripe tomato. For a second, Mason feared the Hulk might jump out of the limo and pummel him. Selma had reached Mason's side by this time. Witnessing the hostile exchange between the two men, she smiled at Moose. "Thanks for the ride," she said sweetly. "I'll meet you back here at 10 p.m. "Make it 9, Moose snapped. "Not a minute later." He rolled up the window and drove away. "What is it with that guy?" Mason grumbled. "He acts like I'm the spawn of Satan." She giggled. "I wouldn't go that far." "I would," he spouted. She tipped her head, her long hair slipping down over her smooth, tanned arm. "So are we going to stand here all day talking about Moose? Or are we going to go explore the island?" Mason chuckled, taking his temper down a few notches. "Let's go explore the island. Where to first?" The last of his irritation fell away as he looked deep into Selma's dark, exotic eyes. He could hardly believe she was here with him. They had the whole rest of the day at their disposal, and Mason intended to take full advantage of every second. "So I have you until 9 p.m. "Yep. What would you like to do?" "I'm up for anything." "Anything?" he drawled as he stepped closer and caressed her beautiful face with his gaze. It was cute how color seeped into her cheeks. "Well, almost anything." He laughed. "You'll like this, I promise." There was somewhere he'd been wanting to go since he arrived in Hawaii. It was one of his favorite places on the island. He'd tried to talk Duane and Jerry into going with him, but they wouldn't have it. Mason figured worst-case scenario. If Selma was bored with the excursion, they could then head on up to the North Shore. There would be plenty for them to do and see up there.
He glanced over at the valet attendant.
"Hey, dude, I think I'll take that cab or Uber now."
The attendant nodded.
"Sure thing."
A few minutes later, an Uber pulled up to the curb. Mason slid a $20 bill into the attendant's palm for his effort.
"Thanks, man."
"You bet."
"Where to?"
the driver asked. He was an older man who looked like he was part Asian and part Hawaiian.
"Kualoa Ranch."
Selma gave him a quizzical smile. "A ranch?"
"Yep."
He slid his arm around her shoulders, enjoying her nearness. Every time her hair swished against her shoulders, he caught a whiff of her fruity shampoo. Her baby blue button-up blouse was crisp and fashionable, looking fantastic with her white shorts that showed off her tanned, toned legs. "Why are we going to a ranch?" she frowned. "You don't expect me to ride a horse, do you?"
"You don't like riding horses?"
She shuddered. "No, they terrify me."
"Seriously?"
She nodded, her eyes round and luminous. He couldn't hide the large smile that spread over his lips. "What?"
"I grew up on a ranch."
"You did? I didn't realize there were ranches in Tennessee."
"Heck yeah. 1,000 Acres Ranch is one of the prettiest places you'll ever see. I've been riding horses practically since the time I could walk. There's nothing to it."
She chuckled. "I'll take your word for it."
"I can do better than that. I'll take you to the ranch and teach you how to ride."
Her face fell.
"You'll love it,"
he encouraged, but her expression grew even more somber.
"You don't want to go to the ranch?"
"Sure, it would be great," she responded, but her words lacked conviction. Mason felt a wall going up between them. It was concerning, perplexing. He wondered if Selma's reaction had something to do with her life being complicated. He was so tempted to question her, but he didn't want to ruin their day.
"We won't be riding horses today."
She grinned. "That's a relief. What will we be doing?" He wiggled his eyebrows.
"You'll see,"
he said mysteriously. His phone buzzed. He leaned back and fished it out of his pocket. Zoe was video calling him.
"Do you mind if I take this? It's my sister. I've missed a couple of her calls."
"No, not at all." He slid his finger over the screen.
"Hey, sis."
"Hey, how's the trip?"
"Great."
Mason could tell from the art pieces behind Zoe that she was in her gallery. "Don't you ever call? Mama's been worried about you. You didn't answer her calls yesterday."
"Oops, sorry about that. I guess I was distracted."
He grinned at Selma. She had scooted away from him so that she wouldn't be in the frame of the camera. He wasn't going to let Selma get off that easily. "Too distracted to call and let us know that you were safe?" Zoe huffed.
"Sorry, sis. I'll do better."
"Where are you?"
"In an Uber."
"What you up to?"
"Exploring the island."
He glanced at Selma, whose features had tightened. She obviously had no desire to be introduced to Mason's sister, which is more reason why Mason was determined to introduce Selma to Zoe. He wanted her to meet his entire family. Selma was the real deal, the kind of girl that he could see himself with long term. He couldn't believe he was even thinking such thoughts, but there it was. A wicked grin flitted over Zoe's lips. "Speaking of friends, guess who stopped by the gallery earlier and asked about you? Sadie Walker. She's dying to go on a date with you. I think she wants to rekindle the old flame." Mason felt his cheeks burn. He glanced at Selma, whose expression had gone rigid.
"I don't think so."
Zoe quirked her brows. "Why not? You've always had a thing for Sadie. The two of you were thick as molasses in high school. I thought you'd be tickled that she was asking about you." Mason wanted to crawl under the floor mats. He swallowed hard.
Zoe, there's someone I want you to meet."
In a quick move, he scooted next to Selma. Zoe went bug-eyed. "Oh, I didn't realize that you had someone with you."
"This is Selma."
He paused, realizing again that he didn't know her last name. Selma Lash, Selma stated. Zoe smiled diplomatically. Hello. Hi, Selma answered. Good gravy, this was awkward. Mason's mind scrambled for something to say. Finding nothing, he just sat there, tongue-tied. Zoe's eyebrow arched as her eyes homed in on Mason. I thought your college buddies were going with you to Hawaii. Yeah, they're here. He looked at Selma. Those were the guys I was playing volleyball with, he explained. I didn't realize you were bringing another friend. The reprimand in Zoe's voice was as transparent as it was stinging. Mason's only sister and the oldest of the Romeos, Zoe liked to think that she was Mason's second mama. Normally he didn't mind her being a little overbearing, but right now she was embarrassing him. I didn't. We met here on the beach at Waikiki. I see. Zoe paused, her inquisitive eyes lasering in on Selma. Where are you from? Las Vegas. Zoe blinked. That's convenient. I guess y'all will see lots of each other. I hope so, Mason piped in, disappointed when Selma didn't answer. What do you do, Selma? Mason fought the urge to roll his eyes. Leave it to Zoe to give Selma the third degree. I'm a jazz singer. A large smile filled Zoe's face. Really? Wow. You and Mason share a love for music. That's awesome. I think so, Mason chimed in. He winked at Selma as a devilish thought ran through his brain. Maybe he could strong-arm Selma into going to the ranch. I was just telling Selma that I'd love to take her to the ranch, introduce her to everyone, maybe do some horseback riding. He felt Selma stiffen beside him. Oops, he'd pushed her too far. It would be great to meet you, Zoe said. She shot Mason a teasing look. Any girl that can hold Mr. One-Kick Wonder's attention for more than a few minutes is worth meeting. Thanks, Selma said quietly. Mason shot Zoe a dark look. He could tell that she was getting great delight in needling him in front of Selma. He was known for doing the exact same thing to his siblings, but he didn't appreciate having the tables turned. With Selma being an only child, she might not know how to take the razzing. Mason and Zoe chatted for a few more minutes, with Zoe updating him on the comings and goings of his siblings and parents. Be sure and call Mama, Zoe admonished as she ended the call. Selma folded her arms over her chest and scooted away from him. He touched her arm. Sorry to put you on the spot. I appreciate you talking to my sis. She spun around, eyes blazing. I told you I was afraid of horses. He rocked back. Okay, we won't ride horses. I was playing with you, just having a little fun. Her anger had come on so suddenly, out of nowhere, Mason wasn't sure what to think. I told you there could never be anything between us, and yet you keep pushing the envelope. Her hard, brittle words were a jab in the gut. Sure, she'd said those things, but he felt certain that given enough time, he could make her change her mind. Now, however, he wasn't so sure. This was a mistake, she barked. Panic jolted through him. Wait a minute, he urged. Don't jump the gun. I didn't mean any harm. Is this about Sadie Walker? His words rushed out. The two of us dated in high school. I've considered getting back together with her from time to time, but now that I've met you, well, there's just no comparison. Sorry, he added. I don't mean to scare you by rushing things. I just want you to know how I feel. Her lower lip trembled, and he could tell she was fighting back emotion. A gush of tenderness overtook him. He wanted to throw his arms around her, tell her that everything would be okay. He wanted to help her through whatever she was dealing with, if only she'd let him. Selma, I'm guilty of being a player at times, but with you, things are different. I can't explain it. From the first minute I saw you, something shifted. Whatever this thing is that you're dealing with, I'd like to help. Please let me in. You can't help. A single tear rolled down her cheek. No one can.
The Uber driver glanced back at them in the rearview mirror. "Should I take you back to the hotel?"
Selma remained silent. Her vision was fixed unseeingly into the back of the seat.
"No," Mason sighed. "Keep going to the ranch."
Selma seemed to relax at that. Mason sat back in his seat as they rode in silence. Finally, unable to handle the distance from her, he reached for her hand and squeezed it. The next second he linked his fingers through hers, exhaling in relief when she didn't pull away. Chapter 9. Selma was embarrassed for overreacting. She needed to get a handle on her emotions. Otherwise, Mason would think she was a loon. She'd known he was teasing her about riding horses. It wasn't that, or even his sister's talk about the other woman that had set her off. But rather, it was his insistence about her visiting the ranch. Mason wasn't getting the message that their relationship would soon have an expiration date. She wanted to live in the here and now, not thinking about the future. Spending the next few days with Mason was a selfish endeavor, knowing that their relationship could never go anywhere. If she were a better, stronger person, she would have told the Uber driver to take her back to the hotel. And yet, something had held her back. She was about as idiotic as that crazy cardinal, determined to keep banging her head against the glass because she couldn't turn away from the lure of what might have been. They rounded a corner and got a pristine view of a small island surrounded by aqua-blue water that shimmered in the sun. "That's Chinaman's hat," Mason pointed out. "It does look like a hat that someone left floating in the water," Selma observed, speaking her first words since their tiff. She was grateful that Mason was offering her an olive branch. "The clump of trees looks like green feathers that someone tucked into the crease of a hat." "It does," Mason agreed in an easy, conversational tone. He was letting Selma off too easily in his willingness to overlook her outburst, but she wasn't about to point that out. "Here we are," the Uber driver announced as they pulled up in front of the ranch. Mason paid the driver as they got out. Selma's gaze swept up to the ranch, perched on a hill, comfortably nestled in the cradling arms of some sharp-angled, impressive mountains. She still had no idea what they would see here. Mason took her hand. "Come on," he urged. Selma allowed him to lead her up the steps. She forgot about the ranch as the sensation of Mason's touch took over her senses. It was interesting and concerning how attracted she was to Mason. Simply being near him charged her cells with an energy that she'd never before experienced, to the point where she didn't care what they did on the island, so long as they were together. Why couldn't she feel this way about Nicholas? He was a handsome, charismatic man. Whenever Nicholas touched her, she felt uneasy and a bit repelled. Nicholas hadn't really kissed her yet, but rather gave her chaste pecks on her cheeks and lips. She could tell from the hungry look in his eyes that he wanted more from her, but sensing Selma's reticence, he'd held back. At least Nicholas was a patient man. Once they became engaged, she'd have to get used to the idea of having more physical contact with Nicholas. Then, when they were married, she shuddered at the thought, her mind unwilling to go there. They stepped in through the main door to a large gift shop brimming with tourists. Posters of movies lined the walls. Jurassic Park, 50 First Dates, and Godzilla were the ones she recognized. Interesting that they'd be selling movie posters here. The scent of sugared nuts hung in the air. Her eye caught on the colorful wrapping of neat stacks of chocolate-covered macadamia nuts on a shelf. Beside it, silk flower plumeria leis hung on a stand. She'd not known the name of the sweet perfumed flower until she landed at the airport and asked a lady at one of the stands to tell her the name of the white flowers, the tips of their delicate petals tinged in pink. Mason pulled her through the gift shop and out a back door. He was a man on a mission. They went over to an outdoor booth where a wiry guy with long stringy hair and a dark tan was sitting, with his rumpled T-shirt and swim trunks. He looked like he might have left the beach and come straight to work. Selma wondered if he was a surfer. She looked up at the descriptions engraved on wood. There were several options for tours.
We'd like to do the ATV tour,"
Mason requested. The guy shook his head.
"Sorry, dude, those are all booked. All we have left is the bus tour."
He motioned at a school bus parked off to the side. A group of people were congregated near it. Mason looked at Selma.
"Are you okay with that?"
"Sure," she shrugged. "I'm not even sure yet what we're seeing. If only Moose could see her now, she would be riding a bus today, after all."
"Over 79 movies and TV shows have been filmed here," the surfer explained. "You'll get to see parts of the sets."
A grin split his face.
"The coolest thing is the Apple II Plus computer from the TV show Lost. It's inside the cave that's cut into the side of the mountain."
A smile tipped Selma's lips as she turned to Mason. "Ah, now I'm getting the full picture. It makes sense that the movie buff would want to come here."
"Are you okay with this?"
Mason asked tentatively. "Of course, it sounds great." He grinned in relief as he leaned in and uttered,
"Thanks for humoring me. I'll let you pick the next activity."
His warm breath tickled her skin, circling delicious tingles down her spine. He smelled faintly of mint and a spicy masculine scent. For a second she lost her train of thought and got lost in the depths of his piercing blue eyes. Then she realized that his expression held a trace of amusement.
"You okay?"
She blinked, coming out of her trance. "Yeah," she said a little too cheerfully. Heat warmed her cheeks. This attraction thing was bound to get her into trouble. She needed to keep a clear head.
"The tour leaves in 15 minutes,
the surfer said, handing Mason the tickets and a brochure.
"You can go over to the bus. They'll start loading shortly."
"Sorry, I'm letting you pay for everything," Selma said, feeling lame. "I can pay for the next activity," she offered.
"No can do," Mason countered.
"I don't mind."
"But I do. Where I come from, the men foot the bill for the dates."
She giggled. "Oh, wow, you're old-fashioned." Mason placed his hand on the small of her back and maneuvered her over to the bus. His touch was so natural and yet thrilling.
"Yep," he quipped. "My daddy raised me right."
They stood on the edge of the group as they waited to get on the bus. "What was it like growing up on a ranch in Tennessee?"
"I can't think of a better way to grow up," he said with a touch of pride.
She needed to clear the air to absolve her own conscience. She searched his handsome face. "I'm sorry about earlier." A corner of his lip tugged in a partial smile.
"It's okay."
He touched her arm for added assurance. Her stomach nodded. "No, it's not." She forced a smile. "I'm just glad you didn't make the driver pull over and kick me out of the car." He laughed in surprise.
"I thought about it, but then I figured it might be tough for you to trek to Kualoa Ranch in those shoes."
She looked down at her low-heeled sandals. They weren't the most practical choice for exploring the island, and she'd considered wearing tennis shoes, but her vanity had won out in the end. She liked the added height the sandals gave her, and they made her legs look better. Also, they showed off her hot pink toenails. She'd gotten a pedicure at the beauty salon in the lobby of the Crown Monarch Casino and Hotel before leaving Vegas. "I'm glad you took pity on me and let me tag along with you today," she teased.
"I wouldn't have it any other way."
His eyes deepened to a provocative smolder. Her gaze went to his lips. She'd really love to kiss him again, to feel the electric current that ran through her body. He quirked a cocky expression.
"A penny for your thoughts,"
he drawled in a low tone that titillated her senses. His fingers brushed the hair from her face with a tickling sensation, driving her to distraction. He stepped closer, causing her breath to hitch. His eyes moved over her face in a long, thorough caress. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. She was swept into a sea of splendid blue. Her lips parted in response. Then a mischievous twinkle lit his eyes. A smile slid over his lips, revealing that adorable dimple. He pumped his eyebrows.
"You know you want me,"
he taunted. Laughter gurgled in her throat. "You are so full of yourself." She shoved him, which only fueled her attraction more when she felt his hard chest muscles. He laughed easily as he caught hold of her wrist. His touch was firm but not confining. Rather, she felt liberated being here with Mason. The moments slowed as they stared into one another's eyes. "It's okay. I want you too," he said, his eyes taking on a fierce light. She blinked. "Mason, She was falling hard and fast. On instinct, her body leaned into his. "All aboard," a woman said. Selma flinched, drawing back. Mason winked. "We'll pick this up later," he murmured. The promise in his voice sent a tidal wave of warmth through her. Selma glanced over and realized a 40-something-year-old woman was watching Mason and her with disapproval. As if she couldn't believe they were displaying public affection, Mason noticed too. "How you doing?" he said in a tone so friendly that the woman couldn't do anything else but smile politely. Selma grinned inwardly. Mason had known just how to handle the uptight woman. They got on the bus and found a seat near the back. Mason was sitting by the window. He reached up and lowered it. "This should be interesting. I can't remember the last time I was on a school bus." "Me neither." He draped his arm around her shoulders as she scooted into the curve of him. "Maybe riding a bus isn't so bad," he uttered into her ear. They'd gotten off the bus to tour the cave cut into the side of the mountain when Selma got the phone call. Her throat thickened as she pulled the phone from her bag, knowing who the caller was before she even answered. Nicholas. She was so tempted to let it go to voicemail, but she knew that would be a mistake. She was surprised she had cell service here. Maybe it was because they were so high up. "I should get this," she mumbled. Mason had been looking at the computer and other paraphernalia from the set of Lost. Sensing her apprehension, he touched her arm. "Everything okay?" As casually as she could, she slid her hand over the screen so he wouldn't be able to read Nicholas's name. "Yeah, it's my mama." "Liar!" her mind screamed. "Sure, go ahead," he winked. "I'll be right here." She gave him a brief smile before moving a few paces away from him. Just as she answered, Nicholas hung up. She pressed the button to call him back. He answered on the first ring with a breathy, "Selma." "Hey," she responded, trying to sound casual. She glanced at Mason. His back was turned to her, and she could tell that he was engrossed in what he was looking at. "I missed you last night. I was worried when you didn't answer." The slight edge of irritation in Nicholas's voice tightened fingers of apprehension around her chest. She forced her voice to sound neutral. "Sorry about that. I went to bed early. I guess the traveling caught up to me. I was so exhausted that I fell asleep as soon as my head touched the pillow." Silence stretched between them. She pictured Nicholas as he would be, his shoulders uptight and stiff, his brow crinkling into a deep furrow as his perceptive eyes hardened a fraction. A chill ran through her. How was she supposed to marry this man and build a life with him? He was so careful and guarded. She thought of Mason and how easily laughter came to his lips. She loved his playful banter, his teasing, the soft lilt of his southern accent. "I'm glad you got some rest," Nicholas finally said, but Selma could tell he was still miffed. "What are you up to today?" She swallowed. His question was casual enough, but it felt like an interrogation. Did Nicholas have some sixth sense that let him know she was stepping out on him? Her brain raced, trying to figure out how to answer. Maybe it was better to stay as close to the truth as she could. "I'm at Kualoa Ranch." "Where?" Disapproval coated his voice. "It's a ranch where lots of movies and TV shows have been filmed. I'm on a bus tour." "Alone?" "Yeah." Perspiration popped over her nose. She felt like a caged animal. "I don't like the idea of you traveling around the island alone." "Technically, I'm not alone. There are other people on the tour." The words slipped from her mouth in a sarcastic response. Silence. She closed her eyes, wincing at the snowballing lies. She was racking them up. Moose is with me. He's driving me everywhere I'm going. Nicholas sighed in relief. Mi amor, that's what I wanted to hear. I just want you to be safe. Safe from what? She knew she shouldn't challenge Nicholas, but she was tired of him being so controlling. Her eyes narrowed. Do I have a reason to be worried? The world can be a scary place. Ice flowed through her veins. Was he threatening her? I've seen things that no person ever should. Nicholas continued in a placating tone. Don't fault me for wanting to keep you safe, mi angel. He paused. I tried to call Moose earlier, but he didn't answer. Service is spotty on the island. Nicholas was checking up on her. She felt like a helpless fly trapped in the web of a crafty spider. Was she being too hard on Nicholas? Her resentment of him was coloring everything. No person had a right to trap another into marriage. He'd used Selma's mama as leverage. She didn't know how she was going to ever get over that. Maybe she never would. Yeah, that must be it. I'm so sorry you got called away on business. How's it going, by the way? There was a slight pause. Very well. I'm taking care of some critical items. Like your health, her mind inserted. She was so tempted to make a jab about his heart condition so that he'd know she was on to him. But she couldn't put Moose in jeopardy. That's great news about your mom. She blinked. How did you find out? Moose told me last night. I know that's a huge relief. Yes, it is. There's nothing stopping us now from announcing our engagement? Her heart beat dully against her chest. No, there's not. Joy sounded in Nicholas's tone. This is great news. You don't know how happy you've made me. Not knowing how to respond, she remained silent. Selma, are you there? There was a catch in Nicholas's voice. She forced the words from her mouth. Yes, sorry. The phone cut out for a second. What would happen if she told Nicholas that she wasn't ready for marriage? Would he be understanding if she told him she just couldn't go through with it? She could explain that while she was fond of him and appreciated his kindness to her and Mama, that she didn't love him. Surely he wouldn't want to be tethered to a woman who didn't love him. Nicholas could have his pick of women. It wouldn't take him long to find someone else. Then she'd be free. The notion of freedom dangled just beyond her reach. I can't wait to hold you in my arms. I'm leaving in 2 days to head back to Vegas. Maybe you should cut your trip short and join me. The insinuation in his voice was clear, filling her with dread. She would soon be engaged to Nicholas. Panic raced through her veins. Mason turned around. A lock of hair slipped over his eye as he threw her a cavalier smile and a wave. Her heart wrenched. She wanted to throw down the phone and run into Mason's arms, never looking back. But she couldn't. She had her mama to think about, and Moose. She chose her words carefully. As much as I'd love that, I'm enjoying this time to recharge. Work has been so stressful. You don't have to keep performing, Nicholas soothed. Yes, I do, she countered a little too sharply. She winced when she heard his breath hitch. Is everything okay? She tightened her hold on her phone while her other hand went around her neck. Yeah, I'm good. Is there anything we need to talk about? Her heart began to pound. If she brought up her reservations and pleaded for more time, Nicholas might get suspicious. He could force her to go back to Vegas. Nicholas was holding all the cards. She had to tread lightly. She let out a shaky laugh. Nicholas, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just enjoying exploring the island and having some me time. So you're glad I got called away? He sounded hurt. No, she blurted. I'm not. I miss you. Her head was going underwater, and she was doing everything in her power to keep from drowning. I miss you too. Nicholas's voice took on the warm, mellow tone of a doting lover.
I'm going to give you the biggest, grandest wedding Vegas has ever seen. We'll be happy together." His voice grew wistful. "You'll see, honey."
Mason was striding her direction. She had to act fast. The tour's moving. I need to let you go."
"I love you."
The tender ache in his voice made her feel sick to her stomach and even sicker at heart. "Yeah, you too. Bye." She ended the call just as Mason stepped up. He scoped her with those arresting eyes that could see into her soul.
"Everything okay with your mama?"
She nodded. "Yep, she's good." She was such a louse. How easily the lies were flowing from her lips. She needed a way out. She had to find a way to break through the glass. There must be a way. Mason frowned.
"You seem agitated."
"Really?" she chuckled. "I'm good." Her voice had a high-pitched, nervous twang. She got the feeling that Mason could see right through her. She thought that Mason was too engrossed in the tour to pay attention to her, but she was mistaken. He was a much more careful observer than she realized. He just wasn't obvious about it. He gave her a funny look. "What?" she asked, her eyes bunching. He pointed.
"You have red blotches going up your neck."
"I do?" Oh, her body was telling on her. Mason searched her face. The tenderness in his expression nearly moved her to tears.
"Was that really your mama on the phone?"
"No," she admitted, pushing out a heavy breath. It was a relief to tell him the truth.
"Whatever you're dealing with, you can trust me."
He touched her arm. She tried to hold back the treacherous moisture building in her eyes, but she couldn't. She blinked, looking away. "I appreciate your help, but I need to work through this on my own." As tempting as it was to unburden her heart to Mason, she couldn't. It wouldn't be fair to involve him in this. She could tell that Mason was the type of guy who would stand up to any foe, but no good could come from him confronting Nicholas. It would only make matters worse, and it could ruin Mason's football career. She turned her face to his. "Please don't force me," she said hoarsely. He looked like he might argue, but pressed his lips together instead, nodding. "Ladies and gentlemen, this way," the tour guide prompted with a wave of her hand. A tight smile wound over her lips. It's not too late to run. She should at least give him fair warning. He gave her a puzzled look.
"Run? Where?"
"Away from me. I'm a hot mess." She shook her head. "There are things in my life," her words dribbled off as she sucked in a breath. "Things I can't talk about."
"Can't or won't?"
"This way, please," the tour guide called loudly in a disgruntled tone as she looked past the group to Selma and Mason.
"We'll pick this up later," Mason promised.
Selma nodded, grateful for the interruption, as she and Mason walked back to join the group. She had no intention of telling Mason about Nicholas. All it would do was tarnish the next several days. Could she somehow break away from Nicholas? She could try pleading for his understanding. Selma could pay him back every penny of her mama's treatments. She made good money performing in the show. She could get an agent and try to get a recording deal. Maybe all wasn't lost after all. It was worth a try. If Nicholas truly loved her like he claimed, then he'd want her to be happy. He wouldn't want her to feel trapped or despondent. Was that the answer? To be a straight shooter? Nicholas would respect that, right? Her heart felt a little lighter as she rolled the option around in her brain. A short while later, she was able to relax and enjoy the rest of the tour. Chapter 10. Mason swam through the water, his attention drawn to the vivid yellow and black-striped tigerfish darting in and out of the colorful coral like they were playing a game of hide-and-seek. He cast a side glance at Selma, who was swimming next to him. They were snorkeling at Shark's Cove, a favorite place for the locals to snorkel on the North Shore. Mason had discovered it last year when he accompanied Ramsay and his wife Hartley on one of their trips to Hawaii. They'd rented a large home in Pupukea, just up the ridge from the location where they were. Selma caught hold of his arm and pointed up to where long silver fish, shaped like cigars, were hovering just below the surface. He grinned, remembering his reaction when he snorkeled here for the first time and realized that there were fish swimming above his head, even though he couldn't be more than a foot below the water. The past few days had been glorious. He and Selma had covered a lot of ground. They'd hiked Diamond Head, taken a kayak tour of Chinaman's Hat, ridden in a helicopter around the island, lounged at several sunny beaches, and eaten at various restaurants, while happily stuffing themselves on teriyaki chicken, fish tacos, and fried shrimp. Today was their last day together. A pang went through Mason, followed by a streak of dread. He'd hoped that by now he would be more certain about what the future would hold between him and Selma. Several times he'd tried to open up a conversation about whatever complications were plaguing Selma, but she would always change the subject. If he pressed her, she'd clam up, becoming withdrawn and despondent. He only had a few more precious hours to spend with her before they would go back to his hotel where Moose would pick her up. As much time as he and Selma had spent together, Mason still didn't even have her phone number. If all else failed, Mason could attend one of her shows and see her that way, but that felt like a lousy consolation considering all the time they'd spent together and everything that they had shared. They'd had so many great conversations over the past few days, sharing their likes and dislikes. They talked about music and their favorite artists. They spoke of their childhoods. Selma was warm and open about her past. He could tell how much she loved her mama and how fond she was of Moose. Still, Mason could tell that Selma was holding something back. There was some deep sadness that she was guarding. At first, he thought she might be involved with someone else. He was sure that she was talking to some guy on the phone that day at Kualoa Ranch. A hot jealousy had eaten away at Mason. Then anger took hold when he saw how nervous and edgy Selma was. She might have told him what was bothering her had that snippety tour guide not interrupted them. Now, after spending more time with Selma, he was starting to doubt that there was anyone else. Her kisses were so passionate, so all-consuming. Mason was sure that she was as crazy about him as he was her. He knew it was too soon to declare what he felt as love, but it was sure coming close. He couldn't stand the thought of being apart from Selma. This was new, something Mason hadn't felt before. No other woman had ever had this effect on Mason. Selma had told him at Kualoa Ranch that it wasn't too late for him to run. That was the problem. It was too late. He couldn't turn away from her now if he tried. Selma tugged on his arm before standing up, even though the water in the cove was only waist deep. It felt much deeper when snorkeling. Mason also stood. They removed their masks. "This place is incredible," Selma gushed, brushing her hair out of her face and wiping her eyes. He grinned at her enthusiasm. "It is." She swatted his chest. "What?" "Nothing. I'm just glad that you're having a good time." He'd been to Oahu more times than he could count, and yet he'd never before had such a full, rich experience, as if he were seeing everything through fresh eyes. It just went to prove that as beautiful as the landscape was, it was no substitute for human relationships and connections. Everything was better with the right person. "The best," she smiled. The wind picked up as Selma shivered. "Whoosh, it's cold outside the water." "Come here," he murmured as he encircled her waist, pulling her to him. She snuggled into him, leaning her head against his chest. It was heaven having her in his arms, sharing body heat. Selma glanced over to where they'd left their shoes, towels, and her beach bag. "I hope our stuff is okay." "I'm sure it's fine. If anyone takes our things, we'll just hike back to the hotel." She chuckled. "How can you be so casual about everything? I've heard that Hawaii is a high theft region, especially in tourist areas." "You would be correct," he said dryly. "The last time I was here with my brother, my wallet got stolen when we were at Waimea." She drew back, looking up at him in surprise. Really?
He nodded. We were out body surfing when it happened.
If it has happened to you before, then why aren't you more worried?
I am concerned about it, but I really wanted to take you snorkeling, and there's no place to store our items, so I figured it was worth the risk.
Her arms prickled with goosebumps.
Here, hold this.
He handed her his snorkel and mask so he could rub her arms. He noticed a second later that her teeth were chattering. It gets cold when the sun goes behind the clouds.
Yeah, it does. Hey, he began, I know something that'll warm you up.
Amusement zinged in her eyes as she peered up at him. Oh, yeah? What's that? Desire stirred in him as he traced the outline of her lips. There was something primitive and viscerally exciting about being so close to Selma and having their wet bodies clinging together.
This,
he murmured, planting a light kiss on one corner of her mouth.
And this.
He moved to the other side and planted another kiss. A sigh issued from her throat as her lips parted eagerly in response. He felt her warm breath commingling with his. A wild force pulsed through his veins as his lips covered hers. He marveled at the softness of her supple lips moving against his and sending him into a tunnel of spiraling energy. He felt her erratic breathing as she met the demands of his lips, measure for measure, and then returned some of her own. They kissed long and hard until they were forced apart to breathe. He searched her beautiful face, the fears of his heart bubbling from his lips.
Selma, I can't stand the thought of losing you.
The apprehension in her eyes tore at him.
Say something,
he implored. These past few days have been the best of my life.
It doesn't have to end.
A deep yearning rose inside him.
Please tell me that it won't end. I can't stand the thought of not being with you.
Mason had always thought his brothers were sappy sellouts when it came to women. He was starting to realize, with a twist of irony, that he wasn't much different from them. All it took was for the right one to come along, and wham! He was a big sucker. If only they could see him now, they'd laugh their butts off, telling him what a lovesick puppy he was. Her eyes misted as she pulled back, extricating herself from his arms. "Let's go check out our things," she said in a husky tone. He swallowed the bitter disappointment.
We have to talk about this, Selma.
She ignored him and began picking her way through the coral to get back to the shore. "Why do they call this place Shark's Cove?" she called over her shoulder. He knew she was changing the subject. When they stepped onto the sandy shore, he caught her arm and turned her around.
We have to talk about us.
Her eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to ruin our last day together?"
"No, I'm trying to secure our future."
She took in a breath. "I can't talk about this right now." She pulled her arm away from him and picked her way through the rocks and sand to get to their things. She dropped the snorkels and masks onto the grass before grabbing a towel and tossing it to him. She reached for a towel and dried herself off. He traced the lines of her slim body as ribbons of desire stirred through him. As frustrated as he was with her, he couldn't deny that she looked terrific in her red bikini. She opened her beach bag and looked inside. "Everything is still here," she sighed in relief. She threw him a playful smile. "I guess this means we won't have to hitchhike." He scowled, not willing to let her off so easily. Their future was at stake here. "So how did Shark's Cove get its name?" she asked again. Mason was in no mood to play her silly games. Rather than answering, he shot her a frosty look. She sighed in exasperation. "Would you please stop?"
"Stop what?"
He reached for his sandals and slipped his feet into them. He pointed at the beach bag.
"Toss me my shirt, would you?"
She did as he asked. In jerky movements, he put it on. She slipped on her cover-up and put her sandals on. Her hand went to her hip as she gave him a challenging look. "Are you going to answer my question or not?" she snipped. He pushed out a short breath before answering mechanically.
It's called Shark's Cove because the outline of the reef outside the cove looks like a shark when viewed from above. She tipped her head.
Really, that's interesting. I guess you're more of a history buff than you realized. Your brother Cash would be proud.
When he remained silent, she came back with a snappy,
Are we going to Waimea Beach like we planned? Or should we just go back to your hotel and call it a day?
"Whatever you want to do." He shrugged like he couldn't care less.
Fine, she huffed. Have it your way. We'll go back to the hotel.
Her words flew all over him. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? To get rid of me sooner?" How quickly his temper had flared. Selma seemed to have a way of getting to him. She huffed out a long breath and gave him a censoring look that a teacher would give a wayward student.
On the contrary, I'd like nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with you, she harumphed.
He blinked in surprise, his anger draining away in an instant. "Really?" He couldn't stop a large smile from filling his face. "Are you serious?" He could hardly believe what he was hearing. She nodded, her features softening. "Okay, where do we go from here?" He hardly dared to breathe for fear of breaking the spell.
There are some things I need to work out first, she began, nibbling on her lower lip. You have to give me time.
"I can do that. How much time?"
A couple of weeks.
"You got it," he said quickly. She motioned with her head.
Should we call an Uber and head up to the parking lot?
He felt like she was still trying to evade him. "Sure, but first, we need a plan for when we'll meet again." Her eyes widened.
A plan?
He locked gazes with her. "Yes, a plan," he said firmly. 2 weeks from today. Let's meet at—" He pursed his lips thoughtfully. "I've got it," he grinned. "We'll meet at the top of the Stratosphere Tower. What time works for you?"
Laughter hiccuped from her lips. Are you serious? He didn't bat an eye.
"Absolutely."
She made a face. This is sounding like something out of the movie An Affair to Remember.
He searched his brain. "Not familiar with that one." She raised an eyebrow as her voice pitched high.
How could you not have seen that movie? Cary Grant, Deborah Kerr. It's one of the greatest movies ever.
"I'll have to add it to my list."
A couple meets on a cruise ship, falls in love, and vows to meet back up on the top of the Empire State Building in 6 months, after they've ended their current relationships and started their new careers. Selma slid the straps of her bag over her shoulder. Would you mind calling us an Uber?
"Yeah, can you hand me my phone?"
She reached in her bag and handed it to him. He placed the call, and they began walking to the parking lot.
"I have no intention of waiting 6 months before seeing you again," he retorted. 2 weeks is just fine."
He cut his eyes at her.
"Will that give you enough time to sort through your complications?"
She chuckled in surprise. I sure hope so. He stopped as he turned to her, looking her in the eye.
"Whether you sort through your problems or not, you'll meet me there."
He needed to get a firm commitment out of her. That was the only way he'd have any peace. Yes. He breathed a sigh of relief.
"Okay, let's set the time."
7 p.m., she blurted.
7 p.m. it is.
He felt like he'd scored the mother of all field goals.
"I'm glad we got that settled."
Me too. He searched her face to see if she was being sincere. Being around Selma was like being in the presence of an elusive fairy. He wanted to keep her in his grasp forever, but the fear of her slipping out of his reach was forever there. His fingers trailed along the curve of her jaw.
"I'm crazy about you, Selma."
A smile curved her lips. I'm crazy about you, too. 2 weeks, she said, as if sensing his need for reassurance.
7 p.m. sharp.
I'll be there. You have my word. The sincerity in her tone, coupled with the tenderness in her rich chocolate eyes, put his fears to rest. Whatever problems Selma was facing would soon be resolved, and they could start their lives together. A playful grin stole over his lips.
"Told you I could make you fall desperately in love with me in 4 days."
She arched an eyebrow. You were wrong." His jaw dropped.
Huh?
A wicked grin tipped her lips. "You had me at day one." Pleasure darted through him.
Oh, yeah, you had me at hello, he quipped.
She sniggered. "You and your movie quotes."
I'm sorry, you're probably sick of my one-liners.
She gave him a look so endearing that he thought he'd melt in a puddle at her feet. "Never," she said fiercely. "Don't ever stop being you."
Yes, ma'am, he drawled. Come here.
He pulled her in for a kiss.
Let go, you're hurting me,
a woman cried. Mason looked a few yards from where he and Selma were. A man and woman were standing beside a car. He had her arm in a tight grip. His face was a mask of anger as he let loose a string of curse words.
"You're a lousy excuse for a husband and a father," the woman seethed.
The man drew back his hand and slapped her hard across the jaw. Selma gasped in shock. The woman started weeping and shrunk back as the man hit her again, this time with his fist, square in the face. She shielded her face, falling into the car. A white-hot anger seared through Mason as he released Selma and started walking toward them. "What are you doing?" Selma called after him, her voice laced with panic. "It's better not to get involved."
"What's going on here?"
Mason asked as he stepped up to them. His body was taut with tension, ready to spring on the man if necessary.
"Mind your own business,"
the man grumbled, calling Mason a few choice words. He was big and muscular, with tattoos on both biceps. Mason guessed the man outweighed him by 50 pounds or more. No matter, Mason was used to sparring with his brothers. He figured he could hold his own or die trying. The woman was skin and bones. She looked like she might have been attractive at one time, but years of hard living had taken its toll. She reminded Mason of a withered bird who had no more wind beneath her wings. She was holding her jaw, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed. It was disgusting that this big, burly man was beating up on this twig of a woman.
"You need to leave the lady alone,"
Mason said, clenching his fists. He couldn't tolerate injustice in any shape or form, especially when a bully was tormenting the helpless. The man belted out a raucous laugh.
"This ain't no lady."
He shoved the woman, knocking her to the ground. He drew back his fist to hit her again, but Mason blocked the punch. The guy grunted in surprise before turning on Mason.
"You're dead meat,"
he sneered as he charged. Mason sidestepped the attempt, causing the guy to fall. He staggered to his feet, rage burning in his eyes. He came after Mason again. This time Mason clocked him in the face. The guy swung his fists like a wild man, whacking Mason in the temple. The blow was powerful, taking Mason off guard. He fell back a couple steps. "Mason!" Selma yelled, her voice anguished. That's all it took for anger to take hold, coursing adrenaline through his veins. He backed up to get his bearings as he lifted his hands, balling his fists.
"Is that all you got?"
he taunted. The guy laughed as he rushed him again. This time Mason was ready. He kicked the guy in the knee. The guy grunted in surprise as Mason did a side sweep, dropping the man like a block of lead. The guy lay on the ground, groaning and sputtering out a wheezy laugh. Mason stood over him, ready to do more damage if necessary.
"I'm sorry,"
the guy whined as he held up his hands in defeat. He got up slowly and backed away from Mason. When he reached his car, he darted around it and pulled the keys from his pocket.
"Let's go, babe,"
he barked to the woman as he threw open the driver's door.
"You don't have to go with him,"
Mason said.
"We can get you some help."
The woman was no longer crying. Her wide, frightened eyes darted between Mason and the man.
"I said let's go,"
the man growled. This spurred the woman into action. She opened the passenger door and scrambled in.
"You're making a mistake,"
Mason said as she closed the door. A second later, the car backed out of the parking space and squealed out. Mason placed both hands behind his head as he looked up at the sky. Selma stepped up and touched his arm. "Hey, are you okay?" She looked at him in concern. He pushed out a long breath.
"Yeah, I just feel for that poor woman."
Why did she go with him when you were offering her help?
Abuse is a tough situation. It's hard to say what was running through the woman's head. Maybe she's been beaten down so much that she's forgotten how to fight back.
Maybe she felt like she had no other option, Selma said glumly. She was trapped.
There's always another option. Sometimes you just have to look a little harder to find it.
Ramsay had taught him that. He'd seen his brother get people out of many an impossible situation. Or sometimes you just have to break through the glass. He tipped his head, not understanding her meaning.
Huh?
Never mind. An appraising smile touched her lips. How did you get so smart? Or so tough? He chuckled.
I don't know about the tough, but I'll take the smart.
She laughed. Spoken in true Mason form.
Hey, he protested.
Is your head okay? You took quite the hit.
I've had worse by my brothers, he said offhandedly. It'll take more than that to crack this hard head.
I can believe that, she chuckled. I happen to be very fond of that hard head. She folded her arms, her lips quivering with amusement. Those were some fancy foot moves. I guess you really are a one-kick wonder.
Yeah, he said dryly, rolling his eyes.
Chapter 11.
You want to go in and catch a few waves? Do some body surfing?
Selma looked out at the crashing waves. I think I'd rather stay here and lay out in the sun. Her swimsuit was damp from snorkeling earlier, and she felt a bit chilled. Thankfully, the sun had come out from behind the clouds and was shining down full force. The warmth felt good, making her feel lazy. Mason jutted his thumb toward the ocean.
Mind if I go?
Not at all. Just be careful, she grimaced. Those waves are getting bigger and bigger. You sure you want to go out there after you were just in a fight? Mason kept insisting that the hit to his head was no big deal, but from where she was standing, it certainly looked that way.
I'll be fine,
he said casually, in the voice of one who believed he was invincible. Her gaze flickered over his tanned torso, taking in his defined pecs and chiseled abdomen. He looked like a movie star. Mason had caught many a woman's eye the past few days, and she was sure there would be more gawking at him today. How could they not? Amusement flecked in his eyes.
Are you checking me out?
She laughed. Would it be a bad thing if I were? He flexed his biceps, striking a pose.
How's that?
She rolled her eyes. You could show a little humility.
Nah, what would be the fun in that?
He laughed easily.
Sorry, just having a little fun. Want me to put some sunblock on your back?
Sure. Her skin tingled with anticipation of him touching her. He leaned over and retrieved the lotion from the bag. She heard the squirt of the lotion going into his palm before he crouched down behind her and started rubbing it onto her back. His touch was smooth, his hands strong and sure. After the lotion was on her back, he massaged her shoulders.
That feels good,
she murmured, relaxing into his touch. He grazed her earlobe with his lips, tickling and teasing before planting a string of maddening light kisses down her neck, causing her breath to hitch. She closed her eyes, savoring the feel of his lips.
You taste good,
he drawled. Thanks. She wished they were alone instead of on a public beach. He wrapped strong arms around her, enfolding her in protective warmth. I wish we could stay like this forever, she sighed.
We'll be together soon.
Yes. Oh, how she hoped everything would work out. She'd lain awake the night before, working out a plan in her mind. The only way out of this was to be up front with Nicholas. She'd been praying so hard for a solution, and being honest and forthright was the only thing she could come up with. Nicholas would be disappointed, but hopefully he'd understand where she was coming from. Moose would be frustrated with her, as would Mama. She'd promised Moose that after the 4 days were up, she'd accept her fate and build a life with Nicholas, but she knew now that she could never do that. Mason was her other half. She'd wither up and die if she had to live without him. It was strange how so much had happened in so little time. She'd been telling Mason the truth when she said that the past 4 days had been the best in her life. Now that she'd had a taste of what heaven was like, she couldn't tolerate her lowly existence on dismal earth any more. Mason had said that no one should feel trapped, and there was always an option for escape. Selma could only hope that he was right. "Hello," a woman said in a cheery, brash voice. Selma squinted to see past the sun, which was shining directly in her eyes. "Selma, what are you doing?" It occurred to Selma that the woman had called her by name. The voice was surprised, accusing. Her vision focused as she recognized the woman. Goldie Stevens, media liaison for the Mavericks. Selma's blood ran cold. Goldie worked with Nicholas on a regular basis. Mason's arms were still around her. "Hey, Goldie," Selma stammered. Of all the people to run into, there was nothing she could do at this point but act like everything was okay. There was no need to alarm Mason. Selma planned to tell Nicholas that she couldn't marry him and that she would pay back every cent of Mama's treatments, but she hadn't intended to tell him about Mason. She certainly didn't want Nicholas to know that she'd been gallivanting all over Oahu with another man when she was supposedly having her me time. Mason released Selma's arms and sat down beside her. "I recognize you from the party." Selma wanted to burst into tears. This was not good, a disaster of epic proportions. Goldie looked at Mason like she was trying to place him. "I'm sorry, do we know each other?" "Mason Romeo, a new recruit to the Mavericks." Goldie took off her sunglasses and placed them on her head as she studied Mason. She held up a finger, her expression dinging with recognition. "That's right, you're the one-kick wonder." "That's me," Mason answered dryly, throwing Selma a wry grin. "Good to see you again," Goldie said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. An awkward silence passed. "Well, you kids have fun. See you back in Vegas," she said to Selma. A look passed between them. Selma could read Goldie's thoughts as if reading an open book. Goldie was deliberating over whether she should tell Nicholas about what she'd seen or remain quiet. "Please hold your tongue," Selma begged silently. "See ya," Selma repeated dully. Goldie turned and walked away, going back to her spot where her beach chair, umbrella, and movie star Look's husband were waiting for her. Mason searched her face. "Is everything okay?" Selma forced a smile. "Yeah." "What was that exchange about?" "What exchange?" she asked innocently. "Between you and Goldie." Selma lifted her chin. "I don't know what you're talking about." Mason's eyes glittered with a hard amusement. "One of these days you're going to have to be straight with me." She didn't answer but just glared at him. He sighed. 2 weeks to work everything out." His gaze burned into hers. "And then I'm going to expect some answers." His voice was firm and unrelenting, cutting to her center. She nodded. 2 weeks. She had to summon the courage to fight her way out of this impossible situation. That was her only hope of salvation. Several hours later, as the Uber pulled up to the curb of the hotel, a lump formed in Selma's throat. She'd been dreading this moment all day. Moose was already there in the limo waiting. She turned to Mason, offering him a brave smile. "Well, this is it." Her voice sounded falsely cheerful in her own ears. Mason's jaw was rock hard as he nodded. He paid the driver and then helped Selma out of the car. Tears were pressing against Selma's eyes as she looked up at him. "I'll miss you." She pushed a lock of hair from his eyes. Even though they'd spent the day at the beach, his hair still looked fantastic in a messy, rogue way. "I'll miss you too, but it's only for 2 weeks." "Yes," she answered quickly. 7 p.m. "Thank you," she uttered, "for the best 4 days of my life." She knew Moose was watching, but she couldn't help it. Unable to tamp down her feelings, she pressed her hands to Mason's cheeks and lunged at him, giving him a full kiss on the mouth. She committed the taste of his lips to memory, something to carry her through whatever trauma she was sure to face over the course of the next 2 weeks. Hopefully all would work out well with Nicholas, and she could keep her appointment with Mason. That was the only future her mind could conceive. "I'll see you soon," she promised. She stepped away from him and turned to go, but he caught her hand and turned her back around. Roughly, he pulled her into his arms and covered her lips with his. His mouth was harsh and demanding, breathing into the kiss all of his frustration and agony of saying goodbye. Their lips separated, but he held her fast. "Come back to me," he implored. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, dribbling down her cheek. "I will," she assured him as she stepped out of his arms and forced herself to walk away. When she reached the limo, she shared a tender look and final wave with Mason as she got in and closed the door. As the limo drove away, she turned to look back. He flashed a jaunty smile and gave her a salute. Her hand went to her mouth as she laughed and then broke into sobs. Chapter 12. "It's good to be home," Moose stated as he turned in his seat toward Selma. "Yeah," she sighed. As soon as they landed at the airport, a limo was waiting for them. The driver was taking Selma to her house first, and then dropping Moose off at his place. It was a little past noon. The plan was for Selma to regroup for several hours before meeting up with Nicholas for dinner this evening at his penthouse. Moose reached over and caught her hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "It'll be okay." Selma offered a brief smile before turning to look out the window. Moose wouldn't be saying that everything was okay if he knew her intentions. Her emotions were all over the place, ricocheting like a rogue ping-pong ball. All in all, she was glad to be home. On one hand, she was ready to face Nicholas and break the news that she couldn't marry him. On the other hand, she was scared to death. She kept praying for strength and clarity, but her head felt like a burning ball of fire. Above all, she missed Mason so terribly that she felt like she had a big crater where her heart once was. She wondered what he was doing right now. His flight back to the mainland had left earlier than hers. He was somewhere in this jungled mass of roads and concrete buildings. She'd never even thought to ask where he lived. All she had was a date and time when they would meet up again. The promise of their relationship was a guiding light that would navigate her through the murky mists of the next few days as surely as a lighthouse leads a weary sailor home. She had to be strong. She had to fight. A prayer went through her mind. "Please help me to borrow some of Mason's strength to find an option of escape, even though there seems to be none. Please help Nicholas to be understanding." She clenched her fist. "Please, God, help me." Tears burned in her eyes as she blinked them back. She felt Moose's concerned gaze on her. "I'm okay," she said, partly for him and partly for her. The limo pulled into the shabby middle-class neighborhood where Selma and her mother lived. When they reached her house, Selma's eyes bugged at what she saw. "What's going on?" She turned to Moose for an answer. "I have no idea," he said, looking as perplexed as Selma felt. A shiny red Ferrari, looking sorely out of place in the run-down surroundings, was parked on the curb, wrapped in a large red bow. The house was under siege, with half a dozen construction workers. Some were climbing up ladders and walking over the roof, carrying shingles. Others were scraping the flaking paint from off the windows and siding. One was taking measurements. Moose leaned forward to speak to the driver. "Do you know what this is about?" "Nope, I just drive," the man answered in a disinterested tone. "I'll get your luggage." He opened the door for Selma and helped her out before going around to the trunk. Moose slid out the door behind Selma. "I'd better go with you to see what's happening." His meaty brow crinkled in concern. She nodded, grateful to have Moose's support. Instinct told her that whatever was happening couldn't be good. The front door was unlocked. Selma stepped in. "Mama?" she called. "I'm home." The driver put down the suitcases. "Will there be anything else?" he asked Selma. "No, thank you." "Very well." With a curt nod, he was out the door. Moose set his suitcase down. "Mama!" Selma called as she went into the living room with Moose following. Jules came walking out of the kitchen. When she saw Selma, her face lit with joy. She bounded into Selma's arms, giving her a tight hug. "I've missed you," she breathed. Tears sprung to Selma's eyes. "I've missed you too." She pulled back, getting a good look at Mama. She was frail from the cancer, and there were still circles beneath her deep brown eyes, which were the same color as Selma's. However, the circles weren't as dark as they were before. A bit of color was returning to Mama's cheeks. That was a good sign. Before the cancer, Mama wore her dark, lustrous hair shoulder length. While she hadn't lost all her hair during chemotherapy, it had gotten super thin, so Mama opted for a short pixie cut. It actually suited her. All in all, Mama looked surprisingly good. She seemed much stronger than she was before. A feeling of gratitude washed over Selma. Mama was a walking miracle. Whatever happened with Nicholas, Selma was again reminded that she'd made the right decision. Had Mama not undergone the non-traditional treatments, she might not be here today. Mama looked past Selma to Moose. The two of them shared a look. "Hey," Mama said softly, her cheeks taking on a rosy hue. "Hey, Jules." Moose bridged the distance between them with 2 quick steps before enfolding her in a hug. "What's going on outside?" Selma asked. A large smile glowed on Mama's face as she fanned her hand toward the couch. "Y'all sit down and I'll tell you all about it." When Moose sat down beside Mama, Selma bit back a smile. "I've missed you," Mama said, giving Moose a tender look as she touched his cheek. Selma was in a chair across from them, feeling a bit like the third wheel. She glanced down at her hands to avoid the awkwardness of staring. She'd thought that Mama and Moose hadn't brought their relationship out into the open, but she was mistaken. Maybe Mama was letting loose with her feelings now that she realized she'd actually have a future. A giggle rose in Mama's throat. "You won't believe what's happening," she began, her voice filled with glee. "Nicholas is having the entire house remodeled from start to finish." "What?" Selma's heart began to pound. "No," she said in dismay. "He can't do that." Mama looked confused. "He wanted to do it." "You have to tell the workers to stop," Selma croaked. "It's too late. Nicholas paid for everything in advance, even the Ferrari. It's your engagement gift. Nicholas put it in your name. Wasn't that nice of him?" A humorless laugh riddled Selma's throat as she rubbed her forehead. "Well, that's just great," she muttered. "Just what I need right now." Moose pinned Selma with a questioning look. She shook her head and looked away. "Nicholas is a good man," Mama began, her voice quivering with emotion. "He loves you." "I know he does," Selma said automatically. "You'll learn to love him too." The childlike innocence in Mama's voice cut at Selma. There was no use in arguing with Mama about this. Selma had made up her mind. There was only one course for her to take, and that was to be honest with Nicholas about her feelings. Jules looked at Moose. "Tell her," she pleaded. "She's been given a great gift. Love from a man like Nicholas Diaz does not come easily." Moose took Jules's hands in his. "You're right," he soothed. He turned his attention to Selma. "Jules is right. Love from Nicholas didn't come easily, and it won't end easily." He gave her a pointed look. Selma's throat constricted as she swallowed, trying to clear it. "I know," she croaked. Silent information passed between her and Moose. She got the feeling that Moose knew what she was planning. Jules looked back and forth between Selma and Moose. "What's going on here?" When neither of them answered, she frowned, removing her hand from Moose's. "Selma Louise?" she demanded in the firm tone Selma had heard all of her life when she was in trouble. "What's going on?" Jules repeated. Tears pressed against Selma's eyes. Exerting all the effort she could summon, she swallowed them back down. "I just don't know if Nicholas and I are going to work." Her shoulders sagged. There, she'd said it. Jules's face fell. "What?" Her hands began to tremble. "Don't say that." Her voice had a breathy, panicked edge. "Winning Nicholas's heart is like winning the lottery. You'll have a life I never dreamed of." She began blinking rapidly as she turned to Moose. "Tell her." Alarm trickled through Selma. Mama's health was still tenuous, and it was obvious that she couldn't handle a lot of stress. "Don't mind me," Selma smiled. "I'm just rambling because I'm tired." She looked at Moose, who was frowning. "Yes, that's got to be it," Mama interjected quickly. "Once you get some rest, you'll start to see things more clearly." The three of them chatted a few more minutes. Mostly, Mama talked about the house renovations, while Selma and Moose sat and listened, nodding and adding in a word or two to suffice Mama. All the while, Selma felt invisible cords rising up from the floor and chair, binding her arms and feet. The cords wrapped around her chest, making it hard to breathe. There had to be a way out of this. She needed to look hard enough for the option. Finally, Moose stood. "I'd better get home. I need a shower and some rest." He yawned and then chuckled. "I just realized that I don't have a way to get home. I shouldn't have let the limo driver leave." "Take C's Honda," Mama offered. "She won't need it now that she has the Ferrari." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. A second later, she brought her hands together. "C, where are your keys?" "In the junk drawer of the kitchen." Jules rose to her feet. "I'll get them for you." As soon as she'd shuffled out of the room, Moose leaned forward and whispered, "What's going on with you? I thought we agreed that you were going to put the foolishness aside once we got back." Her lower lip trembled. "That was the plan." She clasped her hands together, wishing she could make herself small enough to disappear. "What are you up to?" She snapped her head up. "What makes you think I'm up to anything?" she asked in a simple-minded voice. He glanced toward the door that Jules had left through before looking back at Selma. His tone was low and urgent. "Promise me that you won't do anything stupid." "I won't do anything stupid," she repeated dully. He balled his fist, swearing under his breath. "You're lying. I can see the wheels turning in your head. I knew it was a mistake to let you hang out with Romeo." Jules returned. "Here you go," she sang, handing Moose the keys. Feeling the tension in the room, her eyes moved from Moose to Selma. "What did I miss?" she asked warily. Selma forced a tight smile. "Nothing. Moose was just saying how he needed to get some rest." She stood and stretched, forcing a languid tone into her voice. "I need to do the same. I want to be at my best when I meet Nicholas for dinner tonight." "Good girl," Mama purred. Moose was glaring at her to the point where she thought his dark eyes might burn a hole through her. Mama touched his arm. "I'll see you around?" Her expression was hopeful. He nodded. "If my strength keeps improving, I should be able to go back to work in a week or so," Mama said. "I'm so glad you're feeling better." Moose gave Mama such a tender smile that it drained away Selma's irritation. Moose was a good guy, caught up in this the same as her. Channeling her anger at him wouldn't help any of them. Moose stepped up to Selma and caught her in a tight hug. "I'm glad you're home safe," he said for what sounded like Mama's benefit. Then he leaned close and whispered gruffly in her ear, "Don't do anything stupid." He pulled back, his eyes willing her to give him her assurance. She gave him a surreptitious nod that seemed to appease him as he lumbered out of the room. "I'll see you out," Jules said, following on his heels. A headache was pounding Selma's skull like a meat tenderizer. She went into the kitchen, opened the cupboard, and grabbed the bottle of ibuprofen. She twisted off the top and popped out 2 capsules. She wolfed them down with a few chugs of water, straight from the faucet. Her mind raced. Did she have the courage to confront Nicholas tonight? She didn't know why she was so surprised by the Ferrari or the house renovation. Nicholas was buying her off. Ever since Goldie Stevens had seen her at the beach the day before with Mason, Selma had been worried sick that Goldie would tell Nicholas. She kept waiting for the shoe to drop. Last night, when Nicholas called her, she kept half expecting him to pummel her with accusations. But no, he'd been dripping with kindness. And now today he was showering her with expensive gifts. Would Goldie spill the beans? The best that Selma could hope for was that she could talk to Nicholas first. She wanted to plead her case, tell him that while she was fond of him, she couldn't marry him. She didn't love him that way, and she never would. An image of Mason flashed through her mind, bringing a pang of longing so fierce that it racked her body. 2 weeks could not come soon enough. "I miss you," she sighed. "What was that?" She spun around, a shaky smile sputtering over her lips. "Nothing. I was just talking to myself." The quiet glow on Mama's face spoke volumes. "I take it things are going well between you and Moose." "Yes," she said dreamily. "I never knew I could be so happy. First I beat cancer, then you and Nicholas, now me and Moose." A buoyant smile filled her face. "I am so blessed. Come here, baby." She held out her arms as Selma went into them. She breathed in the scent of Mama, a light floral perfume mixed with baby powder and shampoo. Enthusiasm lit Mama's features. "Hey, after you get some rest, how about you give me a ride in your new Ferrari?" Selma couldn't help but grin at Mama's giddiness. In many ways, Selma felt like she and Mama's roles were reversed. Mama had taken care of Selma all those years. Now it was time to take care of Mama. Selma wished she could straight up tell her the truth about Nicholas, how he'd used Mama's sickness as a bargaining chip. It was on the tip of her tongue to tell her everything, but Mama was still in a precarious state with her health. Of course, once Selma broke it off with Nicholas, Mama would have to come to terms with that. Still, there was no point in telling Mama everything. It would only make her feel guilty for getting sick. "So," Mama prodded, "do I get a ride in your fancy new car?" Sure, why not? She might as well take Mama for a ride while the car was still hers, for in the very near future, hopefully tonight, the jig would be up, and Selma would once again be a free woman to love the man of her choice, to love Mason. Warmth flowed through her, bringing a whisper of courage. A scripture ran through her mind, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." A surge of excitement ran through her, infusing her bones with renewed energy. It would be messy and hard to be straight with Nicholas, but she could do it. She could face Nicholas, knowing that once she got through the difficulty, Mason would be there waiting for her. Several minutes later, when she went upstairs to her room, Selma's breath froze. Her dresser was empty, the closet bare. She did a frantic scope of the room. All of her personal items were gone. "Mama!" she called, her hand going up around her neck. She hurried out of the room and looked over the landing of the stairs. "Mama!" she yelled. Jules came rushing into the foyer. "What's wrong, See? Are you okay?" "Where are my things?" A vice gripped her stomach. "Oh," Mama laughed. "I forgot to tell you. Movers came yesterday and packed everything up. Nicholas felt that you'd be more comfortable at his penthouse." Chapter 13. A valet attendant stepped up to Selma's car as she pulled the Ferrari up to the magnificent entrance of the Crown Monarch Casino and Hotel. His face lit with recognition when Selma got out. "Hello, Miss Lash," he said warmly. "Welcome back." "Hey, Rodney, good to see you." Tucking her clutch-style purse beneath her arm, she walked briskly over the cobblestones, her heels clicking as she went. Her entire body was a bundle of nerves, fueled by her outrage at Nicholas's presumption to move her things, and her worry over how he'd take the news that she was breaking up with him. The cavernous lobby had an old-world feel, with the rich, vivid red, gold, and burnt orange upholstered furniture and the dark wood trim. Enormous chandeliers, dripping with jewels, hung from the tall ceiling. The polished floor was a melding of soft browns and umber, with veins of black threaded through it. Selma hardly gave the reception area a second look as she walked past it to go to the elevators when a voice called her name. She turned to see Minky Bryant sauntering toward her with a springy bounce, sporting a mile-wide smile. "Hey, you!" Minky said as she threw her arms around Selma. "Just the girl I was waiting for." Minky's heavy perfume smelled of a heady rose and jasmine, tickling Selma's throat. She fought the urge to cough and swallowed instead. Minky pulled back, her eyes running up and down Selma. "Look at you, all tanned." The corners of her red lips turned down into a pout. "I'm jealous." "You have nothing to be jealous of, my friend. You look fabulous as usual." It was true. Minky's dress molded with perfection to her slim figure. The dress was short, showcasing Minky's mile-long legs. As usual, Minky was wearing skyscraper heels. Selma had never seen her in anything but heels. "Aw, shucks, thanks," Minky drawled, wrinkling her nose. 10 years older than Selma, Minky didn't look her age, thanks to Botox, plastic surgery, and a lifetime spent in the gym. Her long, straight, platinum hair picked up the light from the chandeliers, shimmering with her every movement. Before Minky had transitioned to doing costume design for Selma's show, she was one of the featured showgirls. Her royal blue dress picked up the blue in her eyes. A pang went through Selma as she thought of Mason and his piercing blue eyes. She could lose herself forever in them. She wondered what Mason was doing right now. Was he missing her as terribly as she was him? Selma jolted her mind back to the present, thinking of something that Minky had said. "You were looking for me?" "I am." Her voice turned juicy. "I'm helping cater an intimate dinner party tonight." "But you don't work in food service." Minky waved a hand. "Brookie's homesick and Nick wanted the dinner to be ultra special, so I volunteered. I'm mostly supervising, know what I mean?" Selma nodded. Minky and Nicholas were good friends. Their connection went back to high school. To Selma's knowledge, Minky was the only person who had ever gotten away with calling Nicholas Nick. "It sounds like things are getting pretty serious with you and Nick," Minky said in a conspiratorial tone. Selma's angst must have shown on her face because Minky frowned. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm good." Her words didn't sound convincing to herself, much less to Minky. A few beats of silence passed until Minky spoke. "Hey, I've been working on some new designs for the show. When you get settled in, I'll show them to you." Her eyes twinkled. "It'll knock your socks off." "Sounds great. I'll be glad when the show starts back up next week. It's felt strange around here not having the show." Selma was hardly listening to Minky. Her heart was beating so fast that she was dizzy. She needed to bolster her courage. Her legs felt weak and wobbly. "What's wrong? You're as pale as a ghost." She offered a wan smile. "I'm just tired from the trip." "That is great news about your mom beating her cancer." "Yes, it is," Selma said with conviction. As tough as things were right now, she needed to remember that God had given her mama back to her. She hoped he would also help her through the next few hours, or however long it took to break free from Nicholas. Was it too presumptuous to hope for another miracle? Minky touched her arm. "If you ever need to talk, I'm here." She looked Selma in the eye. "I mean that." A second later, a sly smile curved her perfect lips as she slipped back into jovial banter. "If Mr. Perfect on the penthouse floor doesn't do it for you, feel free to send him my way." "I may just do that," Selma said in all seriousness. Minky blinked in surprise. Her expression tightened. "It's not too late," she whispered in a low tone. Selma jerked. "Too late for what?" Minky was acting strange. One minute she was cracking jokes and being her usual self. The next, she was saying cryptic things and acting weird. "To get out," she whispered. Chills ran down Selma's spine. "What do you mean?" Was Minky trying to warn her away from Nicholas? Or maybe she realized that Selma didn't love him. Minky winked. "Just remember what I said. I'm here if you need me." Selma could tell that Minky was trying to convey something to her with her eyes, but she wasn't sure what. "Okay, thanks. I'll keep that in mind." She straightened her spine. "It was good seeing you." "Good seeing you too, baby doll," Minky chirped. "See you up in the penthouse." What an odd conversation. Her heels tapped out a fast, clipped beat as Selma went to the elevator. She got on and pressed the code on the keypad to take her to the penthouse. She kept running the same prayer through her mind. "Help me, please." Again the scripture ran through her mind. "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." She wasn't sure what the scripture meant exactly. Did it mean that once Nicholas knew the truth about how she felt, that he would set her free? Or was there another meaning? Was there some truth that she was missing? An option to help free her from the ensnaring situation? The elevator door opened directly into Nicholas's penthouse. Unlike the traditional decor in the body of the casino and hotel, Nicholas's penthouse was modern, with its sleek furniture, bold abstract art pieces, and surrounding walls of windows, affording a majestic view of Vegas. She walked through the foyer into the main area, where she spotted Nicholas standing at the bar, pouring himself a drink. Dressed in tailored black slacks, a white dress shirt, and shiny black shoes, Nicholas was the epitome of wealth. His dark hair was gelled and styled so that not a single hair was out of place. She thought of Mason's hair, how the one lock kept falling over his eye. She loved his mischievous smile and cocky demeanor. She could picture Mason plopping down on the white leather sofa and propping his feet up on the expensive glass coffee table, not caring that it cost a small fortune. Mason would probably turn on a game, munch on Cheetos. He would be himself, carefree and open, rather than so guarded and controlling. Nicholas turned to face her. "Hello, darling," he said in the way of greeting. His voice had the cultured lilt of an Argentine accent. While Nicholas had been born in Argentina, he'd attended a private high school in California and college at Harvard. His English was impeccable. She propelled her feet across the plush white carpet and gave him a peck on the lips. The scent of alcohol was strong on his breath, making her wonder how many drinks he'd had. He held up his glass. "Cheers," he said, before downing the clear liquid in a few swallows. She watched his Adam's apple move up and down, thinking that's how her emotions had been. One minute they were up and she was hopeful about the future. The next minute she was crashing to the ground in desperation. He placed the empty glass down on the bar. "Would you like a drink?" "No, thanks." Her gaze moved to the adjoining kitchen and dining area. She took in the tall, skinny candles and elaborate place settings atop the shiny black lacquer table. A centerpiece of exquisitely arranged fresh flowers adorned the center. Her stomach churned, acid rising into her throat. She was so nervous she could throw up. His black eyes flicked with lust as he ran the length of her body, his gaze settling on her chest. She'd worn a red dress tonight and matching heels. The neckline wasn't plunging, but it was low enough that she regretted wearing it. She felt like a piece of meat about to be devoured. Alarm trickled down her spine as she took a step back. Nicholas had always been respectful of her before, but something was different tonight. The hardness in his eyes scared her. She tightened her hold on her purse, shifting her feet. The sharp points of her heels were sinking into the carpet, making it uncomfortable to stand. She pointed to the couch. "Mind if we sit down?" He held out his hand in a fluid motion. "After you." Was that a hint of mockery in his voice? How could she ever build a life with this man in his stuffy, controlling world? The penthouse was impressive and magnificent, but it was sterile and cold. She wanted warmth, sunshine, joy. Mason. More than anything, she wanted Mason. They sat down. Nicholas draped his arm over the back of the couch where she was sitting and scooted too close to her for comfort. He took her purse from her hands and placed it beside him before turning back to face her. She felt confined by his looming presence and had to fight the urge to scoot back. Up close, the wrinkles around the edges of Nicholas's eyes were more prominent. His temples were dusted with silver. She was reminded again of the difference in their age. "How do you like the Ferrari?" He made a point of looking at her red dress. His eyes were predatory, hungry. "I got your favorite color and put it in your name, so you'd know how much I trust you." His hand swept over her collarbone as he leaned closer. "You're so beautiful," he mused, as if talking mostly to himself. "I've loved you since that first day I saw you singing on stage to that empty room. You had so much fire and passion, the voice of an angel. I knew that I would one day make you mine." His hand moved to her cheek as he caressed her skin with the sides of his fingers. Her skin roiled as she trembled out a shaky laugh. "Nicholas, we need to talk." A derisive cackle sounded in his throat. His cultured mask slipped, revealing a hot rage that made her blood run cold. The next second, he was on top of her. Her back was pressed against the seat of the couch as his lips assaulted hers with a savage cruelty as he stuck his tongue down her throat. Terror clawed through her as she pelted him with her fists. She wanted to gag. She turned her face away from him. He pulled her to a sitting position and caught hold of her cheeks, pressing them between his palms. "I trusted you," he roared. "You betrayed me with that kicker." He spat out the words in disgust. Selma's heart nearly stopped. "You talked to Goldie?" "Yes," he sneered. "I was getting ready for our evening together. Imagine my surprise an hour ago when my good friend Goldie called me to report what she'd seen." His hands encircled her neck. "I could kill you right now." "No," she squeaked, tears springing to her eyes. "Please." He increased the pressure, cutting off her wind. She clawed at his hands, but he was too strong. Black dots exploded around her eyes, and she felt herself about to pass out. Then he seemed to regain a measure of lucidity as he released her throat. She took in a ragged gasp of air, clutching her neck. A coughing fit overtook her as she doubled over. Tears were burning her eyes and dripping down her face. "Are you finished now?" he asked in an unfeeling tone. The very next second, his voice snapped like a clap of thunder. "Now sit up and dry your tears, or I'll finish what I started." Horror streaked through her as she sat up. Her tears instantly dried out of sheer panic. "That's better," he said pleasantly. He sat back and crossed his legs, adjusting his pants so that his pleat was straight. She had to get out of here and away from Nicholas. But how? He stroked his chin. Mason Romeo is not your only indiscretion, but I forgave you for the first because you were young and naive. I don't understand, she stammered, hugging her arms. She felt like she was in the middle of a nightmare. If only she could wake up and find herself back on the warm beach with Mason's protective arms around her. Was this the end of the road for her? Would she die here tonight in this penthouse at the hands of this crazy man? A cruel smile twisted over his handsome face, turning it to something distorted and ghastly. Jeremy Robinson, you must remember him. His voice had the subtle hiss of a snake slithering around her, threatening to rip away her sanity. This couldn't be happening. An incredulous laugh rose in her throat. Are you talking about Jeremy Robinson, who worked in the pool area of the hotel? I saw you flirting with him, he snapped. His expression grew recollective. You would go out by the pool wearing that black bikini that showed off your sexy curves. His voice softened as he touched her hair. You were a vision. Aphrodite incarnate. Everything in her wanted to recoil from his touch, but she didn't want to incite his anger. Her brain worked to try to figure out a way out of this. Rivulets of sweat rolled between her shoulder blades as desperation clawed at her skull. You laughed and batted those long, seductive eyelashes at that pathetic kid. Desire flickered in his eyes. You swished that long, glorious hair. He gave her a superior look. But I took care of Jeremy. She gasped softly, her hand going over her mouth. She'd had a huge crush on Jeremy when she was 15, and then one day he came up missing and was never found. An image flashed through her mind. Jeremy's tearful mother on TV, begging for the return of her son. The gravity of the situation bulldozed over Selma. Nicholas was a monster. She now knew the horrible truth, but what could she do about it? I could have had you 1,000 different ways, Nicholas said, but I wanted to do things right. I wanted to put a ring on your finger and take care of you. He gave her a wounded look. Why did you hurt me? His expression was plaintive, childlike. A searing rage burned through her. Rage for Jeremy, for his mother, for a life that was snuffed out so cruelly. And for what? Because she'd flirted with him by the pool? She was a kid, and so was Jeremy. This was insane. You should have never tried to force me to marry you. That's not love, she spat. It's manipulation and control. Her voice trembled with fury. You knew I would have done anything to save my mama. You used her as leverage. Don't you dare talk to me that way. He slapped her hard across the jaw, causing her head to snap back. Pain streaked through her, along with humiliation as she cradled her cheek with her hand. For some reason she thought of the battered woman at Shark's Cove. As intimidating as Nicholas was, she couldn't let him beat her down. She had to fight back. We're done here. She stood. Had her purse not been on the other side of Nicholas, she would have grabbed it, but it was better to just leave while she could. She turned and started running, but Nicholas was faster. He caught her hair. She yelped in pain as he encircled her neck with his arm. You can't leave yet, mi querida. There's something else you need to see. He dragged her through the room and out onto the patio. Selma's lungs squeezed with panic so swift and terrible that it struck a dagger through her chest. Was he going to throw her off the roof? Tears rose in her eyes. She tried to fight him off, but he was too strong, holding her in an iron grip. Stop it, Nicholas hissed in her ear, or your boy will die a death more horrible than you could ever imagine. She went still as the meaning of his words registered. "Oh, no!" A sob tore through her throat. He dragged her over to the infinity pool. Her heart ripped into pieces when she saw Mason near the edge. He was bound to a chair, his head slumped over, eyes closed. His beautiful face was battered and bruised, his right eye swollen, a thin line of blood trickling from his mouth. Two large men that Selma had never before seen were standing on either side of Mason, their chests puffed out with pride like they were presenting a trophy to their king. "What have you done?" she cried. Her stomach roiled as her knees buckled. "Don't fade on me yet," Nicholas said in amusement, lifting her back up. "I want you to see all of this with perfect clarity. That way you'll never dare cross me again. You'll be the dutiful wife I expect you to be." Loathing rose inside of Selma. "I'll never marry you," she vowed. "You're a monster." Nicholas laughed. "Oh, you will. Wake him up," Nicholas said to his thugs. They shook him roughly as Mason groaned, his head lobbing. The sight of Mason in this state was almost more than Selma could bear. Tears were rolling rivers down her cheeks. This was all because of her. Mason groaned again and then opened his eyes. One of the goons grabbed Mason's face and forced him to look at Selma and Nicholas. The lid of his swollen eye lifted as his vision focused on her. "I'm so sorry," her voice broke. "Please forgive me." A sardonic grin tugged at Mason's lips. "Well, it's not the stratosphere, but the view's incredible." His voice hardened. "Except for that yellow-belly weasel who's standing behind you." Mason's voice grew musing as he homed in on Nicholas. "I guess this just goes to prove that there are two things money can't buy: class and love." Selma was astounded by Mason's torque. He had an unconquerable spirit. She'd never been prouder of anyone in her life than she was of Mason in that moment. "Hit him again," Nicholas growled. One of the guerrillas punched Mason in the stomach. "Stop it!" Selma cried. She broke out of Nicholas's grasp and ran to Mason, throwing herself over his lap. "I'm so sorry. I love you." Her voice broke. "I'll never stop loving you, no matter what this fiend does to me." Selma had never hated anyone before, but she hated Nicholas. She wished she had the power to tear him apart limb by limb. Mason lifted his head, a small smile creasing his lips. "When you said complicated, I never imagined this." "I should have told you," she said hoarsely. "I just didn't know how." "You wouldn't be the first person to fall for a guy with money and power." She was mildly offended by his assessment. "That's just it. I didn't fall for Nicholas. He paid for my mama's cancer treatments on the stipulation that I marry him." Mason's incredulous expression gave Selma a swift feeling of vindication. "What a scumbag." "Exactly," she fired back. "What's going on here?" a deep voice demanded. Selma turned to see Moose striding out onto the patio. "Just in time," Nicholas sneered. "My trusty bodyguard." His voice grew razor sharp. "I trusted you to keep Selma in check." Nicholas nodded at his goons. They pulled their guns, training them on Moose. He held up his hands, eyeing them both. "Moose didn't have anything to do with what happened in Hawaii," Selma screamed. "I tricked him just like I tricked you. This idiot hounded me day and night like I was 12, she spat. She glared at Moose like he was scum of the earth. She could only hope that her performance would be enough to convince Nicholas of Moose's innocence. A hard smile spread over Nicholas's lips. "Okay, if that's the case, then prove it." He looked at his guerrillas. "Untie him." Dread coated Selma's throat, wondering what sick and twisted plan Nicholas was concocting in his brain. One of the goons tucked his gun into the back of his jeans. He pushed Selma away from Mason with a hard thrust and untied him. The second Mason rose to his feet. Selma jumped into his arms. "Easy," Mason cautioned. "I'm a little sore." "Crush his right foot," Nicholas ordered Moose. Selma's heart dropped.
No! It seemed that there was no limit to how low Nicholas would stoop. No wonder she'd not been able to force herself to fall in love with him, even though he'd worked hard to cover his ruthlessness with a shiny coat of class and culture. Her subconscious must have known on some level the type of man he was. "Do it," Nicholas barked. "He won't be a one-kick wonder any more." Moose's indecision cloaked Selma as surely as if she could hear the voice inside his head. No way could Moose do such a horrible thing, and yet if he didn't, he'd be killed, along with Mason. "Please help us," she prayed. "Is that the kind of man you are, hiding behind your henchmen?" Mason grunted in disgust. "Where I come from, a man fights his own battles. Let's go, you and me. I don't need to wallow in the mud with swine to prove my manhood." Nicholas scoffed indignantly. He turned to Moose. "You've got 2 minutes to do as I ordered before my guys start shooting." "How am I supposed to crush his foot?" Moose asked. "I don't have a weapon." "Use your imagination," Nicholas replied drolly. Selma couldn't believe what was happening. Surely Moose couldn't go through with such an atrocity. He strode purposefully over to where Mason and Selma were standing, cautiously eyeing Nicholas's thugs. Selma clung to Mason, gently but firmly. He disengaged himself from her arms. "It's okay," he assured her. "You need to step away." "I can't let them hurt you. Don't do this," she begged when Moose cracked his knuckles. "Help!" she screamed at the top of her lungs, hoping that someone on the lower floors would hear them. "Save your breath," Nicholas sneered. "The penthouse is high enough up so that the sound won't carry below. I made sure of that when I had the casino designed," he said smugly. "I don't want my business broadcast to the world." He looked at Moose. "Your time's up." Selma saw a silent exchange pass between Moose and Mason before everything broke loose. Moose charged at the goon nearest him, knocking the gun from his hand and sending it skidding across the concrete before landing with a splash in the pool. The two fell to the ground, rolling and trading blows. Mason kicked the other guy in the groin. As he doubled over, Mason tried to grab the gun from the back of his jeans, but the guy caught hold of Mason's arm, twisting it as they moved around in a circle, volleying for control. Selma spotted the gun as it came within her reach. She lunged for it, grabbing it out of the gorilla's pocket. The men bumped into her and she fell to the concrete, the gun toppling from her hands. She grasped it and stood. "Stop!" she ordered, "or I'll shoot." Mason, Moose, and the goons froze. "Not if I shoot first." Everything slowed as Selma's brain catalogued that Nicholas was the one who'd spoken. He was dripping wet, having gone into the pool and gotten the gun. He was aiming it at Mason. "No!" she cried, pulling the trigger. She felt the shot go off, but the gun had a silencer, so it made only a blip of a sound. Nicholas was still standing. She realized with sinking desperation that she'd completely missed him. Selma screamed as Nicholas pulled the trigger. This time she heard the loud pop of a gun being fired. She expected Mason to fall, but Nicholas collapsed instead, clutching his knee. "Nobody move!" a woman shouted. "Minky?" Selma uttered, unable to believe her eyes. Minky stepped forward, high heels, blonde hair, swanky dress and all, wielding the gun like a pro. Nicholas groaned as he writhed on the ground, tearing at his chest. "I can't breathe." He reached out to Selma, looking at her with pleading, bulging eyes. "Help me." "Stay where you are," Minky ordered Selma in a calm, no-nonsense voice. "I called for backup. Help is on the way. Lower your weapon," Minky encouraged. Selma had forgotten that she was even holding the gun. She lowered it to her side. It was baffling to her that after all Nicholas had done, she still felt sorry for him. She'd not understood at first why he was clutching his chest when it was his knee that had gotten shot. Then she remembered his heart condition. "Don't even think about it," Mason growled to the goon he'd been fighting. Selma realized with a start that the man had considered attacking her to get the gun. Nicholas whimpered and cursed. His raspy breathing gave way to gurgling, sputtering, and finally silence. Nausea rolled over Selma when Nicholas's body went limp, his head falling to the side. Police officers rushed onto the patio. With impressive efficiency under Minky's orders, they handcuffed the henchmen and hauled them away. "May I?" an officer asked politely as he carefully slid the gun out of Selma's hand. Paramedics came soon after, working on Nicholas. They pounded his chest and used a defibrillator. All the while, Selma watched, frozen. She couldn't believe that she'd actually shot at a person. Whereas in the heat of the moment she was disappointed that she'd missed Nicholas, she was supremely grateful now that she wasn't responsible for what was looking to be his death. It wasn't until Mason stumbled over to her and cradled her in his arms that a sob of relief broke through her throat. Gingerly, she touched his swollen eye. "I'm so sorry I got you into this. You almost died because of me." Her voice broke. "I almost lost you." She sucked in a breath, trying to gain control of her emotions. "I love you." "I love you too." A crooked grin pulled at his lips. "If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not wait 2 weeks to start our future. Let's just start it now." She chuckled. "Sounds good to me." She leaned in to kiss him, but the second her lips touched his, he winced. "Careful, we might have to take things slow," he said with a rueful grin. She leaned her head against his chest. "Slow is good for me." It was heaven being in his arms again. "Hey, are you okay? Your arms are all scratched up." She glanced down. The concrete had taken the hide off her skin when she fell. "I can't believe you're worried about me when you've taken such a beating." "I'll always worry about you." The protectiveness in his voice warmed her heart. Moose stepped up to them, prompting Selma to pull away from Mason. He placed his large, blocky hand on Selma's shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." She gave him a weak smile. "I'm good." Her gaze trailed to the paramedics. Their movements were now slow and defeated, whereas they'd been quick and frantic before. With a sense of finality, they placed a sheet over Nicholas's body before carrying him away on a stretcher. Conflicting feelings ran through Selma. She didn't want to see anyone, not even Nicholas, as horrible as he was, die. But it was such a heady relief to be free of his control. Minky approached them. "How's everyone doing?" She looked at Selma. "You okay?" "I'm good," Selma said for the second time. Maybe if she said it enough times, the knowledge would actually sink in and become reality. "Who are you?" Selma sputtered. "Some sort of police officer?" "FBI. When the Bureau learned of my school connection with Nick, they planted me at the casino. We suspect that Nick's family has ties to a drug cartel and that they may be using the casino and their other businesses to launder money. However, I haven't found any proof. Nick was so careful and methodical about his business methods. If he was laundering money, he covered his tracks well." She grimaced. "I shot him in the kneecap. It's too bad his heart condition got him in the end. Jokers like Nick are ants. You kill one and a dozen more take their place. Better the devil that you know than the devil you don't." "Speaking of the devil, Nicholas confessed to killing a friend of mine, Jeremy Robinson. He's a missing person." A deep sadness filled her. "I'm so sorry. I'll make a note of that so we can contact his family." "I appreciate that." Selma had always thought of Minky as flamboyant and flirtatious, but that had been a front. Behind the fluff, she was pragmatic and impressively tough. "How did you know that all of this would go down tonight?" Minky shrugged. "I didn't. I was on the level when I told you that I was supervising your candlelight dinner. I came in with a couple of plates of prime rib and lobster and realized what was happening."
Selma turned to Moose. "Did you know about Minky?" He shrugged. "I had no idea." She prayed for another miracle, and she'd gotten it. Selma could hardly believe the timing of Minky coming in when she did. If Brooke hadn't gotten sick, then Minky wouldn't have taken her place. It was a lot to take in. She knew it would be a while before she came to grips with everything. She couldn't let her mind drift to the darkness of what might have taken place. "What'll happen to the hotel and casino?" She glanced at Mason. "To the Mavericks." "The casino is jointly owned by Nick and two of his siblings, a sister and brother. I suspect one of them will step in and take the helm." Minky pressed her lips together thoughtfully. "Nick was the sole owner of the Mavericks. I guess it'll go to whomever Nick named as his heir. I'm pretty sure he had a will. As for me, I'll be moving on to another case now that my cover is blown here." "I guess this means I'll be losing the best costume designer I've ever had," Selma said. Minky grinned. "Don't worry, I'll show you my revolutionary designs before I leave." She patted Selma's arm. "Nick had a mean streak when it came to women. He's been known to knock around a few of the showgirls. I'm glad you had the sense to see Nick for what he was. I was worried when I thought you might end up with him. Looks like you have a good one here." She smiled at Mason. "Yes, I do," Selma said, sliding her arm around his waist. "The best." Minky looked at all three of them. "You'll be asked to give statements." "With pleasure," Mason said. She held up a finger. "Oh, and we need to get you checked by a medic. We want to make sure and keep your face looking pretty." "Amen," Selma piped in as she grinned at Mason. "A man this cocky has to have a pretty face." "Hey," Mason protested. Minky laughed. "She certainly keeps you on your toes." "Yes, she does," Mason answered with affection. "I'll be seeing you around," Minky promised, giving Selma a parting smile as she stepped away to talk to one of the police officers. Selma turned her focus to Moose as her thoughts took a more serious turn. "What will you do?" Her stomach twisted. "I'm so sorry about your mom." Moose's bushy brows bunched. "What about my mom?" "The care center is expensive. You'll no longer have your cushy salary. How will you pay for her care?" "I can help," she blurted. "It's the least I can do." "Thanks, sweetheart, but you don't need to worry about me. I may look like a meathead, but I've got a few brains left in the old noggin." He tapped his temple. "I've got plenty of investments that will pay for Mom's care and tide me over until I find something else." "I could introduce you to my brother Ramsey," Mason offered. "He works in private security and has lots of connections." "Thanks," Moose said with a grin. "I may take you up on that." He looked Mason up and down. "You know, for a one-kick wonder, you're not half bad," he teased. Mason didn't skip a beat. "Thanks, Thanos." Moose's eyebrows rose. "Thanos? Seriously?" "You look exactly like Thanos," Mason argued. "Right down to the square face and thick lips." "Thick lips, my eye," Moose blustered. "I don't think you're in any position to be talking about anyone's face. I've seen punching bags that had less abuse." "It's just a flesh wound," Mason touted. "Monty Python and the Holy Grail," Moose announced proudly. "I love that movie. You may have some redeeming qualities yet." "For the record, I consider myself more of an Arnold Schwarzenegger type," Moose countered. "Nah, man, you're Thanos through and through. For a scrawny guy, you handle yourself well." "Ah, listen to the refrigerator," Mason taunted. "Everybody's scrawny compared to you." Selma had only halfway been listening to the wisecracks flying back and forth. She made a face going back to something Moose said. "I thought the reason you kept working for Nicholas for so long was because of the money." Moose shook his head, the exasperated look in his eyes shouting that she was out of her mind. "The reason I stayed was to look after you and Jules." A ball of emotion rose in Selma's throat. "Thank you for everything." Moose's eyes softened as he gave Selma a fatherly smile. "Well, it looks like you did the impossible." His smile widened. "You broke through the glass." "Yes, I did." Selma laughed as a streak of joy pierced through the ugliness of the evening. She was free to live her life as she pleased, free to be with Mason, free to love a wonderful, good man who would love her as she loved him. They could carve their future together and one day make a family. A silent prayer floated through her mind and rose high on the dependable wings of angels into the starry night to their heavenly destination. "Thank you for answering my prayers. Thank you for giving me the courage to discover the truth." Mason made a face. "What's this about breaking through glass? I remember you saying that once before." A smile almost too big to contain spread over Selma's lips as she looked at Moose. "You see, there was once this crazy cardinal." Epilogue, 2 weeks later.
"Well, what do you think? Does this meet your expectations?"
A teasing grin creased Mason's lips as he sat back in his seat and looked across the table at Selma, who looked dazzling in a red shimmery dress that showed off her amazing curves.
"It's not the Empire State Building, but hopefully it'll do."
Her chocolate eyes simmered with amusement. "I can live with this." She looked through the wall of windows to the Vegas skyline. Mason followed her vision. The city was awash with splendor, basking in the glow of the setting sun. Her voice grew ponderous. "It's hard to believe that a mere 2 weeks ago we were fighting for our lives." A shadow crossed over her beautiful features, and he knew she was reliving that night. Compassion welled inside him for all that Selma had been through. He'd been reliving the harrowing events also. His mostly came to him in the dead of night, when he awoke with a start, bathed in a sticky sweat. Selma took in a resolved breath and offered him a resolute smile. "It's all behind us now. Time to put our focus on the future."
"Yes," he uttered,
getting lost in the depth of her mesmerizing eyes. He reached across the table and caught hold of her slender hands. Selma was a trooper from the word go. She'd taken the bull by the horns the past several days and was making some big life decisions. It prompted Mason to do the same. Part of the reason why Mason insisted on them keeping their designated appointment atop the Stratosphere Tower is because Mason wanted to talk about his plans and what the future would hold for them both. He had no idea how Selma would react to the news. His heart picked up its beat.
"So," he began.
Before he could continue, their server, a woman in her early 30s, approached the table. She placed 2 glasses of ice water down. "Hello, I'm Marguerite, and I'll be your server for the evening." She took one look at Mason's face and rocked back. "Ouch, I'll bet that hurts," she said, stating the obvious. "You took quite the beating." Mason grunted as he released Selma's hands.
"You should see the other guy," he said dryly.
"I hope he fared a little better than you," the server replied saucily. Selma giggled. "He looks good now. You should have seen him a couple of weeks ago." She winked. "My guy may be pretty, but he's as tough as nails," she said appraisingly, her gaze catching Mason's. The tenderness of her expression turned his heart to a puddle of goo. He was so over the moon for Selma that he could hardly form 2 thoughts when she gazed at him with those angelic eyes. He couldn't believe this drop-dead gorgeous, amazing woman was actually his. The waitress perched a hand on her hip, taking an assessment of Mason. "He is pretty with those blue eyes and that strong jaw." She turned her attention to Selma, giving her a once-over. "And you're certainly not ugly, sugar." "Thanks," Selma laughed, "I think." The waitress shook her head. "A power couple. Some people have all the luck," she muttered.
"Luck had nothing to do with it,"
Mason countered, sharing another look with Selma.
"She's a gift straight from heaven,"
he said to the waitress in all sincerity. The woman's features softened. "We get all kinds up here." It's good to see a couple that's truly in love. She slipped back into her professional mode as she took their drink orders. I'll be back with your drinks and a basket of fresh bread, and then I'll take your orders. She turned and sashayed away. Selma leaned forward, interest simmering in her eyes. What were you about to say before our server came up? She motioned with her eyes at the small black gift bag tucked off to the side of the table beside the windows. Mason swallowed, composing his thoughts, trying not to dwell on the fact that the next several minutes would determine the entire course of his life. You should have told me we were bringing gifts. There was a soft note of reproof in her voice. I had to do something to get the upper hand, he teased. He reached for the glass of water and took a long swig. His knee was bobbing up and down underneath the table, and he had to fight the urge to drum his fingers. He threw out a statement that would help him ease into the meat of what he wanted to say. You've been busy the past several days. She took a sip of water. It has been busy. He searched her face. Are you sure you want to walk away from your show? You've spent a lot of years building it, have a lot invested in it. The edges of her eyes tightened as she nodded. I want to put as much separation between me and the Diaz family as possible. I can't stand the thought of working for any of Nicholas's siblings. Her eyes flashed with distaste. While Minky couldn't prove that Nicholas or his family were involved in illegal activities, it doesn't mean that they aren't. Good point. Mason was glad that she was cutting ties with the Diaz family and the casino. The sale of the Ferrari will hopefully give me enough seed money to explore the option of establishing my own show. I know it'll be a rough start, but I think I'm up for the challenge. He couldn't stop a large grin from stretching over his lips. That's exactly what he wanted to hear. Nicholas Diaz had paid for the Ferrari in full and put it into Selma's name. She'd considered giving it away and not getting anything in return for it, but Mason had talked her into selling it and keeping the money. He figured that for all her pain and suffering, Selma should at least get something out of the deal. She tipped her head, her hair cascading over her toned, tanned arm. Mason remembered when she'd done that same thing in Waikiki. He'd thought then that she was the most incredible thing he'd ever seen. Now that he knew her even better, he realized that his assessment had been 100% correct. She was incredible, inside and out. What? She asked, light laughter floating from her lips. She gave him a speculative look. You've got something rolling around in your brain. Let's hear it. He drummed his fingers on the table. I've been thinking about that crazy cardinal. She chuckled in surprise as her head swung back and forth. It all goes back to the cardinal, she mused. That's become your favorite catchphrase. He grinned. And it's not even a movie reference. I guess we can thank Moose for that. I guess so. It seems that Thanos does have some redeeming qualities, he joked, taking great satisfaction in how her eyes flashed. He loved teasing Selma and getting a rise out of her. Hey, she protested, frowning. Don't bag on Moose. He's a great guy. He's a good guy, Mason amended, not wanting to get off track. He navigated the conversation back to what he wanted to say. So, I've been thinking about that cardinal, he repeated. Here you are, the server chirped as she placed the drinks and basket of steaming hot bread onto the table. Mason had to bite back his frustration. The woman had a knack for interrupting at the most inopportune time. He could tell from the way Selma's lips quivered that she knew exactly what Mason was thinking. The server took their food orders, and finally she was gone. Better hurry up and spit it out, Selma prompted with a chuckle, before she returns. I heard that. He rolled his eyes and then sucked in a quick breath. Okay, here goes nothing. I'm thinking about quitting the football team. What? Why? Her jaw fell. Does that mean you'll leave Vegas? Rather than answer her straight up, he went another angle. Music has always been my first love. She nodded. I love that we share that. Football was something unexpected that came along. He shrugged.
I figured that if someone wanted to pay me 19 grand any time my foot touched the ball, then so be it. My plan was to play for a few years and then launch into my music career. He locked eyes with her. However, plans can change. I figure if you can bust through the glass, then so can I.
Intrigue lit her eyes. What are you saying?
His throat thickened as he swallowed. The past 2 weeks have taught me that nothing is guaranteed. Every minute we have on this earth is a gift.
Her eyes misted with understanding.
I have wanted to be a musician ever since I can remember. I figure now is as good of a time as any to explore that option.
He grunted.
In consideration of my extenuating circumstances of having almost been killed by Nicholas Diaz, the execs at the Mavericks are willing to let me out of my contract.
Are you sure that's what you want? That's a lot of money that you'd be giving up.
Yes, he said carefully, but money's not everything.
He gave her a pointed look. If money had been everything to her, she would have stayed with Diaz. She caught his meaning instantly as a resplendent smile curved her lips. No, money isn't everything. I'm all for you doing your music.
He cleared his throat as he straightened his spine. There's more. I was thinking that we could team up, become the next Sonny and Cher or Donnie and Marie Osmond.
She laughed. You realize that Donnie and Marie Osmond are siblings, right?
I know, he drawled with a grin. The point is that they were a great team.
Her eyebrows slid up. You've got all this planned out. I didn't know you sang jazz.
I don't. Not yet, anyway. He grinned. I can be taught.
He gave her a speculative look.
Or we could come up with a hybrid, our own style that'll rock the industry. He rushed on. With Cash's connections and your talent, we'll be unstoppable.
She looked thoughtful. I could go for that.
Really? That's fantastic, he beamed. I only have one condition.
Her eyes sparkled with amusement. Oh, yeah? What's that?
That you ditch that dreadful wig and go with your real name.
She giggled. My wig's not all that bad. He made a face.
It's not all that good either.
His voice grew tender.
Selma, you are so beautiful, so amazing just as you are. You don't need a wig or a fake name. All you need is to be you.
Tears glistened in her eyes. Thank you, she breathed.
For what?
For being you, she paused, and for giving me the courage to truly be me.
So, do we have a deal?
He held out his hand. Deal, she said exuberantly as they shook. I was sick of that horrid wig anyway. She eyed the gift. When do I get that?
Oh, this. You're gonna love it, he promised.
He handed it to her. She removed the tissue and pulled out a black square box. She gave him a questioning look.
Don't worry, it's not an engagement ring. We've only been together 3 weeks. I figured I'd wait at least 1 more week before giving you a ring.
She laughed. That's probably wise. You should at least meet my mama first. He grimaced in exaggeration.
Yeah, I've been working up to that one. She was such a huge Nicholas Diaz fan that I'm afraid I won't measure up, he teased.
It may take Mama a while, she replied in all seriousness. She took it pretty hard when she realized that Nicholas was a sleaze. Her only consolation was that Nicholas paid for the house renovations up front, so everything is going through as planned. Her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Don't worry. I have no doubt that you'll turn on that Romeo charm. You'll have Mama eating out of the palm of your hand, eventually.
I can live with that.
He motioned at the box.
Open it,
he encouraged. His phone buzzed.
Seriously?
He grumbled. Go ahead and get it, Selma chuckled. It might be your Mama.
You're probably right.
He and Mama had been playing phone tag all day. He fished his phone out of his pocket.
Yep, it's her. Hello, he quipped.
Mason, I'm glad I finally caught you, Mama sighed.
Hey.
How are things going? Her voice caught. Are you healing up okay?
I'm doing great. Mason assured her. "I'm having dinner with Selma. I can't wait for you to meet her."
"I'm looking forward to that." She paused. "Hey, there's something I need to talk to you about."
His stomach tightened. "What's going on?" He could feel the nervousness in Mama's voice. "Is everything okay?"
"Everything is fine," she assured him in such a confident tone that it eased his fears. "Can you come into town next weekend? Everyone will be home. Your daddy and I can talk to everyone at once."
"Everyone will be home? Even Cash and Ramsey?" They were out on tour.
"They have next weekend off, so it works out well."
"Daddy's involved in this too?"
"Yep."
He frowned. "Are you sure everything's okay?"
"We're good,"
she responded in a cheery tone, but he thought it might have been a bit forced. "Sure, I'll be there." They chatted for a few more minutes. Mama seemed normal, which helped put his remaining fears to rest. He couldn't imagine what she and Daddy wanted to talk to everyone about, unless... He ended the call with a sly grin.
"What's going on? Is everything okay with your mama?"
"Yeah," he tipped his head. "I wonder if it's finally happening."
"What?"
"I think my mama and Daddy are finally getting back together."
Selma's jaw went slack. "They're not together?"
"Nope. They got divorced years ago when I was a kid. They're best friends, though, and are together 24/7. All of us kids keep waiting for them to get back together. Maybe that's what's happening."
"That's really unusual for two divorced people to remain so close."
"I know, it's strange."
"Why did they get a divorce?"
"My daddy had an affair."
"Oh." Selma's eyes rounded.
"I always got the feeling that there was more to the story."
"Evidently, if they're still close friends."
"My daddy's a great guy,"
Mason said, not wanting Selma to think poorly of him. "He'd have to be great to have you as a son," she soothed.
"Ah, you know just the right thing to say."
Selma just grinned in response. Mason moved his attention back to the box.
"Better open that thing before someone else interrupts us," he teased, sliding his phone back into his pocket.
She opened it with a soft gasp, tears pulling in her eyes. "I love it." She removed the silver necklace from the box as she lovingly fingered the red cardinal attached to the chain. "It's perfect," she smiled.
"I thought so."
She placed it back into the box and carefully closed the lid. After placing the box back into the bag, she reached for his hands across the table, her voice quivering with emotion. "I love you."
"I love you back."
No words had ever been spoken from his lips with more sincerity. Selma was his everything. He glanced around.
"I'd better get the rest out before our server comes back."
"There's more?" He peered into her eyes and cleared his throat ceremoniously.
"Selma Louise Lash, will you do me the high honor of going with me to the ranch next week?"
He'd been planning on taking her there soon. Mama's request for him to come home was perfect timing. A crooked grin tugged at his lips as he slipped into his southern drawl.
"And greasy, grimy grasshoppers, will you please let me teach you how to ride a dern horse?"
A giggle sounded in her throat. "I'll give a resounding yes to the first question and a resounding no to the second."
"Come on," he urged. "What's the worst that could happen?"
"Oh, no," she laughed. "We're not going there again. The last time you asked me that question, I ended up hanging onto a tree for dear life."
He grinned. "We'll jump and we'll see. That's life."
He had no doubt whatsoever that with enough persuasion he'd get Selma up on a horse. After all, he'd made her fall in love with him. That was the greatest feat of all. After that, everything else was child's play. "And what a wonderful life it is with you," she uttered, looking at him with such love that he thought his heart would burst. "Never a dull moment."
"This calls for a toast."
He raised his water glass. Her eyes simmered with amusement as she lifted her glass to his. "What shall we toast to?"
Here's to bustin' through the glass, one hit at a time." His voice hitched as he continued, "Every single day for the rest of our lives." She gave him a meaningful look. "Together, side by side." "Amen," he said as their glasses clinked. Their plan for the future was ambitious, tenuous. They were stepping into the unknown with their careers, taking the harder path. Whatever came their way, knowing that they would face it together, was good enough for him.
Closing credits. This has been One Kick Wonder, Romeo Family Romance, Book 10, written by Jennifer Youngblood, narrated by Lisa Valdini. Copyright 2020 by Jennifer Youngblood, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review.